Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. The long week, or I guess semi-shorter week, is over. The weekend's here. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. Usually every Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, though it sometimes varies. Next week we're actually going to have two shows going out later. But I'm glad you're here tonight because we have a very special show. One we do every May on this program. Have done that ever since the start of the show. It's a case of a classic game compilation. We usually do this either on Memorial Day weekend or Cinco de Mayo weekend. And sometimes it's bounced back and forth as far as what that's been. But it was a great idea from our best channel on Twitch, in particular ElecVerse, who came in and said, I'm a big fan of Robotron 2084, and was a big fan of Midway Arcade Treasures, which that came off of, or it is available in, for PlayStation 2, Gamecube, and Xbox. I said, okay, I took this viewer request, said, let's take a look at it. And I was putting that together, I said, okay, let's take a look at it. The way that the time lined up as far as the weekend, I said, it was Memorial Day weekend. I said, let's take a look at that collection and go through the whole case. We had a great time doing that, and we also made it an annual tradition because it was so much fun. Basically taking a classic game compilation of any kind and going fully through everything it's got, taking a look at all its extras and every game in it for a couple of minutes. So we kept doing that. The year after that, we did Midway Arcade Treasures 2. We played on the Xbox. One we played on the PS2. And for the past couple years, we've done stuff that's not been Midway. We did Namco Museum Virtual Arcade. We did Title Legends 1. We did Title Legends 2 last year. All of our shows for our compilation programs are going to be linked below in our link list when we edit this next week. But I figured we got to come back to Midway. We have to complete the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy. As I promised 5 years ago, I said, we're going to look at all these games eventually. I said, each console is going to get their own show dedicated to one of these. So as I mentioned, we played Midway Arcade Treasures 1 on the PlayStation 2. We played Midway Arcade Treasures 2 for the Xbox. And we're playing tonight Midway Arcade Treasures 3, playing on the Gamecube this time. Although, actually, interesting case of this one, it did not come out on the Gamecube right away. I'm going to get into that as it is. Also, by the way, as we showed when we played Pikmin, I'm using a new Wii I have that runs Gamecube. I bought it actually for this. I spent $40 to get an empty Wii box that plays Gamecube games, and since I have all the connections and everything I need from the other Wii that I own, I said, all I need is Gamecube support because I want to show all these games in, not progressive scan. Well, yeah, because it doesn't have progressive scan, but I will show it in glorious 480p, basically component cable output. And I said, that's why I bought that thing. So I could show you these ancient Midway arcade games, some of them ancient, so others kind of a little more modern, through this. I'm going to boot it up as far as this also. Yeah, let that go, and then I'm going to turn off the Wii Remote, take the batteries out, because we're not going to need this anymore for tonight. Okay, so let's talk about Midway Arcade Treasures 3. As I mentioned, it didn't come out on the GameCube to start. It first came out on... Here we go. I got 8 pages of notes, not just for the 8 games that are in this, or 9 technically. Yeah, published by Midway. It was came out on September 26, 2005 in the US and October 14th in 2005 in Europe for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox to start. It was developed by Digital Eclipse Software, but unlike Midway Arcade Treasures 1 and 2, this had help from outsourcing, particularly from GameStar, a team out of China. They helped Midway with development on Psyops, the Mind Gate Conspiracy, a game of theirs that I love, as well as Silent Hill Origins, NBA Ballers, Chosen One, and they're purchased by Disney Interactive Studios in 2008, particularly after they helped them with Turok, the 2008 game in particular. But this did come on the GameCube a little bit after that, but only in the US. It came out on October 24th of 2005 for that. As we're pointing out, I actually do have this on the Xbox as well, but the reason we're showing it on the GameCube is because this is quote-unquote the best version of the game you can get. It's also a little bit of a case where we're going to have to say this did kind of end the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy, not with a bang, but a whimper, a little bit. Despite the games that are in this, because there's some good games, but as you're seeing on the screen, there's only 8, or 9 if you count the track pack of Iron Man Stewart Super Off-Road. The game can't say it because of licensing reasons, but I can. But point is that there's only 9 games in this. When it comes to extra content, this is not like the other ones where it has multiple interviews with all the people who worked on these games. It only has a trailer of Ed, Edd and Eddy, the Mis-Edventures, which was a game based on the Cartoon Network series from PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox that Midway published. And actually did a couple publishes of Cartoon Network themed games, including The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. But they have that, and they have the credits. And sort of some background, and also the sizzle reel, where they're also showing, actually, versions of these games that are not in this. In particular, San Francisco Rush 2049 you're seeing on the screen there. That's San Francisco Rush The Rock Alcatraz edition. But as far as the 2049 game, right there, you're seeing the output on the side. That is the arcade version. They're not porting the arcade version of that in here. In fact, in this case, there are 2 games in this that are ported from the Dreamcast. Well, kind of. But the point is that, as I mentioned, there's only 8 or 9 games in this. We are going to look at it as far as it, because I said we're not going to keep going through this. We're not going to skip this. Because after this, we don't really have too much more to go as far as Midway Arcade Treasures, because there are versions on the PC, but they mostly have the same games. And the only other wild card on this is Midway Arcade Treasures Extended Play. That's on PSP. It has a selection of games from Midway Arcade Treasures 1, 2, and 3. Not all of them, but it has a few. And it only has one game that's exclusive to it. That being Mortal Kombat, the original, because it was not in Midway Arcade Treasures 2 that we played last. And the reason for that was because when Mortal Kombat Deception came out, Midway said, we have a collector's edition, and this spelled with a K, of course, that we want to bundle that into. So the Midway Arcade Treasures collection didn't have it. But outside of that, this is probably our last stop of it, but with only 8 games, I said, what am I going to do? It seems like we might be done with this too quickly. But then I thought of something when this game came out. And at the time I bought it on the Xbox, because my thought was saying, hey, I like controlling racing games, which most of these are, except for Stun Runner there, with the Xbox controller, because with its 2 triggers on the back and the dual analog sticks, as far as it is a great controller to play for racing games. But it has a lot of problems to itself. I actually ran into a case where my original Xbox broke about, I don't know, like 10 so years ago. I actually didn't have a way to play it because the Xbox version was not backwards compatible with the Xbox 360 or any of the Xbox consoles after that. So actually, I bought it on the Gamecube because I'd heard through the grapevine and looked around that it was better, because I always noticed there's some weird emulation quirks in it on the Xbox, and I'm definitely going to go into those and also talk about which ones they're still factored or unique to the Gamecube version. But I heard it was the best version because it was a case where, since it came out later, it was not exactly, I guess, rushed out. As far as whether this game was rushed out, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. One thing I will mention is that with the Xbox copy I have, I'll have a picture when I edit this, it has a little icon on the front of the box that says promotional value, or what does it say? Promotional, not for resale. And I think, although I couldn't find indication online for this anymore, I believe that Midway gave Midway Arcade Treasures 3 as a pre-order bonus to people who pre-ordered LA Rush for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. The GameCube didn't get LA Rush because they were lucky, and because the GameCube was a case where, at that point, it was basically done. Third-party companies were not really seeing success, but then again, this did come to the GameCube, but LA Rush didn't. It was the last game in the San Francisco Rush franchise where they said, we're going to copy Midnight Club, we're going to copy Midtown Madness, we're going to sort of copy Grand Theft Auto by having an open-world racing game, which sounds like a cool idea, maybe, but unlike all those games I just mentioned, it didn't really have much of an identity of itself, despite some star power in it. They got Bill Bellamy to do voice performance in it, who had also helped them with the remake of Narc that they made the same year. But a case where they said in Los Angeles, not San Francisco, and in Los Angeles they said, well, we're going to have a case where it's an open world, we're going to emulate the fact that traffic in Los Angeles is all over the place, and that's no fun. You want to be driving around in traffic and crashing every 2 seconds and seeing a Burnout 3, Burnout Revenge inspired crash cam, and you're going to see that every 5 seconds because of how the game is? No thank you. That game was kind of awful. And the fact that that was the last game in the San Francisco Rush franchise, I would love somebody to change that. Warner Brothers, that's be on you, because you have most of the rights to most of Midway's things. Whether they have to San Francisco Rush, I don't know. As far as Hydro Thunder, that technically was with Microsoft, because there's a sequel, Hydro Thunder Hurricane, that they published for Xbox 360. They're digital only, though you can still get it on the modern Xbox consoles of Series S and X, and also for Xbox One. But as far as the other stuff, I believe Midway has the rights to all this other stuff, I think. But anyway, because of the way that it was pre-ordered, I guess, as I said, I couldn't find indication of that online for some reason, but I remembered seeing something about it. But anyway, it came out later on the GameCube, so in that case, I bought it years later, because I can't play this on Xbox. Also because, in all honesty, I wanted to do a Bad Game Thursday showing my coworkers Race Drivin, which is the follow-up to Hard Drivin' that we looked at last time in Midway Arcade Treasures 2. Also, on top of the playlist of our past May compilation programs. It's now that. Stars Memorial Day weekend compilation programs. They had to do a Cinco de Mayo show. They had to do another Cinco de Mayo show because of scheduling. And in this case, we actually didn't do this on Memorial Day weekend last weekend because Gemini 96 and I were doing Tetris Effect Connected. So in this case, just May. I'll have that playlist below, but I'm also going to have Midway Treasures Trilogy playlist in particular. But as I said, I bought it on the Gamecube. It is better in some ways, but it's something where it is kind of weird. Some of the emulation is strange, and it's something where it shows that Digital Clips, as great a company as they are when it comes to preserving classic games, even to this day, they're not bulletproof. I mean, we're seeing that now with actually the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, where it had a lot of problems at launch, and also the Rayman Anniversary Collection, where that came out with a lot of big problems. It also was a case where they couldn't license the music by the late Remy Gazel, and there's still no word on if they're going to do that, even with a physical version due out next month from Atari, who's doing the publish on that. But for this one, it's also a case where I'm a little mixed as far as, like, who do we blame necessarily for that? Do we blame Digital Clips? To a certain extent, yes, but also maybe the case that Midway was definitely rushing a lot of games at this time. It was only about 3 years before they went out of business. As I mentioned, all their assets were purchased by Warner Brothers, more or less. But also a case where they openly said, we couldn't actually emulate some of these games. In particular, San Francisco Rush, The Rock, Alcatraz Edition. They had to rebuild that from scratch, as I understood. And also, some of these games, based upon the architecture of them, it was something they actually, even to nowadays, they're trying to figure out, how do we emulate these things? In particular, Off-Road Thunder, this one is something where they only cracked that last year. And this is a game that came out in 1999, and something where I actually could not find any indication of who made this, except for saying, oh, it's by Midway. That was it. So it's going to be a weird one. As I mentioned, unlike Midway Treasures 1 and 2, we do not have a whole lot of behind-the-scenes material, so we're not going to be talking to some of the famous people who made these games, but I will definitely be giving them their due. I have 8 pages of notes worth as far as this. But when we're done with this, I also have a little bit of a treat for you, because when it came out, one thing I was wondering at the time, when I was younger, I was thinking, well, if this came out later on the GameCube, there was one collaboration that Midway had with Nintendo in the arcades, a pretty famous one, that I thought, oh, they'll be able to maybe figure this is exclusive for Nintendo. Because even Electronic Arts, they were getting cases of them releasing games like SSX on Tour and NBA Street Volume 3, where they had Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as playable characters and had unique content to make them perhaps the definitive versions of those games. I was thinking maybe Midway could do something like that. They put the Cruis'n games, Cruis'n USA, Cruis'n World, and Cruis'n Exotica in there. They did not, or they could not. So, whatever the case was, they're not there, but I said, you know what, I could show you those games, because I have all 3 of those on Nintendo 64, and I have 9 other Nintendo 64 cartridges that are all arcade ports of Midways. So we're going to take a look at those, and with the exception of one of them, I'll just say right now what it is, San Francisco Rush, all the other ones were not in this collection, and there are reasons as to why. Not just necessarily licensing, but also for emulation reasons. But the point is, what we're going to do for tonight's show, we're going to look over Midway Treasures 3, we'll look at everything it's got, all the games, go into my memories, including all of yours, and the best chat on Twitch on those. And then, when we're done, we're going to swap off to Nintendo 64, and we're going to look over those games. And down below, when I edit this, there'll be timestamps to everything we look at, including Good Evening, Ladies and Gentlemen, and of course our opening spiel on Midway Treasures 3, as far as how that's going. Okay. So as I mentioned, even though it is only 8 games, at the time I kind of understood a little because there's some pretty heavy hitters in here. We'll go briefly down the list before we start. And Chad, if you have requests on what you want to see first for us to jump into, let me know. Otherwise, I'll start with what I have the show tagged with. That being Hydro Thunder, because this is a classic game compilation, and with a couple exceptions, Twitch does not allow classic game compilations to be categorized as a game for some reason. But they did for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection. I don't know how they missed that. Maybe just put on everything. I want to give indication of Midway Treasures 3. But then again, it also means that on the Twitch site, you can jump quickly to what you want to see. And also for the YouTube site, I'll have linkages going on anyway as far as timestamps and all that stuff. But if you don't have any cases, we're going to probably start at the top with Hydro Thunder. But of what we have on this, we have Hydro Thunder. This is sort of porting the Dreamcast version that came out in 1999. San Francisco Rush 2049. This is also porting the Dreamcast version from 2000, Off-Road Thunder, San Francisco Rush, The Rock Alcatraz Edition, which is the enhanced version of San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, Stun Runner, Badlands, which is a very obscure game that I think this is one of its only home ports. In particular with Stun Runner and Badlands, actually with most of the games in this now I'm realizing. The only game that has been modern ported that are, as far as this list, is Ironman, Stewart, Super Off-Road. That's the only one that's been ported. But also we have its Track Pack, which adds new courses and dune buggies, and also Race Drivin, which is the follow-up to Hard Drivin that we played a couple years ago in Midway Nintendo 2. Game I had a lot of fun making fun of, but also case as far as how that was. Kind of digging in and understanding what they're really doing. But before we start, I'm going to briefly go into a couple things as far as how this is. Because, as I mentioned, this was developed by Digital Eclipse, but GameStar from China also helped. As far as the creative director on this game, or this collection, it is Trent Ward from Digital Eclipse. He's the creative director on Midway Nintendo 2 that we played before, as well as Spyro 2, Season of Flame for the Game Boy Advance, Sonic Rivals for the PSP, Namco Museum 50th Anniversary, which is on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, and came out around the same time this did. As well as the creative director and designer on Tron 2.0 Killer App for the Game Boy Advance, which is, I guess, a sort of a port or a changed version of Tron 2.0 Killer App, which was the console version of Tron 2.0 from the PC. But within that, it actually kind of is a classic game compilation of itself, because it has Tron, the old arcade game from 1982, and also Tron Deadly Discs on the cartridge. But he was involved as far as that, and Midway was involved, but it was particular Midway San Diego, because a lot of the people over there worked on some of the games in this. Specifically, Tom A. Hall, he did the story of Duke Nukem 2 on the PC going back in the day, as well as level design and creative director of the Commander Keen games from id Software, the first 5 of those. He also directed Wolfenstein 3D for id Software. He's creative director on Doom, the 2005 version of Narc, and he did design and writing of the 2005 remake of Area 51, another Midway game. Next to those last two, we did show videos of them in Midway Treasures 2, which did come out the same year. But unfortunately, this one, yeah, that's the weird thing, is that the only video in this is of Ed, Edd and Eddy Mis-Edventures. I'm not going to talk shit about Ed, Edd and Eddy, or I haven't played the game, so I don't know about that in particular. But it seems like it's weird that they're going to be putting that in as far as a classic game compilation like this. But, I don't know, maybe then there are kids who are fans of Ed, Edd and Eddy, so like, oh wow, I get to understand what Hydro Thunder is. Maybe that was one of you out there in the audience, and I definitely am not against that idea, for sure. But alright, I think with that, we're going to get ourselves started. Let me also get the notes going, because as I said, I got 8 pages of notes, because I want to make sure to talk about every single thing in this. Basically, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to be covering for the fact that there's not necessarily a whole lot of content, although it is one thing, I guess we're going to the last argument, I guess you can make. And I can make this too, which is the fact that the games. Honestly, for a collection, does it necessarily matter if you have a lot of bells and whistles if the games aren't good? And the answer is no. The games really are going to sell a collection. And as far as this collection in particular, as far as the games themselves, I would say Hydro Thunder and San Francisco Rush 2049, and sort of San Francisco Rush original, and definitely Super Off-Road. These are cases where these are worth buying this thing for alone. But also question emulation, how that goes in particular. So that's a little bit of an idea, but we'll see how it goes. But I do have all the notes for everything, and also the Nintendo 64 games we got coming later. But alright, first thing we're going to do is we're going to adjust the audio. I did actually have to do some audio checks for quite a bit of time to get this set. I actually just finished this like 15 minutes before the show. Let's see. Let me just make sure I get the numbers on everything I'm going to go. We are going to start with Hydro Thunder. We have shown this before briefly. Okay, 24.3 on the number. Okay. First off on the list, as I mentioned, is Hydro Thunder. We did show this when we did our Dreamcast Racing Showcase. We'll link to that below in our link list for the video as well. But yeah, they took the Dreamcast version and ported it over to this sort of, kind of. The game itself came out on February 1st of 1999 in the arcades, and it was ported to Dreamcast at the launch on September 9th, 1999. It then got ported to Nintendo 64 and PC, or I did get PC ported on April 6th of 2001, and on Nintendo 64 in March 6th of 2000, and also on PlayStation the same day. As far as the idea of this one, just was briefly go into stuff, because the only thing on bonus content is you also have controller setup, which worth pointing out, you cannot change the button mapping. So if you do not like the fact that in this collection, you have to use gas on the R and the L buttons, or R for the gas and L for the brake, yeah, you can't change that, unfortunately. And the other versions are the same way. But you can also turn the rumble on or off. I do have the wired GameCube controller set up for this, so I can run the rumble, because it is nice to have. And you also have saving and loading of your records and scores and any unlocks you get. and auto-saving as well. As far as bonus content, it's basically just going to be explanation of the game, kind of validating everything I'm saying, sort of, but also giving a look at what these arcade cabinets looked like, with one exception. And we'll have to look at it in another way on this collection. It's bizarre. But anyway, for this game, also, the other thing I'm going to mention, because we're seeing here as far as the background, like when it came around, how to run for multiplayer, and then hardware. With hardware, I'm going to be going into the arcade boards that all these games ran on. And I'm also going to link below to a website called System16.com. They are one of the best resources I could find online for anything you want to know about any arcade board. If you have a favorite arcade game of any kind, going all the way back to the beginning of time, you go over there, and I would suggest doing that because you get to take a look and see like what made some of these games that you either love or maybe don't love run. How were they designed? What would the board look like? And in this case, they gave me a lot of information on top of what the game already is giving us. In a sense, with Hydro Thunder, we'll talk about the arcade board, which is, it was built on the Quicksilver 2 board in particular. We'll talk about that a little later because they got another game of theirs that has usage of that. The way they set this up, it's a boat racing game. It has a stereo sound going out of the seats when you sit down and use the steering wheel, and a subwoofer in the seats. So basically your ass is going to be shaking as far as that audio, and it's lovely. I remember the first time I played this, I was out with my family at a restaurant one night, and they had this machine there. I said, ooh, I want to play this. And I was like, ooh, this game is a lot of fun. It's unique. It's also the case that when you get a game over, it costs $1 for the machine, but they also give you half off for putting in more money. So in that case, that's how they get you to put in more money, saying, not just a case of saying, hey, this game is fun, I'll put more money in, but saying that, hey, this game is fun, and by the way, half off if you, either free race if you win, or half off if you do not win. Yeah. In this case, you're driving boats around across a group of areas, but you also have turbocharged elements going on with it, so you have your mighty hull. So that means you can pick up boosts, and you can boost into areas to get yourself going faster, or to crash into other boats, or to crash into other stuff as well. You have a bunch of boats, and you have a lot of different areas as far as the tracks you go, one of which is exclusive to the console versions, but is not in this one, despite the fact that it's modeled after the Dreamcast release in particular. Also, this is what we're going to get. The most extras we're going to get on these games are going to be the cell sheets. I do like the fact that we see the cell sheets because it does show the idea of what these machines look like, and also saves me edits from putting in saying, what do these machines look like? Well, here we are as far as it. Unfortunately, I can't get rid of the guide there saying move, zoom in, and out, and back. But yeah, full throttle adrenaline rush with Hydro Thunder, which was available in 25-inch and 39-inch cabinets. Here it is, right over there. You're seeing what this is all about. As they mentioned, these were 2 players to a cabinet, but you can link up to 4 of those to have 8 players going on at the same time. And how this worked is you have a steering wheel, but because these are boats, you might be able to see it over there. I'll zoom in. Over there on the right, that red lever over there. Basically, that is your gas. Basically, you push it forward in order to do accelerating, or you pull back in order to brake. And then there's a little button on the left-hand side. You press that and use that for turbo. So as you get that going, you get the turbo going, you're basically pushing forward on your right hand, and then on your left hand, you're steering. It works terrifically well. Unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of the home ports, most of them do not have a method of playing that way. I mean, on the Dreamcast, you could use the racing wheels that came out for it with the game, but there's not really a control option that lets you mimic that arcade setup. Sort of. Well, on the Dreamcast, there is sort of a setup where if you press up and down on the analog stick or the D-pad, you can control gas and brake that way. But it's not quite the same. Honestly, the only version that really emulates that well is on the PlayStation. Because the PlayStation version is the only one that has dual analog control. So in that case, you steer with the left analog stick and you control your braking and gas on the right. You're pressing up and down. I actually want to get the PlayStation version for that very reason alone, despite the fact that I own it on the Dreamcast. And actually, it's worth pointing out, the PlayStation version also has an exclusive season mode. And on Nintendo 64, the other thing it has unique is it has 3- and 4-player multiplayer. It's only 2-player as far as the other ones. And the frame rate really sucks in the multiplayer as far as the Dreamcast version, I'll say that. And this version, unfortunately. But having said that, it's something that has an option as far as it for Nintendo 64 players. But here's the machine, and here's what they tell you what's going on. You'll be the master of the waterways when you're at the helm of Hydro Thunder. Turbocharged super boat racing game. We have all other racing games scattered in its wake. And you go across many different areas, many different water conditions, and you react with the boat with 3D surroundings, and you rumble the engine going on because of the subwoofer in the seats. There you go. Adding intensity to a game so realistic, the beginning advanced players lag with standing line for a chance to feel the full throttle adrenaline rush the only game like Hydro Thunder can give them. And I will tell you, if you ever find this game in the arcade somewhere, do everything you can to play this game. This game is amazing. And in particular, that is absolutely the best way to play it in particular. As far as the home release, well, it's good on the Dreamcast, but it does have problems with frame rate. We'll point out on the Xbox in this collection, the frame rate in this game is awful. I don't know what happened. It's like 15 FPS even in single player, which is less than the Dreamcast game was. And then you go in two player, and it's even worse. Because the frame rate was already bad in the two player on Dreamcast. In that case, it's unplayable. It's unplayable either way. But on the Gamecube, and from what I've seen in videos on PlayStation 2, not a problem. So with Hydro Thunder, we're going to still start on this one. Your controls, as I mentioned, are R button for gas, left trigger for reverse, steering on D-pad or analog stick, boosting is on A button, and then camera on the X button. Particularly, we'll get to start, and we're going to go play. As far as the home version that came out, it was Eurocom, the late great Eurocom Entertainment Software who made it. They started in 1988, and they unfortunately closed in 2012 after the release of 007 Legends. It's also kind of a little bit of a melancholy time to think that, because this past week was the release of the first James Bond game since they made 007 Legends, that being 007 First Light. But yeah, this is a great company as far as stuff when it came to porting arcade games. You're going to see a lot of that tonight, by the way. Particularly for some of those Nintendo 64 games I've got. But as far as stuff they made, their first game was Magician for the NES. They also made the NES version of James Bond Jr., apparently way better than the Super Nintendo one from what I've gathered. As well as the Game Boy and Game Gear versions of Earthworm Jim, Family Feud for the Sega Genesis, and 3DO. I think that actually was the first game of theirs I ever played, particularly the Genesis version. As well as Hercules Action Game for the PlayStation, which is based on the Disney movie from 1997. As well as Duke Nukem 0 Hour for Nintendo 64, 40 Winks for PlayStation and later Nintendo 64, Crash Bash for PlayStation, 007 Nightfire for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, the game based on Batman Begins for the consoles, and co-development on Dead Space Extraction for Wii, in particular. As I mentioned, on the console versions, there's an exclusive track called Catacomb. It ain't in this one, in particular. We're seeing the idea like where we're going across all these areas and get this very high-power music going on. Almost sounds like a movie. You're going on this great adventures. They're driving through Lake Powell and seeing the great reflections on the water. This game is quite a fun time, in particular. As far as that music, I may as well mention that it is Orpheus Hanley who did the music you were hearing. He also did the music for the Nintendo 64 conversion of Cruis'n USA, the 3DO version of Fun and Games, Castle of Dr. Brain for the PC, Space Quest 4, King's Quest 6, Robotron 64 for Nintendo 64, and Ready to Rumble Boxing. And the game is directed by Steven Rannick, who did programming on Cruis'n USA for Nintendo 64 and technical direction on NBA 2K8, NBA 2K19, and NBA 2K20. As well as H2 Overdrive, which is this game's arcade-only sequel that was not made by Midway, but was published by Raw Thrills. That's the company of Eugene Jarvis's. We're going to see a little bit tonight, by the way. And in his case, he said, oh, yeah, we have an unofficial sequel to this, which apparently plays the same way. I've never played it. Unfortunately, I've never seen it in the wild. I'd love to play it, and I'd love to see it in the wild. Maybe, if you know where it is, let me know. I'd like to go there. I'll even get on a plane if you ask me to. Take a play of that. He also was the producer on Metal Arms Glitch in the System for PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. And he's the general manager on Lego 2K Drive, which unfortunately is going to be shut down very soon. I hate to say it. But that being said, we're also seeing this. Yeah, you do get some wildlife because you're saying, like, yeah, they're the polar bears, not the Coca-Cola polar bears. I guess Midway couldn't afford them. And keep that in mind when we get to San Francisco Rush 2049, not for Coca-Cola, for something else. Yeah, this game is awesome, and I definitely want to show it off. So let's get going. Hit start button. You get them going, Hydro Thunder! And also get loading. It's worth pointing out the loading is also different between the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox versions. On the Xbox, it loads horribly. But then again, other games in this load faster on the Xbox. I don't understand. As far as your settings, you have cases of being able to take a look at best times going on. You have 1 or 2 player. Don't play this in 2 player. The frame rate is horrible, no matter what version you play it on. And the only other options here are audio. You basically change the setup as far as the music and the sound effects. I have it set up that way so you'll see everything, or hear everything, I should say, going on. Because there's some good stuff you're going to hear, but sometimes the audio mixing on these is very weird. But I was going to get going on 1 player, going the Hydro Thunder Racing Association.
Choose your track.
Okay. You have a bunch of tracks that we're pointing out as you go along. You have to get first place on each of these to unlock the others. When you get first place, they're darkened in terms of their name when they're on the list. There's also a code you can put in, I'll mention it a little later, that lets you unlock everything. So you have your easy tracks of Thunder Park, Lost Island, and Arctic Circle, your medium tracks of Greek Isles, Lake Powell, and the Far East. The hard tracks, which they say are for Yeah, I love that. The Ship Graveyard, the Venice Canals, and the New York Disaster. And then after that, you unlock, on console, 4 bonus stages, in the arcade version, 3. On the console, you have Catacomb, that's not in this one. I don't know why it isn't, because this is pouring the Dreamcast game. We have Nile Adventure, which is insanely hard. You have Hydro Speedway, which is a lap-based case, and Castle Von Dandy, also a lap-based case. For this, last time we looked at this on the Dreamcast, we looked at Lost Island, we looked at Lake Powell, we did look at Nile Adventure, and we looked at New York Disaster. I think I'll pick some new stuff that we didn't look at. Let's go to Arctic Circle.
Choose your boat.
Yeah, and you get your boats. They also go with tiers along with the tracks. So in that case, you have your first 3 of easy of Damn the Torpedoes, Midway, and Misbehave. You have your medium ones of Banshee, Tidal Blade, and Thresher. There's the hard boats. If you're going to be driving those, well,
You're crazy.
I love that too. That Midway style, as far as them kind of being edgy as far as the idea, but also really working well. You have Cutthroat, you have Rad Hazard, and you have Razorback. And you have bonus boats you can pick up, particularly the Chumdinger, which is a guy in his fishing boat with his dog over there who barks at everybody. Blowfish, which is a hovercraft. Armed Response is basically the Coast Guard coming in. And Tiny Tanic, which is another take on the Titanic, which... Oh, look at that again. Oh, okay, I thought I saw the texture pop in on that one when you switch between it. Also, we're pointing out this game does fix the problem that the Dreamcast version had, where it actually had the water superimposed wrong, so you actually see it on the bottom of the screen, but this version fixes that. So for the purpose of what I'm going to show, let's take a look at... I'm going to show Misbehave, because Misbehave is a boat that definitely goes well when it comes to flying through the air. And get ready to go on racing. What you want to do for a quick start, hold the brake down, wait till it goes to go, and hit the gas, and you would jump and get the super starts. Alright, just keep holding that R button down and keep driving. Pick up a boost, your booster's deployed. Hit the A button to shoot it, but it goes beep, beep, beep when it's running out. You don't want it to run out because because otherwise your boost is going to go away, and it does take some time for it to come back. So what I would say to do is basically do boosting, and when you hear the beep, 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 basically it's going on those fast beeps, stop boosting, because it'll just be set as far as going about it this way. In this case, just keep going down the way. You are seeing some pop-up going on, but not too bad. In this case, also going to do a jump. Hit the brake, and then hit the boost button. That's on A. So basically, you hold down the L button, and then you hit A. Based on how long you hold the A button down as far as the boost, you go higher. In that case, let's just take a shortcut. Whoa, look at that. Yeah, you're going crazy. I love it. In this case, also, I have the booster set, and as we're pointing out, the blue boosters give you 4 seconds worth of boost. The red ones give you 9 seconds. You basically want to get as many of these cannons. Yeah, fuck the Titanic. You're going away. And basically just have that you pretty much boost during the race, or at least have access to that as you go. In this case, Misbehave is a perfect boat for this, because Misbehave glides from you really, really well. The stats in many of the boats are kind of hard to ascertain, but I do know that part. In that case, we're sliding down the ice. Whoop. But it's awesome. Yeah, time extension. And they tell you past time so far. In this case, you do make a jump through this, so... Boom, there we go. It does take some time to get that jump down, and even on my practice before we did the show tonight, I didn't think I had it down completely. It's honestly easier to do in the arcade, because basically what you do is just pull the lever back and then just hit the button. But you do have to have some boost in order to do it. So but finish line, dead ahead. We win? Yeah, you are in the lead, and we won. Also, if you do want to unlock all the courses, you type that in. You type in !PB when you get a best time of any kind on a course. But in that case, we won. Fantastic. That's what I like to see. Alright, so we're going to put on our initials as far as that and go on. We'll go on to another race. There you go. If you do press !PB as far as on anything on this, you don't unlock all the tracks and all the cars. And given how hard this game gets, you might want to do that. It's also one of those cases where you basically have to go through every single shortcut on a course if you're going to make it. And that can be a little bit of an annoyance, because this game is a case where you can sometimes run a perfect race and, yeah, you won't win. But I'll show off one of each. We'll do it the same way we looked at this the first time.
Choose your boat.
And each time I'll pick the levels boat as far as something. Banshee, Tidal Blade, and Thresher. Let's run Banshee. I also showed different boats than we showed last time. We should do this as a full show, although if we do, I don't think I'm going to be a case of saying, hey, I'm just going to have going through unlocking everything. I don't know if I can make that happen. Alright. Also, it is a little loud as far as how it is. I did adjust the volume as much as I can as far as how that is, but sometimes it does get a case where the way the audio mixing is strange. So, and which I guess goes to the idea of how's it come to, you know, emulating some of these arcade games. Sometimes it's hard for them to figure out. In fact, one of the games I have on Nintendo 64 is a case where Digital Eclipse had trouble doing that as recently as last year. To the point where actually, I'll mention what it is because I mentioned it on past shows, it's Mortal Kombat 4. In the case of that one, they said, well, we actually had to really rush to get it going for that Mortal Kombat Legacy collection we made. And then in that case, they basically said that we actually could not put it on the physical card on Switch and Switch 2. It is physical on those consoles, but that part of it is not. So you have to go online and download it. Whereas the other ones are not, in case we had to do that for some reason. And they also developed the Game Boy Color version of Mortal Kombat 4, which is a hilarity from what I've seen. But I don't have it. In this case, we're going on our nice Greek island adventure. I do love the way it looks. There's a lot of diverse areas you're going to. It's almost like going all across the world as far as some of these things. That's kind of a theme with a lot of Midway stuff. So there's a boost there. Whoop! There we go. Fantastic. And this game's so much fun. If you do not have a version of Hydro Thunder, I would suggest getting this console, or this collection, I should say. As I said, do not get it on the Xbox. When you get, if you want this for Hydro Thunder, for the love of God, do not get it on Xbox because it's emulated shit. And I don't know why I didn't notice that. In that case, just sliding down the way. But even the way I'm going, it seemed like it's pretty good, but in that case, I'm only in 6th place. And the Dolphins, the Dolphins. Alright, but I got 5th place. Alrighty, so yeah, this is a pretty good game as far as how it is, and that's, as I mentioned, the thing about this collection that's going to be interesting to go into. As I said, as far as a collection, I'm very mixed on it, especially compared to the other Midway Treasures releases. But the other thing about it to say is that the games of this game that are good are really good. And we didn't look at the ship graveyard, so let's go there. But I said, you also have to be careful about which version you get, and honestly, it was one of those things. I was also almost toying about saying, let's look at the Xbox version on top of this. But I said, no, we gave Xbox its turn last time with Midway Treasures 2. So in this case, it's GameCube. In this case, Nintendo. I said, let's just go Nintendo all the way on this one in particular. So it's basically a compilation show, but also a, what is it? A bit of a showcase as well. Hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. We're doing our annual compilation show. We're finally back with Midway, looking at Hydro Thunder within Midway Treasures 3. I'm playing on the GameCube also, because there's not a whole lot of games in this and not many extras. I have a bunch of Nintendo 64 games set of arcade ports of Midways. So good to see you tonight. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you're liking our return to Midway. I know it's been a while. It's been 4 years since we did Midway Treasures 2, but we're going to come back to this and the GameCube's getting its turn when we get there. This is probably the best version. I have it on Xbox as well, but I would say GameCube probably the way to go. Sort of. If you ever don't remember memories full on Hydro Thunder or anything we're showing, and also if you have requests on things you want to see next, feel free to go into it. I know you talked Hydro Thunder. We've shown Hydro Thunder on the show before, but it's a case where we probably should come back to this for a full show, which I have it on the Dreamcast, but I also have this version as well, which is mostly the same. One of the tracks from the Dreamcast release is missing. That being said, we're going through the ship graveyard. Whoa, right, crap, I gotta go this way. I've not actually driven the ship graveyard in... God, it's been a long time since I played this course. Yeah, I did play this game a lot back in the Dreamcast era, but it's been a while since I played it. But yeah, in that case, use the Mighty Home boost out of the way. And also, it looks a lot cleaner how we're showing this, because I basically bought a new Wii for the purpose of this. I said, I don't have one that runs GameCube as far as it sets up. Let me get a box of this so I can show this with component cables. So in that case, 480p for Hydro Thunder. Why not? I'm down with that shit. Let's go. Woo. I couldn't do the jump right. But woohoo! Okay, there you go. There's the sunken ship. Oh, I hit the top of it. But there's a shark. Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Although, the shark will not bite your way down, so there's something to be said about that. But, alright, the dark and stormy night going on here. I own this collection on Xbox back in the day. Okay, question for you as well. I bought it on the Xbox initially. Then my Xbox broke. And since it's not backwards compatible with Xbox 360 or any of the later Xbox consoles, I couldn't actually play it. I wanted to do a case of showing my coworkers Race Drivin because it's hilarious. Like Hard Drive it was, that we saw 4 years ago. But having said that, I said, well, alright, I'm gonna get it on this. But also question, do you remember Hydro Thunder running as badly as I got the sense it was when I did my checks as far as before we did the show? And also, I don't know if this makes a difference. I have the promotional copy that I think, although I couldn't find evidence of, was given away with pre-orders of LA Rush on PS2 and Xbox. I don't know, does that have something to do with it? Because I looked up on the PS2, I said, well, does the PS2 have this problem? Because it runs like 15 FPS on the Xbox, even in single player. And I know on, oh yeah, we're not quitting yet, particular. From what I remember, I think it ran fine. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it was the retail release? I think. I don't know. But, I mean, I almost want to put in footage of the Xbox version, pull the Xbox out. You know, let's show off Castlevania Danny, as it is. But it was kind of weird, because I was looking around it, because I said, all right, we're doing it on the Gamecube. I said, is it me, or is there something different on this? We didn't show arm response, so yeah, this is for the Coast Guard. We're going to go out as far as them. Yeah, maybe, because I would have thought it would have been fine. Maybe it's something where I have heard this with certain games. I don't know if this is one of them. That sometimes different copies of a game had problems with certain things that other ones didn't. I don't know if this had different revisions. I know Banjo-Tooie on Nintendo 64 apparently was a game like that, where, from what I understand, the frame rate on that game is apparently better in certain copies. But I don't know if that's what it is, or maybe it's something that was... I don't know. I'm not sure what to say as far as it's particular. I've been messing with Xbox emulation on the Steam Deck. Or, okay, here's another thing also. Do you think maybe they made it better as far as emulation of that? Because I've noticed, and one thing also about, speaking of emulation, this is a collection that actually they had to rebuild one game in particular off of this from scratch. That was San Francisco Rush, the Rock Alcatraz edition. In particular, they actually could not rebuild it for this, so they said we have to reprogram this completely. But I know, actually, last year, Off-Road Thunder, which is one of the games in this, that was a case where they finally cracked the emulation of that. But also, I guess, when it comes to the emulation scene, especially now, especially if you think about this, it's been 21 years since this game came out on PS2, Gamecube, and Xbox. And maybe there's stuff about this that they figured, you know? So far, the games I've tested do work, as far as within this collection or anything else as far as the original Xbox is concerned as well. And also, for that matter, what are the games that are necessarily trouble spots? Because I know there's something that was brought up and worth going into this, because I know the next Xbox console, the Project Helix, they're saying they're going to go back and do some stuff with backwards compatibility for games that they didn't do or didn't get to before they stopped it 5 years ago. But maybe they're going to do other stuff now. Particularly the Xbox games I emulate. Gotcha. Okay. I'm wondering what are trouble spot games as far as how that console is, and somehow I'm winning. And somehow I won. Okay, I don't know how that happened. Okay, I'll take that. Fair enough as far as the idea of that one. Because honestly, I'm honestly not sure what the original Xbox scene is looking like. Outside of maybe, I don't know, when they were saying what was weird on 360 they were trying to emulate, I guess. In particular, also, I was playing Yakuza Kiwami and Front Mission Remake. Oh yeah, the Front Mission Remake. That was Forever Entertainment who made that. And Yakuza Kiwami, yeah, I have the Xbox One version of that one. Front Mission, I haven't played Front Mission, any of them. How you liking those? I like Yakuza Kiwami as far as I'm playing, and also is the... no, wait a second. No, Zero they remastered. Okay, not Kiwami. Kiwami didn't get remastered, in particular. As is. What are you thinking of those? Yeah, let's do one more. Like, if you got a request of where you want to go as far as one last run with Hydro Thunder before we go to something else. And also, for that matter, what do you want to see is that something else next, in particular. I also, by the way, have some games I know you wanted to see as far as on the Nintendo 64 lot here, in particular, because I have War Gods. I know you mentioned that at one point. And I'm trying to think of other things you've mentioned I got on the stack. Yeah, you're also hearing the cartridge clacking, so it gives you the sense that, actually, no, I do actually have them in particular. We're going full actual system case on this because I said, well, I have these. I may as well get these running in particular. Yeah, I think you've also said about how good a game Hydro Thunder is in particular. As far as when we get to War Gods, I don't know if I'm going to be good at that because I put on easy, I was gotten my ass kicked. And it's something where I bought that too many games last year, but a case where I haven't necessarily played a whole lot. I'd say Front Mission is a very difficult game. Even with higher levels, the enemy still wipes the floor. I heard that going back in particular. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight for our classic game compilation for May in particular. I'm playing on an easy. Maybe a good sense of that makes sense. Yeah, we're looking at Midway Treasures 3. We're looking at Hydro Thunder. Since Dolly Finn, you just got here, we're not leaving you hanging with Hydro Thunder. If you don't have a request, let's go to Lost Island. Unless you're saying, no, I want to go somewhere else. or feel free to say we want to check one more place out, and then we'll go. We're doing a bunch of Midway games, in particular in Midway Nintendo 3 for Gamecube, but then we're also running a bunch from Nintendo 64 because there's not a whole lot of cases. I always play everything on easy. Although, yeah, fair enough, that idea, because, yeah, just to go into this, because it just jumped on, it was ElecVerse mentioning Front Mission, the remake of Front Mission, which is if you never played it, it's a game from Square from the PlayStation 1, where what you do is it's a real-time, oh no, it's not a real-time strategy game, it's a turn-based strategy game, like a Fire Emblem or something, where in that case you have to kind of order tanks and troops around to win a battle, but it's really difficult from what I've understood. Well, I've never played it, but it's something where it also gives you options. I guess that remake also gives you options. Which I've heard pretty interesting things about the remake as far as it being pretty good. Although I haven't played it yet. Yeah, knock him off. That's the other thing about Hydro Thunder in particular. That's the idea. Just knock him off with your Mighty Hull using the boost. Is this the game in the arcade where you sit on the jet ski? Well, this one you sit in a seat. There's a subwoofer underneath. But as far as the ones where you sit on the jet ski, there's Wave Runner, that's by Sega. You sit on a jet ski on that one. There's Aqua Jet, which is by Namco, which has a home version. I am so happy they got a home version. It's on Switch too, and you bet I bought it the day it came out, where you stand on like a jet ski setup. Outside of that, I'm trying to think of other jet ski games. It was Wave Runner. Okay, yeah, from Sega. That never got a home port, although I'd like to think, unless there's a license question on that, maybe one of the Like a Dragon Yakuza games can get that, because those games basically are becoming Trojan horses for Sega arcade game emulation, which I love that they're becoming it, in particular. I never heard of Wave Runner. Okay, Wave Runner, it's not something was as widely around as far as big Sega Deluxe cabinets in the 90s in particular, compared to something like Top Skater. But what Wave Runner is, it is a case where you kind of sit down on a jet ski. It was like 96, I think, that came out, where you basically do a sit down on that and you're basically racing around. It's a lot of fun. I played Aquajet more, admittingly, but Wave Runner is a fun one, and it's something I think one of these days we're probably going to have that in one of the Yakuza games. That is, unless it's like Top Skater, where they have the references to Coca-Cola in particular. It's a cool one. I mean, I recommend taking a look at it if you can find it. I was even asking as far as, before we start on the show, I said, because this game is a sequel as far as Hydro Thunder. You know what? I'm going to do one more. Chat, do you have a choice on where you want to go? And then I promise we'll move on to something else, because we can't be playing Hydro Thunder all night. At least not yet. Until we do it for a dedicated show. Then we will. But I would think eventually we get a case as far as Wave Runner, but also H2 Overdrive. That's the sequel to this game, or a sequel to this game, that was in the arcades. And then we also got the 360 one of Hydro Thunder Hurricane, which you do have, and I would like to show off at some point. I was also kind of bummed that Kiwami does not have any Sega classics. Oh yeah, you're right, it doesn't. I'm thinking, Zero. Right, I'm thinking Yakuza 0 is the one that does. Right, because Yakuza Kiwami is the remake of the first one. Actually, I guess I'm kind of surprised thinking about that, because I think, I'm trying to remember if there was one of them that didn't have arcade games of Sega's in its original release, and then they remade it, and it did. Well, Yakuza 3 did have new games in it, but I'm trying to remember if it had Sega games in the original version. That's the one where it had emergency call ambulance, which is hilarious. Kiwami House is a game where I can pretty much turn my brain off. I mean, I guess so, as far as that, but also I guess enjoying the way the story goes. And honestly, I'll say this. When we get to Yakuza as far as it for Yakuza 1, Kiwami's the way we're playing it. I think it's a top-to-bottom improvement of the original game, because I was not a big fan of it on the PS2, but then when they remade it, I said, yeah, this is really good. And in that case, I stopped resenting the fact that, oh yeah, it's Shenmue if it's sold. I mean, I love Shenmue, but it's still a case of saying that I eventually then learned to stop being upset about that and say, like, oh man, this game's awesome. Okay, yeah, aside from the casino, I'm not that big on the minigames like I was with Like a Dragon. Yeah, because I think it is a lot of the ones that were in Yakuza on the PS2, and I think it was on the Wii in Japan, if I remember correctly. But I mean, that's the other thing, because a couple weeks ago I did a show where I basically showed off a bunch of games within that Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. I'm liking that game quite a bit in particular. And also some of the stuff that's in that. It has both versions of Tony USA too, so I was very happy to see that. But something where that can be a case of running out that way. I am trying to cut slack though, because there's a remake of a game on the PS2. That's true, although then again, remember, I mean, we'll go to the Far East because I practice so much on my practice, and then we'll move on. And if you have a suggestion of what you want to see next on Midway Nintendo 3, let me know. And for this, also, Dog, I know you love your dogs, so we're going to take the Chumdinger. It's a guy in a sailboat with a doggy who's going to bark when you pass by people. But yeah, because remember, Shenmue had classic games that was on the Dreamcast. So, but then again, the thought of saying, hey, maybe Yakuza 1 would have done that. But then they got into that, and in that case, in some ways, I sometimes want to play those games for that reason, which is always maybe a wrong reason. It's like, you should be playing the Yakuza Like a Dragon games for that very reason, for the reason of playing for the game. You're right. Also, I have a rocket, by the way, on my fishing boat, which is hilarious. But having said that, it's something where that kind of got me excited. I mean, when they ported Emergency Call Ambulance into Yakuza 3's remake, or Yakuza Kiwami 3, I was like, oh my god, yes, this game is hilarious. I've actually never played it, but I was showing Gemini 96 and he was hysteric, saying, this is hilarious. You're basically driving an ambulance around and you're trying to save people from dying. Because you don't get to the hospital in time, they die, but if you bounce too much, their EKG meter is going to go too high, or is going to go weird and they're going to flatline. I was like, yeah, you lose then. It's like, no, you got to be careful. And also in my case, when they ported Daytona USA 2 into Like a Dragon, the main race's name, that was one. I was like, oh my god, thank you, Sega. I'm so happy that we got that. Alright, in this case, we're taking a massive shortcut in particular. I pretty much been doing side quests as far as it, and that's a great case as far as that game, or really a lot of games, because it's something where the side quests in their way are so much fun that they can become a selling point of the game, or also a case of saying that, hey, I can go to the plot eventually, but then it's a case where I just want to play some of the mini games. I just want to do some stuff like that. We had that when we played Shenmue for the show, because we really, Dolly Finn was in when we played the first part 1. We were playing darts, like, oh god, we love Shenmue darts. Like, yeah, Shenmue darts is amazing. And the same case with Yakuza and Like a Dragon, really kind of in a way picking up where Shenmue left off. Although Shenmue did kind of pick up as far as it for Shenmue 3, and it's getting remade later this year. He's definitely waiting for the case. But alright, there you go. There's our doggy. Alright, so we do have a rocket there, but yeah, we didn't win. That's okay. Yeah, they seem to blend together, though. I mean, I guess that can also be a case saying what that is, the question of like where the variety is. There's that new Stranger Than Heaven. That's the new game that's by the people who made Like a Dragon. That's not going to be tied to it. I know they showed it last year at the Summer Games Fest, and they're probably going to show it this week, or next week, I should say. Maybe the case of saying they're going to want to vary that around. Okay. So in that case, we're done with Hydro Thunder. That game is awesome. So clearly, I love it if I've been playing it much longer. You also have autosave. Also, if you have more saves going on, hit yes, and you get your saves going on. Okay. So as far as the other games in this collection, chat, do you have a request? We have San Francisco Rush 2049. We have Off-Road Thunder. We have San Francisco Rush, The Rock, Alcatraz Edition. Stun Runner, which your ears are going to be hurting you on that one, I think. Badlands. Race Drivin, which is hilarious. For all the wrong reasons, yes. And Super Off-Road, and the track pack of Super Off-Road. And as far as extra content, the only thing we have is the trailer of Ed, and Eddy, the Mis-Edventures. We will show that, and we'll also show the credits in particular. Yeah, a lot of the side quests as far as Yakuza Kiwami seem to be the same, but with different characters. No, I understand that idea, saying that the idea of where they first started, where that was looking like, but then saying where they varied up a little later. I know some of the later ones do that. But Chad, if you have a request, feel free to let me know, and we'll go to the next game. As far as, I mean, we could go down the line as far as it, but if there's something you want to see right now, feel free to let me know, and then I will swap off to it, and I'll also update the window of Twitch to get a sense of what the game is. Also taking a bit of water, because, like, yeah, we definitely need it as far as, not that it's too hot, but also a case of saying, let's get that set. Stun Runner is the one where you drive through the tube shooting stuff. Yes, it is. You want to see that? Also, if you do want to see that, I want to make sure that I got the audio on this one right. This game also is loud. You're going to hear that. Yes, you got it. Let's take a look at Stun Runner. Okay, couple things first. Let me update the name of the game here, just to get this set. What's your experience? Feel free to go on your experience on Stun Runner. Also, with Stun Runner, I have to put in every single period on that, because it is stun as far as short case. I also need to change what the volume on this is, because otherwise I'm going to blare you and your ears are going to be killing you. Because it's not necessarily that well emulated, to be brutally honest. Okay, there we go. So let's talk about Stun Runner then. Okay, so you also have settings for them, which you can run in difficulties of medium, and you continue to skip to next level after 1 retry, 2 retry, all the time, or never. I'm going to run after 1, because we give on default. Let's talk about Stun Runner, or Spread Tunnel Underground Network Runner. It came out on September 11th of 1989 in the US, in the arcade, and in Europe in November of 1989, and Japan got it in December of 1989. It's from Atari Games. It was ported to the Amstrad CPC. It was the Commodore 64, the Atari Lynx, Atari ST, DOS, the ZX Spectrum, and that's about it. And then this collection. And this is its only port in the last... This is the last port of it, which is like over 20 years ago. It was built on the hard driving hardware, in particular the 6810 board, or the 6810 architecture. To point out, this game was designed by... Let's see. I used to play a lot of that and the Rush 2049. Okay, we'll run Rush 2049 next. Rush 2049 is great, although there's issues with the port in this, I'll say that, especially compared to it on the Dreamcast. We'll go into that as is. Although, also benefits to running it on the Xbox. Also, definitely benefits running this on the Xbox, because I said, I get the sense Hydro Thunder's frame rate is awful on the original Xbox. This game runs way better on the Xbox than it does on the Gamecube. You're going to be laughing your ass off looking at this in particular. But anyway, the way this game worked, it is a sit-down, not driving game. Well, it's a driving game, not a racing game, though. But the way this went, it was designed by Ed Rothberg. He was an engineer on Atari Baseball in 1979, as well as Battlezone, Snake Pit, Goalie Ghost, Hard Drivin', Race Drivin', and did technical advising on Killing Time for 3DO, with music by Brad Fuller and Don Dinette? It was a remake of Tunnel Hunt, or at least that was the idea of what they were trying to do with this thing. And basically the idea is that you're going to be going through a futuristic area in the 21st century, and you're going to be going around in a vehicle that runs over 900 miles per hour. A game of speed, but it basically is kind of an on-rail shooter a little bit, as far as how it goes. You have a bunch of areas, and you have to go through them all to get to the ultimate challenge. They also give you tips on how to run over the boots for hyperspeed, avoid areas under construction, don't hit anything, but also shoot things that you can shoot, and that's the idea. I was thinking of Namco arcade games. You ever played Cyber Sled? No, I haven't. Didn't that get a Switch port? Or didn't it get an Arcade Archives release? Or actually, wait a second. Didn't it have... Wasn't that in the loading screen of Tekken on the PlayStation? I thought it was. I've never played that one. I always was curious, and that's one where I was like, I want to do more stuff with Namco, particularly stuff like that, especially because Hamster Corporation, they're porting Namco System 22 games left and right. I don't remember Cyber Sled as one of those, but they're doing tons of ports of those. We might get a modern version of that. If we do, you can bet I will pick it up. Because they've been doing those things left and right, and I'm very happy to see that going on. But here's Stun Runner, just going back to that. This is what the machine looked like. I've never seen this machine. So I never played this in the arcades. I just played it in this collection. You also get shockwaves. You earn those by going around as far as how it is. So this is what it looks like. It is the... I think this is the oldest game in this. Yeah, I think it is, in particular. And we'll feel the power going into this, because this is a game of speeds. They mentioned test drive the future to date, your Atari Games distributor. So there you go. This is it. The Stun Runner prepares for race day. And the ultimate challenge is what you gotta do, so good luck on that one. It's 3D game kind of like Virtual On, but instead of mechs, it's tanks, and it's on PlayStation 1. Right, it's on PlayStation 1. Right. That's one of those I want to look for, I guess, in too many games. How is that on PlayStation? I definitely would love to show it. It's one that I don't tend to hear a whole lot of people talk about it. And honestly, I don't know much about it. I've actually never played it. One I've always been curious about. Alright, quickly, one last thing I'm going to show is the controller setup, of which we have aiming... I guess you can aim your shots. See, this is how much I don't know Stun Runner. And steering on the D-pad or analog stick, and secondary fires on the B button. That's for the shockwave. You can get it firing on A. Particular. It's fun but hard, and I'm determined to beat it at least once. Okay, I think you can do it. I'm pretty sure you probably have more experience to be able to do it in particular. But in that case, we definitely can look at that at some point. I was just curious about Cyber Sled, because I was an early one on the PS1 in particular. Right, here's Stun Runner. Yeah, from Atari Games, so it is the same people, or a lot of the same aspects going on with Paperboy, and I'm trying to think about the Atari Games releases. And you're seeing it going on like crazy like this. You're also seeing the way the frame rate on this is running. It's going nuts. I remember I was showing some of my friends this. I went off with them on vacation, and they said, like, hey, we brought Gamecube because we want to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. But I said, hey, I'm not going to bring game console. We're going to bring a bunch of games on Gamecube. I brought this. I showed them this game. The way this game is emulated, I think, on everything, as also there's a contest, by the way. You cross the contest marker and win a free Stun Runner t-shirt. Offer expires April 1st, 1990. So yeah, there was a contest. I actually did not know that in particular. And also your idea of what you're going to see. You're going to see trains, mag cycles, lorries, and armored drones. See them down, shoot them down for points. But yeah, I was showing my friends this, and you go over the boost, it goes these ring, and also it's really loudly set up in this release. I think it's an emulation question, honestly, for me, although, as I said, I've never actually seen the arcade version of this, and I don't know if it's a case where they can't emulate this, because this is the only version of this that I've seen. Actually, I think this is the only home port of it as far as a direct arcade conversion. I mentioned it was on some home computers at the time, and the Atari ST and things like that, but outside of that, it was just this. Let's take a look at Sunrunner and we'll get going. You have your option where you want to go of novice, intermediate, or advanced. I'll try and show all of them. Why not? Yeah, good luck. It is an interesting case of early polygons running on the same board that, or the same architecture that Hard Drivin and Race Drivin ran. Good luck. But also you have the interface here, which is kind of weird. Now what you do is you move left and right. As far as if you want to cross over the stars, you get them going on your meter there. But yeah, it's a little glitchy how the meter down there works as far as saying my boosts, my kills, and stars. It is kind of smooth as far as the kind of thing this is, but also you get the beep 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 means you need to get to the end quickly, otherwise you're gonna lose. But I got there in time. And when you do, you get to the next area. It's very spacey. In this case, now I get weapons. Also, I can't read what it says over there, but on the video apparently it looks better. Touch boost pads for hyperspeed, triggers for lasers, 3 levels challenge, level 1. Yeah, when I go over the boost pad, it's going to sound very abrasive. I had AJ42 in hysterics saying, like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, there you go, that's it. Yeah, boost pad increases speed. I guess it's also like the gauntlet thing, really, because like with gauntlet, remember, you pick up food and it says, like, eat food to stay healthy, or use keys to open doors. I know the food to stay healthy thing is not the right line. I'll let it down below what the right line is. I should have my game recorder vote for that. In this case, keep going. When you do a boost, as this game is getting insanely choppy when you're outside, and the Xbox version is not like this. ElecVerse, I confirmed that looking at it earlier this week, saying, because I have both versions, at least I get a sense of saying, well, I get to compare, like, why, what's going on, what's different? And the answer is, this is what's going on, and this is why it goes. Woo! We also can go up on the ceiling, which is a nice thing, but also something where I was like, yeah, you gotta be careful. Also, I believe you're sort of, you are invincible when you hit that, to point out. Also say this, am I the only one who misses other Namco classics like Dig Dug and Rally X? Namco's got more than just Pac-Man, honestly, and I know he's the mascot, come on, give other characters a bone. I mean, for God's sakes, Mr. Driller is the father of Dig Dug is the father of Mr. Driller, and he's getting more attention than even his father is. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm kind of surprised, I'll say this. Thinking of other Namco classics, let's talk about that as well as we go. And also, I guess cases of saying, well, with this, I know the licenses are probably weird as anything. Like, where are they going? For this level, as we're pointing out, you'll pick up the green stars. You pick up 11 of them and get to the end of the level, you get the shockwave. I want to get that. Also, you take hits, your wings come off, so be careful. I agree, I'm kind of surprised they didn't make almost like a, I don't know, like a Pac-Man world-like for Dig Dug or for, I mean, they made Dig Dug Digging Strike on DS. They sort of did that. Rally X, I would have thought maybe they would have done something with Rally X saying, hey, let's do, okay, there's new Rally X. I mean, really new Rally X. Also, by the way, those great cars, they're indestructible unless you have the shockwave, so go find it. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting case of thinking, like, wait a sec, what's going on with Namco? It's not like the Miss Pac-Man at Games thing, where, like, they can't make that, unfortunately. Miss Pac-Man's in licensing hell probably forever, I hate to say it. I just didn't make it to the end. I got shockwave. But yeah, good idea. Maybe Namco, if you're listening, cases of seeing stuff of classic Namco characters and maybe give them a game like that. I mean, I know those the metal things that fly through the air in Xevious, they're an enemy in one of the Tales of games, but still I'm saying, like, hey, you know, why don't we have, like, a game with them? Yeah, good idea. I'm kind of surprised they didn't. They didn't, like, mind them. And give Midway this. They would sometimes do that. By the way, when you do get the shockwave on a stage, you go to the next stage, you have it, you hit the B button to use it, or the secondary fire. It will get rid of even armored vehicles. I'm going to show it outside. Watch the frame rate go to hell. Yo, look at that. It's going to single-digit territory. And again, on the Xbox, it was way smoother. So yeah, if you want to play Stun Runner, get the Xbox version of this. If you want to play Hydro Thunder, get the GameCube version of this. This is going to be the theme, I think, of tonight when it comes to Midway Nintendo 3, saying, maybe you got to buy all 3 versions, saying, what's the best place to play these? And they're like, oh, just get the collection. It doesn't matter what console you get it on. Like, I don't know, maybe it does. Especially this game it does, because, yeah, this runs horribly on the GameCube. You'd think it would run better. You would think that this game, more than anything else, would take the frame rate. But it is hilarious, I'll say that. And when I was showing my friends this and my coworkers this, they were laughing like crazy. I mean, because here's the thing. They sometimes expect, I guess, that I'm going to have the answer on some of these old games. And sometimes they don't. Sometimes, like, they ask, like, what is this? Like, I just have a collection of this. I don't really know what it is. I have to sit down and really figure, what am I talking about here? So that's the idea that I think is kind of interesting. They were, way fascinated by this, but first it's like, what's that noise? They thought something was wrong. And as I said, I don't know if that's because of this collection or the game itself. I'll also say this in the gaming world today. Roguelites and roguelites are hot. How about a Tower Draga style like one? I mean, there's that PS2 game, but it's not very good. Okay, yeah, I never played the PS2 game. I know I've talked about the PS2 game before. Yeah, I mean, it means there's another Tower Draga game that, I need to buy. I was mentioning last week saying every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in when it comes to that game. But yeah, you're right, because there's been tons of takes on the Tower Draga in Japan. There is that one. There's the anime, the Aegis of Ulrich, that is not quite an anime. In this case, she also boosts and goes, woohoo! This is also a bonus area, by the way. Basically hit as many of these things as you can and get through as fast as you can. There are no enemies here. This is the end of the easy tier. Yeah, that would be an interesting case. I'll say this. I've shown people the Tower Draga. They've been saying, like, what is this horrible game? And yeah, it's aged badly. I agree with that. But also the case of saying, yeah, a roguelike case, that is actually a great idea. Another $1 million idea from ElecVerse here saying that, turn that into it. Because the Tower Draga kind of is like an early case of a roguelike, in a weird way. I know Medix probably would go for it because he loves roguelites. I know we joked that when I played Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream a couple months ago. It's saying, I love skill tree. I put Medix in the game and we just showed that. And they said that's his catchphrase. Like, he might really like it. Other people might really like it. Maybe the case of saying Namco, they love that franchise. You're saying they ignore other franchises of theirs except for Pac-Man. No, they remember Tower Draga, that's for sure. And also, for this one, when you get a good case of getting a lot of boosts on a boost challenge, they ask you to enter your score and your name now. This is not a game over. It's just a case of saying, hey, you can enter it now, but then when you do get a game over, and I'll go to my game over, and then we'll go on. But in that case, they basically get that set. I honestly think a roguelike game would be perfect for that series. I agree with that. I think that would be an interesting case. Maybe a case of saying, taking a game like that and maybe doing it in a case where nowadays you have modern conventions or something like that. Okay, no. At first I was like, wait, is it turning on its own? Okay, no, it's not. Okay, I like how this looks. It's like a wireframe. Or it's like a bit of a precursor, I guess, to some of the special stages of Knuckles Chaotix for 32X. But for this one on my test, I didn't get past this. Although the frame rate's better here because of the fact there's not as much on the screen. Yeah, I guess as far as, thinking about, like, new twists as far as some of these Midway games, I guess with Sunrunner, what do you think about that? Thinking, actually, maybe, I guess it would be like an on-rail shooter, kind of like this. Actually, I guess then, what do you think about this? Oh, right, I got a shockwave, I'm just using that. But the shockwave does not destroy the frame rate in here, in particular. I don't know, maybe like a Cyber Sled or something like that, as far as how to do something like this. Although, as I said, I don't know where the licenses lies. Because I know Warner Brothers has licenses to a lot of things in Midways, but I don't know if they have it to everything. And this is an Atari Games thing, so I don't know necessarily where this one lies either. Ow. Okay, I crashed, and I'm out of time. Yeah, but a good idea as far as the idea of that. And I would think that maybe Namco would want to do that. Okay, I'm not going to continue, but it does show you also, like, where'd you get, and also how far did you get before you ended. As you know, since we did get to the second area, I'm going to go to the third area to show that. May as well squeeze up as much as we can on this one. or here's an idea, it's thinking about this, because Fantasy World, check. Mythical Monsters, check. You Find Treasure, check. Keys, check. Difficult Challenge, check. Must I say more? No, I think not. But then also the idea of then saying, hey, we make it... Because the idea, I guess, that the Tower Duraga will show the Labyrinth is that the Tower Duraga, because it was made in 1984, it's something that it's insanely archaic and insanely difficult. So nowadays, saying that, think about something like Hades, for example. Those are cases where a game like that really understands how that challenge works and the idea of like how the design of that works to make it insanely fun and not a case where it's like, oh yeah, the walking speed's too slow. I mean, when you really think about it, as I said, that's the funny thing about the Tower Duraga. The idea of like, is it a bad game? Depending on who you ask, yes. In terms of certain things, yes, but also cases of maybe, you know, they had great ideas. I said that when we looked at the Midway Nintendo. No, not the Midway Nintendo. See, I'm doing the reverse now. I said all the time we played the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade. At some point, also say this. I'm gonna try and figure this out for too many games. I really do want to try and get out all of the Namco museums from PlayStation 1 to show off. Basically, do a Let's Play of those. So each month we look at one of them. I just need to get 2, 3, and 4. I have one on the PlayStation at 5. I downloaded on the PS3 before they delisted them. And I still don't understand what the delist on that was doing, but also in this case, yeah, for this one, I'm not doing that great. But this one, I do like the idea that you take different paths. Ouch. Yeah, I agree with that idea. It's saying that, you know, we sometimes talk about the idea of, what's the word I'm thinking of? Redemption of a franchise, redemption of a game, saying that something that maybe was not good before maybe be rethought and maybe turn into something like, wow, we never knew we wanted this, and wow, it's amazing, you know? I mean, it makes more sense also than something like BlazBlue having a roguelike game. Oh yeah, right. Which, that being BlazBlue Entropy Effect. I do like it, but just saying the idea that it makes more sense to go for the Tower Duraga. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something going to Entropy Effect. I haven't played it in particular. At least not yet. But I would think, as I got 6th place, on that one, I don't know if it's a case where they just said, you know, we think... Oh, no, I spelled that wrong. Also, nice thing, when you spell something wrong and you hit something, it basically resets the timer. I'm almost wondering if they just figured, hey, you know, we just want to twist the franchise around. That's what I'm wondering maybe they did as far as that one. Actually, let's go all the way. Let's say super old... Game, where's the M? Where's the M? Looking for the M. I was like, yeah, I know it's in the line. Game S-A-T-U-R. Super Bowl game Satur. Okay, there you go. That's as far as it goes. So it's like Thrill House from The Simpsons saying, I just entered my name of Thrill House, and it's Thrill Ho. There you go. Alright, that is Stun Runner in particular. Maybe better than I thought, but yeah, if you're going to play this as far as in Midway Nintendo 3, play the Xbox version, I would say. Also, I will overwrite these. Yeah, Satur. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't give me one extra letter. Thank God it didn't give me one extra letter. Also, since you mentioned this, we're going to go to San Francisco Rush 2049. Having said that, I do want to turn this one down a bit. That's... Well, actually, no, we'll turn this one up a bit. A little. 24/7. Okay. So... This is a favorite of mine. Having said that, I got problems with this release. Let's see. Or this port. On everything. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, let's talk about San Francisco Rush 2049. This came out in September of 1999 in the arcade. That is not the version that's being ported here. It's by Atari Games. It was built on the 3DFX the 3DFX Voodoo 3 Quantum board, in particular. Basically, Midway was using 3DFX accelerators for the purpose of a lot of the arcade games. And the way this game worked as far as the arcade, I do want to show this because it's a bit different. Oh, not controller setup yet. Also, there's a weird glitch on the Gamecube for this one, which is, I'm scrolling down the list as far as on info, and it's going really fast. This one, I'm holding it down all the way. It's going really slow. This and Off-Road Thunder do that. I do not know why it is. It was built on the Denver hardware, as they called it in particular, for this one. It's the third and final game in the arcades of San Francisco Rush. The last one fully was LA Rush, which was on PS2 and Xbox. As far as this one, they took it in the future. So the idea that San Francisco is going to be looking a little different in 2049. So nowadays, we're only about 23 years away. But there is a 10-way story to this in the sense they say there's a second gold rush. So 200 years after the original one, there was a case of that, and they were excavating gold under the city, and people were racing, and you can also pick up coins and things for the purpose of doing that. Now, okay, let's show you the machine. Also, for some reason, again, it stutters on this screen. I don't know why. And I can't get rid of that banner. I'd love to get rid of that. But there you go. That is the case of San Francisco Rush 2049 of Now, the machine. Let's talk about the arcade machine. Here it is. Worth pointing out, the intro sizzle reel of this game shows footage from the arcade version, even though it was ported in the Dreamcast one. Oops. But anyway, the way this goes, and was interesting in the arcade game, it had like a phone digit case on itself. I wanted to get a better shot of that. Basically, the idea is you join Team Rush, as they called it. You basically put in a player registration, and when you come back to that machine, you're able to have all your unlocks and all your information tracked. So in that case, there you go. You can type your phone number out on this thing. I was telling that to Crusader64 and Chasm22. I said they were questioning the idea of saying, hey, security concerns of games. I said, well, what about this one? I was like, yeah, that sounds totally unsafe. I was like, no, it's totally fine. But here it is. Here's the machine as far as how it goes. With new hardware that delivers twice the frame rate as the previous driving games. So you have your stick and automatic going on. There's the cabinet, so you do get a nice look at what they are. There's a 27-inch VGA monitor with a deluxe attraction marquee, a 5-channel, 5-speaker surround sound for both music and sound. And there you go. That's the look, but also here is the sell sheet saying how Team Rush is, and they give you hints about what you want to do, about finding different things, going different ways, using the clutch in the air to get more air, and also this console version where it has some other unique things in particular. Like a password? Yeah, it is, actually. And I actually did have a machine of this at my local bowling alley when I was growing up. Around like 2001-2. And actually the way it went is a case where I was in part of a bowling league. So actually every week I'd go there at something where I'd play it, but the case where I'd had all my unlocks set. And it just set it on the machine. It basically does have like a password. You basically put it in. And actually there's a lot of Midway games I got on the line on the Nintendo 64 side of things where they give you a save case of what's going on with a PIN number. And actually I know NBA Jam did that in particular. But San Francisco Rush 2049 did that. This is the only game in the franchise that did it, and only the arcade version, not the home version, did that. As far as the home version, it came out on September 6th of 2000 for the Dreamcast and the Nintendo 64 and the Game Boy Color. It's totally different on Game Boy Color, by the way. There's a new method that's in this one. It has wings. That was not in the arcade version originally. Interesting. Yeah, it was really interesting. I remember telling people this. It's like, to join Team Rush, like, what is this? That there's like a phone keypad on this. They said, that's totally not safe. Like, no, it's totally fine. It's not a case, because here's the other thing. When it comes to linking the machines, I'll go back to one aspect of this, going back to that. Did you say as far as like how you have the linked machines? You have right there. That's how they ran multiplayer for that. They basically linked them together, but it's not a case where it's connected to like an internet connection. So it's not a case where you're typing in your digits and then it's going off and is being used somewhere to trace you. Or I was thinking the thing of The Simpsons where they say, if you've ever handled a penny, the government's got your DNA. I was like, yeah, not in this case. But yeah, that Dreamcast version, it's really, really good. It's not bad on Nintendo 64 of what I've seen of it, but I played on the Dreamcast. I remember my memories on that one in particular being the fact that there's a demo of that on the official Dreamcast magazine that actually I'm going to use for editing footage for the show when I edit it, because there is a weird case going on in the menu. I'll go into that in a sec. But it's a case where that demo was feature-packed for a case of a game that had at the time not come out yet. It was out like in 3 months when I got that disc. It was a case where you got preview of basically every mode. You got one track as far as racing, but then you also got options for everything that the home version added. And it's really, really cool. And this game's great. In fact, I bought this because they said, I don't need to get it on the Dreamcast, and just get this one. It's a straight port of that. Well, yes and no. I mean, it is a straight port of the Dreamcast, but it also has some weird stuff that is off from the Dreamcast version, sort of. But if you're going to be running this in particular, again, I think the Gamecube might be the way to go, although the loading is worse in this version than it is on the Xbox, but the frame rate's a little better. Not too much of a difference as far as between Xbox and Gamecube. And I don't have it on the PS2 as far as the collection, so I can't tell you that. It is Midway Games West. That is what Atari Games became. in particular and hit that start button. Oh, actually, wait. I'm going to let it go because I think it goes into the attract thing for this. Because I think the same as the Dreamcast. Yeah, there we go. It just took some time to get to it. But it does take a little time to load it. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Also, this game brought to you by Dickies. And on the Dreamcast and on the Nintendo 64, there also was sponsorship with Slim Jim. The Slim Jim references were taken out as far as this one, but I guess Dickies, they still were able to have the license on that one. But yeah, in this case, it is a futuristic case of San Francisco Rush. This game is really, really fun, and I would say it is probably the best of the San Francisco Rush games. And this is not a bad way to play it. Seeing this game again makes me want to check out this collection. I'm glad to hear that, as far as I'm glad that you're like taking a look or want to get a sense of it. Yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Eat me. Actually, the Eat Me guy is an unlockable character in Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2, believe it or not. But that's another case. Yeah, you're gonna basically live it like it's the year 2005 again, saying, "Hey, let me go to the store, buy a Slim Jim, put in Midway Nintendo 3, and play this game." And this game is a lot of fun, and there's extra stuff that the console version has that this one also retains, which makes it really cool. But it is some weird stuff in this, particularly on the menu. And when it loads this, I'll be able to do that. Yeah. Also, when we get to Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2, I will show off the idea of the Slim Jim Man, but I'll have to mute the music, but that's fine. But yeah, here you go. It is a great game, and you're seeing it's running at 60 frames per second, just like it did on the Dreamcast. And again, nothing against the Nintendo 64. It's just the case that that tech that the Dreamcast had really made this game work well. Alright, so with that, I'm going to hit start button. There you go. Here you go. Also, got a couple links. What are these? ElecVerse, feel free to go into that. As we're at the menu, worth pointing this out, is actually in my case, I gotta turn up my volume on my TV, because it's sort of low for me. The sound here. That's what it sounds like in this collection, but it is actually pitched lower than it is on the Dreamcast version. For some reason, it's much higher pitched, and I don't know what happened, why it's less as far as this piece of music. Not in the game, but on the menu it is. Oh yeah, those are the Aqua Teen Hunger Force Slim Jim ads. Alright, awesome. Thank you for providing those. There you go. Talk about getting into your mid-2000s method. They'll definitely go on the link list. Thank you so much for that. But as I mentioned, this music on the menu is lower pitched than it was on the Dreamcast version, even though it's straight porting. Also, I'll be editing here footage of the Dreamcast version using that demo disc of mine to give a sense of, yeah, the different pitching. So basically it's wrong in this one. This is what it sounds like on this collection. And here's what it sounds like on the Dreamcast. Yeah, it's weird as far as how that goes. But having said that, this does have the same feature set it had on the Dreamcast. You can play with up to 4 players. It's saying 2 because I have another controller connected. You have your options of audio. I do have them lower because of how the audio setup is. Also, you have your options of everything you set, including aspects of wrong way coins, because in this case, it's a case where it's kind of an open world or an open area. Actually, to be fair, all the San Francisco Rush games are open as far as where you're going. But this one and Rush 2 Extreme Racing USA, which is not an arcade port, so it's not going to be in scope of tonight, do have that case. You basically search around for items. In the case of Rush 2 Extreme Racing USA, you search around for cans of Mountain Dew. Not kidding. And as you advertise it for Electronic Gaming Monthly. It's like, huh? It's very weird. But as far as the game, you do have all the options to show that. I'm just going to show this. Let me turn on the Wavebird quickly just to show like what the multiplayer is looking like, because this does have the single race. It has practice mode. It has stunt mode. So it's like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater almost. And you have battle mode, so it's like Twisted Metal. So you basically have a great feature set going on in this case. But in this case, I'm going to take a look at this, because you also have single race, practice, ghost race, stunt race, and circuit. I just played the stunt mode a lot. Let's start with the stunt mode then. I love the stunt mode. Actually, when we demoed this on the show back in 2022, I used the Dreamcast version for the Dreamcast Racing Showcase, although it actually is Cruis'n 64's copy. It's not mine. I do not own it on the Dreamcast. It's gone up in price on the Dreamcast, but something where he said, hey, you know, I really like this. Okay, I only have the rim unlocked. We'll run 5 minutes and we'll do a race. You also hit fog, so it gets really foggy. You can also set it being windy. What the hell, let's go windy. And then your selection of cars, you have the rocket XZ, or the Riot ZX, I should say, Magnum, Formula 1. You can unlock more. I just don't have them all unlocked. We probably should do this entire game as a show. And I'll basically either ask Crochet64 to borrow his copy, bring him in, or get my own copy as far as this. You also have your options of handling still normal, advanced, extreme, where it's dangerous, except they don't say that in this one. And your options of engines, which change your stats a little bit. You have your options of tires you can get later, frame, heavy, and wings. We're pointing out when it comes to wings, this is exclusive in this version. Hit the B button to pull them out when you're in the air. I'll put the stunt wings on. And you also change the sweet rims on the tire and change the paint job a little bit. Let's go with the nice yellow. Oh, no, nice red. There we go. Faster seat belts. Yeah, the stunt mode is awesome. And that's the surprise, I think, for me as far as it, because it is a really good racing game, but also the case of saying all these things you got. So 3, 2, 1, rush! Yeah, basically what you do, it's like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater if you're on car, you know? And it's amazing. You just go off that, basically do that, and you do spinning with the wings, hold the B button to pull them out, or if you don't use the wings, I'll show you in a little bit, you get bonuses, but if you don't land it right, you're not going to be in good shape. So in this case, I'm going to try and do a nice flip, but in that case, I'm going to crash if I don't do that. Like, whoa, roll over. But if you land on your top, yeah, you're going to be going off. Also, yeah, weird graphical effect when it comes to the explosions. I don't think this is in the Dreamcast version. At least I don't think they are. I do want to get that on the Dreamcast in particular, because it is one of the best racing games on the console. I'll say that for sure. But in this case, I love doing this. Just spinning like crazy with the wings. My God, it's so much fun. And that's why it was also a brilliant idea of saying, for Digital Clips, to say, let's port this one. Because the arcade version's a great game, no question. But there's something to be said about the fact that the home version has all this extra content. And in some ways, this is maybe one of the best arcade ports of Midway's around. For that very reason. Because they said, hey, we have this great arcade game. Crap. Okay, it looked like it landed flush, but I still got blown up. That's the other fun thing as far as this. Basically, you're able to get a sense of saying, hey, even when you fail, it's fine. The other thing I also do, I'm going to try something else. I'm going to try to do a break, do a spin. I'm going to not use my wings. Whoa, 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 whoa. Made it. There you go. You get a no wings bonus and quad bonus as well. I also spin like crazy. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And the idea is that it is sort of sensitive to the pressure you put on the stick. In the sense, you just hold it, you're going to spin like crazy. And it's amazing. And you get this nice spacey music. As I said, despite what I said on the pitching of the menu, the other music gets pitched fine, so I don't know what happened there. It's bizarre. And it also is a case where it's not like this port came out that far out after either the arcade version or the home versions. So that's kind of a bizarre thing. In that case, yeah, spin, 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 whee! Yeah, it's just so much fun. My God. Whoa. To the point where I'm almost wondering, yeah, are we going to have so much fun running these things and come up with a good amount of time running through Midway Treasures 3 that I'm not going to go through those N64 games? No. Okay, we will. I do want to show those N64 games off in particular as well. Basically give a sense of saying, what are some games that are not in this collection that maybe could have been, but for some of these they couldn't. And in a lot of cases, the answer is going to be two things: licensing and emulation. More licensing, I think, than emulation. Well, more licensing than emulation, I think. Looking on the stack, I don't know. There's only, I think, one thing in... Okay, there's only two things I've got here that have modern ports, I think. Yeah, I think it's only two. We'll get to them, don't worry. And also the case, well, when I edit, I'll also have the case of them all in one place. So they'll all be there. Alright, so yeah, we'll go through this and then we'll also do a race in particular. This game is so much fun, though. Yeah, great pick as far as indicating the ElecVerse. I mean, we would have been showing it anyway because it's in this collection. And also, I think one of the games that it's worth buying this collection for. Even taking off the case of saying, hey, you know, the music's pitch weird. I said, that's also something we can go into, the idea of saying, when it comes to classic game compilations, the idea of, I'm a stickler, I think you've maybe gotten a sense of this when it comes to emulating it, because we've sometimes run into cases where a game gets re-released, it's so inferior to how it originally was that it maybe drives the price of the original up. It's a case where maybe it's something where something happens where they can't crack it again. Particularly Sonic Adventures is a game like that. I'd say Tales of Symphonia is kind of a game like that, sort of. Well, certain ones are horrible, both of those in particular. Case where I hold on to those original versions kind of for dear life. But other cases of saying when they do or Sonic Colors, it's another one. The version of Sonic Colors was awful when the new one they brought out, but the original's great. But then saying that, okay, what is it? And also, I'll say this. It's easy for me to sit back and say, oh, they fucked the port up. Yeah, I mean, I can point out saying where they did and where they didn't, but also saying that, well, wait, sometimes there's a reason. I mean, the game before this, as far as San Francisco Rush, they couldn't emulate this. Digital Eclipse said, we had to reprogram this entire game from scratch on this. And I said, that makes sense now. And actually, in some ways, there's a bit of a benefit. We'll get to that. If you have no objections, we'll go to that one next after we do a race. But in that case, I blew up. Also, you have those coins. You pick up those coins, you're able to unlock extras. So that's the other thing. This game has an exploratory factor, honestly, that I know Crusader64 said, I got this game as a gift for Dreamcast. And it's a case where I didn't play it much, but A, he said he played the stunt mode a lot. And B, he said, also I'm going to do that, because you use your wings a little and you land it, you get a partial wing bonus. Well, or you just crash, so we're dead. Sorry. Also, if you crash, by the way, and any of the points you get are lost. So I got 13,175, probably not my best, but in case we still have that set. But I said it also plays a lot of different styles, and we'll go on the race to do a race as well, just because of that. And it tracks your stats across all this, so there's a lot of replayability going on with this one. For this one, let's take a look at, when I looked at this last time, I didn't look at Civic. We'll look at Civic now. Actually, let's do two things. No, we'll just run Civic. And I'll show another car. I'll show the Magnum. I'll say this, he said, like, hey, I mostly played the stunt mode in this one. I'm not big into racing games, but honestly, because of the exploratory factor, saying, hey, let me go look for coins. Let me look for shortcuts. Let me play the battle mode. It's like Twisted Metal, basically. Let's do the stunt mode again. It's something where there's a lot of variety, and this game, this is a unique racing game, honestly, in the sense that it wears a lot of hats to itself that is pretty unique. I mean, sometimes you think of something like Mario Kart, where you have, like, battle mode and races. Yes, that's true. And this has that element, too, but also is a stunt mode. That's something I don't think Mario Kart has ever had. But also a case of saying that maybe that's sometimes me an answer of saying, what if people, maybe they don't, there's a certain genre maybe they don't go for, perhaps. What is it that brings them in? Because I've often talked about this, the idea that if there's a genre you're not huge into, sometimes I'm a strong believer in the thought of this, which is that even if you're like, oh, I don't like sports games, say, there's a sports game somewhere out there for you that you love. For whatever the reason might be. It might be a realistic one for some reason. It might be something arcadey, like, I don't know, a Mario sports game of some sort. Whatever that might be. And also, you're seeing the weird artifacts of that. I don't know if that's in the Dreamcast game either. Although in that case, it's kind of a satellite dish with electricity on it. So maybe that's intended. But as I said, that's maybe the thing about this game. And I'll probably mention this Crusader 64 next time we do the show, which is going to be in July, because you can start Kodelka for the PlayStation for us, which, by the way, is a turn-based strategy game, not dissimilar to something like Front Mission, honestly. And it's the first game in the Shadow Hearts franchise in particular. He's going to start that in July. I might bring mention to that at some point of saying, hey, you know, he has this game. He also said, hey, I'm not going to get rid of this because it's gone up in price a little. When I looked years ago when we did that show for the Racing Showcase, you got 2 laps to go. It was almost $100. And he said, okay, I'm not going to get rid of it. Even the point where I know, I think his mom said to him, he's like, you're letting him borrow this game, it's like $100. He's like, it's Captain D-Track, so it's fine. And he even said on the show jokingly saying, if it doesn't come back, I don't know where it went. Like, he knows I'll treat it right in particular. And I did appreciate him providing this. I said, you've got a great game on your hands. A game that costs some money, but also a great game. And if you love racing games, you'll see right here a reason why you're going to love it, saying it's really, really fast, it runs 60 frames per second, it mostly holds it, and it's not dissimilar to how it is on the Dreamcast in terms of that. So to be honest, the idea of saying how is porting this really looking, as we'll take a different path, just for the reference of this, to show how big these areas are and saying you can find a bunch of different things. It's something where it's, yeah, you got something cool here. Also, I'll say this about the console version. Since the wings are exclusive to the console version, they were not in the home version. And I'll take that shortcut on the last lap over there into the satellite dish. So actually, when you make jumps, it's actually a lot easier to control yourself in the air. So it's a case where, hey, I'm going upside down, well, like that. You can pull the wings out and maybe get a sense of saying, hey, I can save myself. So on top of being a cool mechanic for the stunt mode, It's also something that actually maybe makes the game a little easier, gives you a little more of a barrier of entry, saying that, hey, in the other San Francisco Rush games, I'm spinning like crazy, going off the jump, based upon how the physics go, that, hey, if I'm like that, I'm not going to land, I'm going to die. But in that case, I went up here, I can go up here. So it's not a case like there's an invisible wall here saying, like, oh, you can't go here. You can go around, you can just find shortcuts around. As we're going to go on to the final lap. But also, unlike San Francisco Rush, the first one, and Rush 2, this doesn't have a time limit during the race. So it's something where it does encourage you saying, hey, you know, I get crashing there, I'll hit up button to abort and bring myself back. That is unless you're running on deaths. If you run on deaths, you crash once and it's race over for you. You can take a look and kind of explore. In fact, you know what, let's explore. I have already lost the race, that's fine. You don't have to necessarily go and win the race if you don't want to. You can go around, you can find shortcuts, you can see, hey, here's another place I can go. Here's something where I can find a coin. This game really rewards your exploration in a way that is unique. Also, that pad over there, I didn't run over that, but if you do, that opens up a different area. So actually, even more than the other two games in the series from before, the levels are constantly changing. And you can find things to change the levels. I kind of did not go into that when we looked at this the first time, because I'd said, all right, we're doing it in a showcase, and we are in this case too. In this case, I'm going up here. So in that case, I can go this way, slow down a bit, or use the reverse, which is on A button, and do kind of like a slide of sorts. It's saying like, hey, I can go this way. You basically kind of play around to get a sense of what's the best way to go through a stage. And there's only 6 tracks really, but it's a case where it feels like there's more because there's so many different ways you can go. You guys can go down there, boom, there we go. So I come out over here. But if I went a different way, I could have went out and come out actually where that jump over there was. Also, I'll say this is probably my favorite game in the entire San Francisco Rush series, and I think this is the one we probably would show as a full play when we get to doing that. And I guess scope of this would be... Oh, I still got 5th. Okay, so I actually kind of came back. I don't know what scope of this would be like, honestly. Alright, there we go. That is the best lap as far as how that is. But we definitely show off all the modes, and this game is really, really cool. And if you're looking for a reason to get this collection, put in perspective the idea of like what's off of this one compared to some other ones, some of the other games in this, it's definitely worth getting. It's a lot of fun. I'm glad to be able to play it again. Okay, next on the list, let's go back to the last San Francisco Rush game in particular. That is San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, but that's not what's called here because this is not the same version. Also, I want to get my sound set. Okay, it's the same. Also, let me turn the, okay, no, it did. I always run into this problem. I use OBS as far as recording the show. I update the game name here, but it's something where it doesn't show in OBS's window, but it does show on Twitch's window. Alright, now I gotta get a sense of this one. What's the right one? Because this is San Francisco Rush, the first one. Oh, they don't have a category for the other. Alright, well, I guess we gotta go this way. Okay, so we're playing San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, sort of. But the version in this is San Francisco Rush... San Francisco Rush The Rock Alcatraz Edition. It's a mouthful. Let me show you this idea. It came out in 1997. As far as San Francisco Rush itself, it came out in December of 1996 in the arcade in the US from Atari Games. So the same people who made Rush 2049 who made this as well. Let's see. It was ported to Nintendo 64 on November 7th of 1997 in the US and December of 1997 in Europe. Then it came out on the PlayStation on February 28th of 1998 in the US and April 2nd of 1998 in Europe. I hear it's horrible on the PlayStation. I don't know, though. And it also got ported to the Game Boy Color, or was going to be, I should say, but it was canceled. It was built with the Atari Flagstaff board in particular. It says right there, but also I have it written down on my notes here, that idea. The idea that it was running on that board that had a 3DFX Voodoo graphic chip, particularly two of them, as far as running the arcade board. Thing is that this is the enhanced version of the game, which came out in 1997, which the Nintendo 64 version was sort of based on. But then the idea is saying that for this release in this collection, well, they couldn't actually port it, so they said we're going to have to rebuild it. It's sort of a sequel. It has some new music. It also has new aspects of music that are unique to this port in particular. It's a brand new Rush. We'll show you the idea of what it is. So here it is. This is San Francisco Rush. We're running the Rock, so we're going to Alcatraz. That is a course they added. And this is a game that, like most of the ones we've seen so far tonight, if you've ever been in an arcade over the past 20, 30 years, you've probably seen a machine of this, and you're going to see it in just a second saying, oh yeah, I know that board in particular, I know that machine. Here we go. Yeah, right there, the green seats, the green Atari seats there, which, by the way, you could run a conversion kit, by the way, of the original, and then put the rock version in it, which I know Atari Games and Midway love to do that, because it was attractive to arcade owners, because they said, hey, we spend a lot of money on this machine, we want to get some use out of it, as far as not just the game we got, but then saying, hey, there's a new version that upgrades it. They have an easy way to pay and get that. Same case of 8-way linkability on the machines with new music and new cars and new tracks. And also mirrored tracks as well. So there you go. That is the machine. It's a great case of seeing it. So there is San Francisco Rush as far as how it is. But as I mentioned, this version, they had to rebuild it in this collection because Digital Clip said we could not emulate this correctly. So they rebuilt it. So we're pointing out in the arcade and on Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, it ran at 30 FPS. It runs at 60 frames per second in this release, as far as how they built it. The music of the arcade game was done by Gunnar Madsen, who also did the music for Roadburners and California Speed. And the N64 port that we're going to see later, it was Doug Brandon who did the music for Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey for Nintendo 64, The Great Wall to Search for SNES and Genesis, Awesome Possum kicks Dr. Machino's butt for Sega Genesis, I always have to mention that, as well as Mace of the Dark Ages. And it was Matthew Simmons who did the PS1 music, who also did the music for Bubsy 2 on the Game Boy, Cosmic Spacehead for Sega Genesis, Microscenes on Sega Genesis, and SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge on PS1, and a game called Fuck Space that was on the PC. And I also did audio design on Silent Hill Origins. But as far as this one, as we're pointing out, they rebuilt this, so it's not going to be exactly the same as you might have seen this in the arcade, but the way it plays is a lot like San Francisco Rush 2049, but no wings this time. So let's get ourselves going. In this case, I guess the idea of, like, yeah, we're going to jail. You have the alarms going on here. Because the idea, remember, Alcatraz off of the side of San Francisco is that prison that's insanely hard to escape from. But the idea is that going to the movie The Rock from Michael Bay, still his best movie, I would argue, the idea is that you're able to escape, you get to go home and fuck the prom queen. As the late Sean Connery said to Nicolas Cage. Yeah, this is what it's looking like. It's running at 60 FPS. The arcade version did not run that way. I said the only reason is because they said, we gotta rebuild this thing. We can't emulate this. So the idea of Digital Clip saying, all right, we got to get a little fancy about what's this going to be. So some of the voices you're going to hear are not the same as the arcade version. But if you do want to hear those aspects, I got the Nintendo 64 version coming up a little later. Yeah, but you got to be careful doing the drive as far as how it is, because otherwise your car is going to crash or get beat up. This is a pretty fun game too, although I don't know if I love this port of it. Still, it's interesting that what they did. And also, here's a beautiful one. Yeah, she takes off the helmet as far as, and you're like, yeah, I'm a Rush girl, but I understand that. It's a fun game. I understand the idea of it. And also, I'll say this. It is suitable for all ages, by the way. It's appropriate for players of all ages. It's also pointing out that Midway Cartridges 3 is the only one of these three that's rated E for everyone. So technically, you can let your kids play this one without any worry. So here you go. There are the 3D effects graphics that they had to rebuild completely for this. And it's an interesting case. I'll say this. When I played it on N64, we'll go on that a little later. It was, I think, the first racing game I think I ever played where I really felt an adrenaline rush, pun definitely intended, because of the fact of saying, wow, I'm making these crazy jumps. I'm going over a loop as far as the track there, and it's amazing. Like, woo! It's that kind of game. You're going to want to just stand up. It's almost like a big roller coaster as far as how it is. And it's aged, yes, and it's not easy to play. The way it steers is kind of strange. In a case where it's not necessarily that responsible as you use the reverse while you're driving to kind of do sliding, sort of, kind of. But it is an interesting, and it's something that does have a nice style, and I do always want to finish a race because I do want to show the idea of what happens when you have to put your name in. Also, you can press the view button and play around with more cars. So they do advertise that as far as on the machine, saying like, hey, you got these new cars here, so why don't you use it that way? Okay, I'm going to get myself started. We're pointing out that the loading on the Xbox version is way worse, but I'm also going to go to start because I want to check one thing. Yeah, view button is on the D-pad. Left, down, and right. So I want to get a sense of that. You have a bunch of courses. You have course 1, 2, 3, and then the Rock, and then you have the extreme courses of Sunset, the Heights, and Downtown. We're going to run the Rock. You've selected the Rock. So in this case, yeah, if you press the view buttons, you have options for it, but also you do have to wait for them to load. You can run beginner. I'm also gonna go this way because you can go backwards and reset the time. You're on the beginner car, which you have the EKG going that way. A little more advanced, a bit harder. And expert, but then extreme, which is full simulation where it goes crazy. It's the fastest with hardest control. But when you hit this, it's dangerous. And then they like do yells. You know what? Fuck it, we're going the full simulation way. We're going extreme. It's dangerous. And if I do die here and don't finish the race, I will go through and beat it with a beginner car. But 3, 2, 1, rush! We're pointing out in my audio test, I saw some weird glitches in this. Also some weird graphical artifacts I'm noticing. Ouch. That was not one of the weird glitches I saw. Oh, whoa, what happened? Whoa, what happened there? Hold on, I didn't even hit anything. Ah! Okay, I guess glitch compilation item. Yeah, there we go. Get my favorite piece of music. Music 5. I mean, this is expert, so there's gonna be a bit of a question there. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, I went through that. I went through the meshing. Alright. But still, it's weird that I got set. And you think, like, wait, I was put so far ahead of the other cars, right? But when you do reset or you get respawns, you do get a case of saying, yeah, you're not going at full speed. So it's still gonna pass me. And for this one, you gotta go fast as far as how it is, not just because of winning, but also because oftentimes you're going off on the sides. If you stop, you're gonna fall and you're gonna crash. And you also get your case of stuff on the radio. You can press, I believe it's the X button to switch between music. I'll do it later, as far as it will be in N64 release. Yeah, but chat, feel free to go into Memories on San Francisco Rush, the original. Did you ever play this version? Also, show going through the loops on the lap. But also, yeah, the jumps. I love the jumps in this game. That's the thing about this game I think is really fun. The fact, when I first played this game on N64, which is where I first experienced this game, and like jumped on him, whoa! I just was like, whoa, look at that. I was so excited like doing the jump. I was like, oh my god, am I gonna land? But in that case, no, I landed that way. Yeah, checkpoint. Also, I gotta remember, my reverse is not on the brake, it's on the A button. Yeah, the brake is left, is the L button, R is the acceleration, which, to be fair, I wish I could change the controls in this collection to have A as accelerating. But this is an analog trigger, so honestly, I've kind of gotten used to it. Let's get to the choice. Can I make that jump? Yeah, because you have to be going fast enough, and like with San Francisco Rush 2049, this course and all the other ones, they have a bunch of different areas you can go to if you know what you're doing, and also to keep your speed up, and to keep your wits about you. So that's the thing about San Francisco Rush that I always found very appealing. The fact that maybe it is almost like, and maybe almost like a Mario 64 or something like that. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! But also the case is like, am I gonna hold on? Am I gonna hold on? Woo! But also because of the way they had to reprogram this, the fact that the way the explosion goes, it seems like it goes slower as far as the explosion than the game's frame rate is. In this case, I'm gonna try and go this way and make sure I don't crash. Whoa! Yeah, when you're running an extreme car, it means that it's something where you might be in a case of crashing around. Yeah, the other thing also, as I said, I'll also show off weird glitches I saw where I think I got hit by a car. It wasn't even going fast, but then I exploded and the car went flying into the sky. I saw this on my audio test. I'll stitch it in at the end of the race. And also my reaction to it. It's like, oh, okay, that's weird. It also, if nothing else, gave me oh, and there's something else I saw that was weird, too. We're gonna take the loop. You have to be going fast enough to take the loop, otherwise you're gonna fall right out of it. And you do have, like, the crowd going, like, the, ah! So they, like, do the screams. Whoa! Whoa. Okay, in that case, yeah, I just went through the fence. So fantastic as far as it. Final lap. Actually, am I gonna... Oh no, final lap coming up now. Am I gonna get through this as far as with the extreme car? That's a surprise, because yeah, the extreme car is insanely fast, but also really hard to control. And also the case that when you go flying, it is, as I mentioned, the full simulation experience as far as the weight of the car. Not the fact that this is a simulation game. It's an arcade game through and through, as far as how the style is. But just the fact that that weight you have, in fact, when you go off a jump, it's something where you might be spinning a lot. And like San Francisco Rush 2049, it's a good case ElecVerse is saying, why look at that one first. A, because it's better, but also because of understanding how the first one was. Of saying, hey, you know, we don't have that safety net now. So when I make that launch, it's amazing, but it's also a case of saying, can I actually land that? So that's where sometimes, as thrilling as it is, yeah, like there, I just went right through the top of that and then exploded. It's something where when that happens, you love jumping as far as I love that, but also it kind of becomes nerve-wracking, saying like, oh god, am I going to be able to land this thing? And that always is a question, and that's also something that this is a racing game that has a level of danger to itself that's very appealing and very unique, I will say, as well. Whoa, shit. Although that sort of is invisible because I can't go off the Alcatraz. In that case, I hit that weirdly and I went that way. But also, whoa, shit. The reverse, I gotta remember it's on A button, or say fuck it and hit up on D-pad and you're bored. I mean, we're almost at the end, but alright, they give me the checkpoint not far before the finish line. So now I'm in 8th place. Even though I didn't win, that's fine. If I still have a decent time, we'll be okay. Alright, so we did make it. And they just went up into the sky. Oh, there's bouncing. But did I get a good enough time for this? Yeah, and they say, what's your name? And you get this nice salsa music saying, hey, nothing nasty. Alright, so let's put that in. And I also love the idea of how this works when you're at the end of this. In fact, I'm gonna wait till it ends, sort of, and go to end. It is great stuff, and this is the only piece of music that's carried over from the earlier version. If I hit end, it says, that's your name. I love that, he says, that's your name. So it's like, they ask you what's your name, and then you select, it's like, that's your name. It's that nice touch as far as it's something so unique that I can't think of other racing games that do that. But as I mentioned with Daytona USA 2 a couple weeks ago, I said, talk about an arcade game, an arcade racing game that has an identity of its own, despite the fact that it's not character-based, like a Mario Kart, say. Also, they tell you, by the way, you can do mirroring of courses, in particular if you hit view 1 when you're on a track. There you go. That is the San Francisco Rush experience as far as the Rock Alcatraz editions. We're pointing out, we'll come back to this later tonight because I have the N64 version which this was sort of based on. So in that case, I'll also show a different track and get to that point as well. Yeah, that is San Francisco Rush for now. We'll be back to it a little later. As far as next on the line, let's see. Okay, we did a full simulation experience as far as that. You know, I think we've gotten to the point where I want to make you laugh your ass off. Let's look at Race Drivin. I also have some experiences to tell about my experience with first playing it, because this is where I first played any case of the drive-in games, of which there's 2. Also, I want to get the audio on this one, which is 23. I have to have it surprisingly lower than you'd think. Okay, so we talked about hard driving when we played Midway Treasures 2. It came out in 1989. It was that realistic racing game that is somehow not realistic in the same time because of the fact that you're like going through loops and you have this hilarious music going on when you do crashes. ElecVerse, you said specifically I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and I said I love showing this game to people just for the purpose of saying, hey, it's hilarious. But that being said, this is the follow-up to it. It came out in August of 1990 in the arcades in Europe. Or in arcades in Europe in 1991. It was August 1990 in the U.S. It is the update to hard driving. It was built on, actually, I don't think they can say this legally. Okay, it is based on the hard driving hardware of the 6810, but it's worth pointing out, we're talking Namco, and actually, ElecVerse, you mentioned Cyber Sled, did you not? I want to go back to that and remind myself. You did mention that, right? I think you did. That was the game in there as you saw. Let's see. Runner. I just want to look back at that, saying, is that right? Yeah, Cyber Sled. All right, there you go. Fitting, because actually, yeah, Race Drivin is a sequel to Hard Drivin' then. I wasn't sure. Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Cyber Sled. As we're pointing out, this was built on an early version of the board that would become Namco's System 21 board, the board that, by the way, ran Cyber Sled, as well as Air Combat and Winning Run. Basically, that was their first case of running 3D polygons. This had like an early take of it, and Atari and Namco were kind of sharing it a little bit. But it was also based on the hard driving perspective in particular. As far as how it went, it is a case that the difference with this one is you have 2 new tracks. This machine has a case where it's like the other one where you sit down and you're driving with the steering wheel. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think that, and I did not know that. So there you go. Talk about planning that show that way, mentioning Cyber Sled. Sometimes it just ends up working that way, of saying that was where they built it. But this was the early case, so you can have connective tissue going on to what Namco was doing, although this wasn't exactly the System 21 board. It was basically a predecessor to it, and then Namco would refine it a little later, and that led to the System 22 board that, as I mentioned, powered Aquajet and Tokyo Wars and Prop Cycle. I'm waiting for a report on Prop Cycle. I think they get there in particular. I mean, Namco did own Atari games at one point. That's true. You're right, because remember, Atari and Namco, they did have a relationship going on as far as getting their games released. And remember, with Pole Position is a case where the Atari version, the original one that went in the arcades, it was different than the one that Namco released later. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, so, okay, so it's like the other one. Remember, at the time, it was a case of an early driving simulation with polygons. So, a case of like Star Fox or something like that from Super Nintendo. This game was ported a bunch of places, but also as far as the arcade, I'll mention this. The machine was like a sit-down the way that the original one was, but I'm going to have to get a picture of this for the edit because from what I understand, there are like 100 versions of this game, very rare, that had like a 3 to 5 mod or panorama version. So basically you kind of look all around to see it on multiple screens. And to think, that was before Sega did that with Ferrari F355 Challenge, which in the arcades did have 3 screens for the purpose of reflecting, looking out the front of the car and then looking out your side mirrors in particular. I'll have a picture of that version of the machine. And there is 2-player that's in this for Buddy Race, but also you get to link machines together. This got ported in the home on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Atari ST, DOS, Amiga, and Japan got this on Sega Saturn and PlayStation 1 in Race Drivin' a Go-Go. At least that was on the PlayStation. We didn't get that one. As I mentioned before, the idea when we looked at hard driving before, you do still have the weird shit going on as far as saying, hey, you're driving in a loop. You also have corkscrews going on here in particular. This is a case they want to be realistic, and the project leader, that being Rick Moncrief, he worked on hard driving as well as Lunar Lander and Steel Talons. The car physics were modeled by Doug Milken. He was the author of the book Race Car Vehicle Dynamics. And his father, William Milken, he converted aircraft motions into cars for the purpose of doing car modeling at Cornell University in the 1950s. It was a basis as far as a lot of car manufacturing, a lot of car designs going on. So they said, we can do that in the case of a racing game like this. We asked about our new race driving game. We have only one thing to say. Whoa! And they split it across 2 pictures. We'll take a look at both of these for sure. We'll almost explain the high thrills of Atari's new race driving game. We're at a loss for words. After all, race driving's even more outrageous than our popular hard driving game. That's pretty outrageous already. Tricked out with breathtaking new features like Super Stunt, with a corkscrew loop, jump loop, and full pipe that challenge even the bravest racers. New all-cross track with built-in pace car 2, and Buddy Race for players to take each other on and the clock simultaneously. And then there's the lifelike 3D graphics, incredible handling, and true cockpit controls, all of which will have you speechless too. But don't take our word for it. Instead, take race driving out for a test spin, loop, jump, race, roll, crash, and drive today. Now, we know how hard driving was. It's hilarious looking at it now. It's a case where I've shown this game to multiple people. I bought this collection just to show my coworkers, saying, you gotta take a look at this thing. It's like a Tower Draga case almost. Saying, talk about the primitive case of a game. You can also run how difficulty is from 0 to 3. You can have unlimited continues or none. Well, that said, in this case, we're gonna take a look at this version, and we're gonna be laughing our ass off again, and hear that great music when we do the crashes, which, by the way, is done by Don Dicanete, who did music for hard driving as well as Tubin for NES, Rampart, Skull and Crossbones, RBI Baseball 2, 3, and 4 for the NES, and also Rugrats Go Wild for the PC and the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, thank you, Rerez, as far as this. I know the Super Nintendo version is notorious for its frame rate. Yes, it is. It's like, that's single-digit frame rate. I mean, it runs better on the Game Boy, which, by the way, is by the people who made Star Fox on Super Nintendo, Argonaut. You'd be amazed, like, thinking, hey, how could they do that one? Or here's an idea. Eventually, maybe the Console Wars program, they do race drive, and they do it against Super Nintendo and Genesis the way they did on Pit Fighter recently. But let's take a look at race driving. This is going to be hilarious again. Even in the cases like what you said, I wouldn't touch hard driving with a 10-foot pole, but watching it for distance, it's almost like watching a car crash, I guess, when you think about it, saying you can't take your eyes away. And that's what happened when I showed my friends and coworkers this. Said, why are you driving this car on the grass? Why is it still screeching like it's on the perspective of on pavement? why you're going in a loop, why are all these things going on, but also understanding, saying this was the idea of early realistic driving. They said, let's figure something out about this. So it had to start somewhere. But then thinking, well, okay, it's very interesting. As far as the saying better response than the original game, I don't know. It's tough to say if this actually controls better. Although, admittingly, one of my retro arcades, they do have, it is this one they have. From what I can tell, I don't think there's that much of a difference, at least as far as between these home versions. But as far as the arcade game, I'll say this. If you can play this game, play in the arcade, because the way it controls, it does control a bit better. At that case, you also can kind of get more in the mindset of saying, okay, realistic experience. There was definitely something different than what we saw with other games, especially compared to stuff like Super Sprint and Championship Sprint, also Midways and Ataris, I should say. That's the idea. How about this? Yeah, here's the video as far as Rerez and Race Drivin. Thank you so much, for providing that. It'll go on the link list. And of course, we do turn the key to start. They'll show all the new areas. In fact, you know what? I think we gotta show the Super Stunt track. One weird thing, though, about this version, unlike on Xbox, they don't have the music in the menu for some reason. I don't know why. It's in the arcade game. It's in the Xbox port. I guess it's in the PlayStation 2 port, but not in this one. All right, we're gonna run automatic as far as this. Okay, good. At first I was like, wait, the game didn't crash, did it? Okay, turn the key to start. That's on A button. Get shift and drive. That is on Y button. Right trigger is your accelerate. All right, let's go. By the way, as we're pointing out, we will do this, and we'll see what happens. This is going to be funny. I'll say that for sure. Although, I'll say this. You mentioned the idea that Rerez talking about the Super Nintendo version. So, if nothing else, showing that, okay, this is the original. But then thinking, well, what happens when you port it to home? And also, like, what happened to it on Super Nintendo? You think, like, the Super Nintendo maybe could handle this? I mean, it's like Star Fox, I guess, sort of. Or I know, actually, Crusader 64, he's playing Star Fox on Super Nintendo. He couldn't get into it. And I understand kind of why, but also a case of saying, it's maybe a matter of perspective, I guess, of the sense of saying, okay, something like that where it's primitive, yes, but also it's fun to come back to. This game is primitive and it's fascinating to come back to. I think that's maybe the indication. Also, you have the cows there, but the idea is that they'll just move if you're nearby, but they'll live, don't worry. As far as where the cows die, I'm not going to be able to show that tonight because Cruis'n USA and Nintendo 64 cut that part out. In this case, yeah, we're just driving down the way. I do like the nice kind of evening purple sky, though, and seeing the idea of the city. I guess we're in New York City, perhaps, or on the outskirts of it, perhaps. But here's the deal. We got to make a jump, but here's the deal. You maybe don't want it to go too fast. Like, oh, it's a racing game. I have to go fast. Yeah. Keep your speed in check. I would say for this, go to about 80 miles per hour so you can make that leap. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, that was better. I mean, we'll show crashing. We're not ending this to a crash. And also, if you off-road for too long, you're put back on the track. Careful. Whoa! But also, yeah, since you are in first-person view, it is kind of immersive, but also a case of saying, yeah, maybe I'll get dizzy. Actually, doing surprisingly commonly on this one, as, yeah, we can eat at Sam's, but, yeah. There are people at Sam's, yeah, it looks boxy as hell, but it's also, this early case, still being something of a fascination. But, alright, what we're going to do is we are going to drive as far as on the loop. So remember, keep going, but one thing they don't tell you about this loop, because unlike the other one, there's a big-ass hole in it. And we're crashing. Okay, let's watch crashing. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. Except, wait. Oh, no. Don't tell me they put me out the loop. Because I want to try and show the corkscrew. Okay, they say go 90 miles an hour. Okay, so yeah, alright. Let's take their advice. They say 90 miles an hour, but... Hey, this is supposed to be a realistic game. I'm taking a different perspective, but... Okay, I can't... Whoa! Oh, yeah, wrong way. Okay, this is gonna be hilarious watching this. See, now I'm actually trying to do this right, and I'm not doing it right. I remember when I first saw this, I'll also mention this story, because honestly... Alright, we're gonna have to... We'll do this again, or we'll do one of these again. But actually, my first experience of playing either race or hard driving was actually with this collection. As I mentioned, I bought the Xbox version first, and when I did, I looked at all the games and I said, okay, I bought this probably for Hydro Thunder, even though I had it already. They just showed the idea of all the checkpoints you went. I got a high score somehow. Also, you can tell this is Atari games because it's the same... Oh, wait a second. Okay, I guess the entry's different. Let's try it again. Also, I'm going to try something different when we get to the loop. Oh. Oh, no, we are in Drive. Never mind. Yeah, as I mentioned, first time I got this collection was on Xbox. I bought it for Hydro Thunder, I guess, but also for San Francisco Rush 2049. And also Super Off-Road. I'm going to love to get to that one. But I said, alright, what else is in this? Those are the only 3 games. And, yeah, the San Francisco Rush games, Hydro Thunder, and Super Off-Road are the only games I really knew. So I said, what are the other ones? I had not played Stun Runner until this. The other games, there's Badlands, which I hadn't played either. Actually, is that it? Are we almost done with this? I mean, I know there's only 8 games in this, 9, counting that track pack of Super Off-Road. But then I played this. It's worth pointing out, I was actually learning how to drive at the time I played this. So in that case, you'd think, like, okay, this is like practice, but I said, I think it's harder to drive this car than the other one. Also, I didn't brake right, I'm going off the side, and I didn't intend that, but okay, this would be funny. And when I saw this instant replay and saw the way the explosions were going... Okay, okay, there you go. Also, just like when we looked at it last time, I found a weird glitch as far as it right this time. Because last time I looked at hard drive and I went through the course somehow. This time I... Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I'm gonna be curious to see how this went. Yeah, I hit that wrong and flipped. Okay, and the explosion launched me so far, I went over the mountain. Okay. Okay, so I think I need to slow down for that turn, but I was fine going the turn the other way. Okay, they tell you to go 40 miles an hour for a reason. So as I said, I was learning how to drive in actuality when I played this. And then I said, I think it's easier to drive in real life than drive this. Although, as I mentioned, I hadn't played the arcade version yet. Although, as I said, the arcade version, it does maybe feel a little better just because at that point, you have the actual steering wheel and you can kind of get where they're coming from. But as far as someone like myself, I just looked at this and said, this game is hilarious for all the wrong reasons. You know, and I guess, I don't think I'm going to get too far. I'll show off also the original course again, just because... Oh wait, how did I even flip on that one? This is going to be interesting to watch. I mean, I did land face up, but it's not like San Francisco Rush, where you can... Oh, I was off on the side. Where you can land, if you land flush, you're fine. This game, if you land too... Yeah, it looked like it landed fine, so that shouldn't have been a problem. But in that case, I just found this game absolutely hilarious. I said, I gotta show people this. Also, I drove through that, why not? Also, why is there a litter on the ground? Oh no, there's not a litter, those are flowers. Oh, but you do sort of get some, like, off-road sounds, a little. Alright, so there's the city. Having said that, we're gonna look at the original track. Now, from what I understood on the original track originally, so they do give you the hard driving track. They turn it off. Oh, there you go, turn the car on. I had read that they said they took the traffic out. And I thought, well, why? It's the same course. I think the people were saying that were wrong because the traffic is in this. So yeah, we're gonna do the same thing we did a couple years ago with hard driving, saying we're just going around and we're saying like, look how primitive this is, look how slow it is, especially compared to San Francisco Rush, both of them, and Hydro Thunder, and even Stun Runner. Although, as I said, Stun Runner was not like this. In fact, you're saying, what are we doing with early Polygon? I'll say, since I was not, okay, I was there for this game at the time, but I didn't know what it was until 2005. I didn't even know there was a difference between this and hard driving. I didn't know they were related. So in that case, I would think people would have been blown away by this, saying, okay, we're gonna do something realistic this way. I mean, it almost, maybe in its way, could have been like the Gran Turismo of its day, of saying, we're gonna have this realistic perspective of driving in a way that you don't get against other things. So that's also why I say, like, sometimes I'll want to look in perspective on something and say, hey, I know something came out years ago, we're talking about with the Tower of Durag, but saying that the Tower of Durag is a case where you can see the blueprints of a roguelike game nowadays with that thing, and it was kind of doing that over 40 years ago, and then saying, do I necessarily want to come back to that? And what makes you want to come back to something like this? Even a game like this where, okay, what happened there? That looks weird. Oh, they're telling me to turn the key to start. Wait, it all disappeared. All right. I'll tell you, the other impetus also of showing this is going to be because at the end of the year, we do our annual compilation show on the YouTube site as far as some great memories of gaming we had, like gaming feats, the times we did singing. When I sung Snake Eater from Metal Gear Solid 3, which I did that exclusively for that video, by the way. I said I want to look at the best gaming glitches we've ever had to come on the show. In some ways, this game I knew that I'd probably get a treasure trove of stuff. Maybe I'll make. Oh, I was like, I almost had that jump. Let's look at this. Maybe that's the thing. It's kind of frustrating too, saying that maybe I make that. I mean, it looked right there. I was like, I was fine, but then because my windshield cracked, I guess it is the realistic case of saying, hey, if your windshield cracks, you should not be going out driving. In fact, it's like, yeah, it's like an illegal case. It's saying, like, if you do that, they're gonna say, hey, you know, that's a danger to safety because that thing can shatter. It can shatter on you, blind you, hurt you badly, and perhaps also make you crash into the peak. So in that case, I'm like, yeah, when I crash that way, I was like, no, I want to make it. But then the case of the thing is like, it's a case of false hope that maybe it gives you as far as this game and hard driving the same way, saying that I make a jump, I think I land flush, I think I'm okay, and then you look at it and it's like, no, I'm not okay. I'm like, oh. Oh, in that case, yeah, I wasn't watching where I'm going and I get my ass knocked off. Okay, this will be funny. Okay, you can see the explosions through the side of the road, but also the fact the other cars, as I mentioned when we looked at this last time for hard driving, saying that they don't have a care in the world. They're driving around the loop. They're like, yeah, what's this guy's problem? It's like, yeah, why can't he drive across the loop right? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's for them, it's like they're driving to work in the morning, which is absolutely hilarious. And also one thing I guess I didn't mention really is that you have to beat the challenge time. If you do that, you're able to get an extra challenge, but it's not easy to do that. I've done it a couple times. I actually do it easier with the arcade version, which is the way to go if you're going to be playing race driving or hard driving. You can find this in arcade. That's probably the way to go. As far as now, okay, let me look at this thing. It says turn wheel to select letter. Step on gas pedal to choose. That's, okay, let me do that. Okay, that's why. So entry was on the gas. Okay. And the same setup as Stun Runner where when you hit the thing onto that, it keeps the time going. But I guess maybe this case of saying, hey, you know, A is button is your confirm. So let's go with the same case. Let's see Super Bowl game Saturn, I guess it is. It could be Saturn, it could be Saturd, I guess, depending on people who hate this show. Okay, that's the limit. Okay, fantastic. Or Saturday, as the case. There you go. So that's your experience with race driving. I guess if we're going to come back to this again, maybe we should show the Super Nintendo version as a hilarious case, and then show the Game Boy version and show that, hey, the Game Boy can do this game somehow better. And yeah, thank you to the people who made Star Fox who made that happen as it is. Or maybe we get a console war show about that, as I mentioned. But all right, there you go. That's race driving. All right, what's next on the line? I'm trying to think, what do we have left on this? So let's see. Looked at. Okay, we only really have 2 left. So, 2 left, and I'll show the trailer of the Ed, and Eddy game, which is not by the same people who made this, but that being said, I'll show it. All right, since it's the same number, let's run Badlands. This is obscure. Chad, you ever played this one? I hadn't until this, and this is one of its very few ports. Let me also put in the name of this. Is there going to be a category of this one? I would think so, but let's take a look. Yeah, guess there is. Alrighty. Okay. Badlands. This came out, it says 1989, I think, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It was like late 1989, early 1990. Of what I was able to find in this game, which admittedly was not much, it came out in January of 1990 in the US and Europe by Atari Games, so it's another Atari Games joint. This is the only port of it, as far as the US. In the UK, it was ported to a lot of the home computers over there, particularly the Amstrad CPC, the Amiga, the Atari ST, the Commodore 64, and the ZX Spectrum. It basically is a post-apocalyptic take on Super Sprint. It was programmed, and its project lead was Kelly Turner, who directed the Batman game that Atari made in the arcades. I never knew they made one. But they made that, as well as Project League on the arcade version of Tetris that Tengen made. And also as a producer at 3DO on Armman Air Attack 1 and 2, Armman Green Rogue, and Get on the Mic on the PlayStation 2, which actually is by the same people who made that Ed, and Eddy game we're going to look at as far as the trailer of. As well as Battletanks Global Assault on the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation. And also a game, speaking of hilarious games, one I can't really show effectively, and one of the reasons I like to show this was because of the intro. It's called Jonny Moseley's Mad Trix. It's on the PlayStation 2. It is a skiing game, kind of like an SSX, sorta. But it's a case where it has this very weird opening. They set it to the song Out With the Old, In With the New from edit below of what the name of the band is. It's on the soundtrack of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I do know that. It basically a case where they show a lot of extreme tricks going on of Jonny Moseley, who I think he might have been at the... Either he's involved with the Winter Games of ESPN's, or maybe he was at the 2002 Olympics, I think. But it opens with footage of that, but it also cuts that with the fact that there's this house party going on with a lot of people doing breakdancing and having nice drinks together. And there's Jonny Moseley and his crew go up to a room. There are beautiful women who then are saying, like, hey, the person's on the camera. It's like, yeah, you got to stay out. They're celebrities. We're going to be their bodyguards. And they go upstairs. They sit down, and they're like, talking on the phone. It's like, yeah, I'll talk to you later. And then Jonny Moseley just says, what if it snowed in San Francisco? Out of nowhere. And that's the concept of the game, because the game basically takes place in a bunch of areas where there's never a case where you're ever going to get snow. And it's a case where saying, yeah, it snows in San Francisco in this game, and you're just skiing on it. And from what I understand, the game is not very good. But it's something where that intro is absolutely hilarious. I'm going to try and put a link list item to that intro. Or find the old... The X-Play Show did a discussion about that, dissecting that opening, and they said, the game's not weird. They had a weird game segment. They said, it's not a weird game. This intro sure is. And it's like, really, what was the case of this? It's hilariously weird. Like, is this what you think about? It's crazy. All right, Badlands. Let's go back to that one in particular. Yeah, this is 50 years since a nuclear disaster, so in that case, it's like Mad Max a little bit, in the sense you're driving around and shooting things. It's sprint racing gone bad! Exclamation points. Yeah. You have to basically blast the opponents and get first as far as it runs 3 players the same way that Championship Sprint and Super Sprint did. You have upgrades you get when you pick up wrenches on the track. Not much they're showing about this. And even as far as the machine, we're not going to see the machine until a little later. Also, as we're pointing out, this was the first universal driving game, kids, they say. Basically the case that they were able to convert Championship Sprint and Super Sprint machines to be playing this. And when you see this, you're going to realize, like, you say, oh yeah, this absolutely is running on that same engine. That being, by the way, did I say what board that ran on? Oh, right. It was Atari's System 2 board. And it was a conversion kit for it, in particular. So yeah, this is it. It's taking place across a bunch of areas. You're seeing what comes in the kit. So they're saying this is a universal kit. I guess the case of saying, well, you know what? We already gave you Super Sprint and Championship Sprint machines. This is what they give you. They say, okay, here are the wheels, here's the stuff for it, here's the bezel artwork. I don't know why they have to necessarily replace the wheels. That is, unless they went bad. And those are the wheels that they use for the purpose of Super and Championship Sprint. And also, I think with pole position, when Namco was doing that for them, when Atari released their release of it. So yeah, there you go. That's what it is, running the JAMA harness and the monitor bezel. 2 foot pedal assemblies with mounting brackets, 4 fire buttons. Okay, that's the different thing, because unlike the other games I mentioned, you have a fire button. So in that case, you're basically shooting. For a game that has not been ported much... Actually, never mind. I guess it's 2-player only. I thought it was 3-player. Maybe I'm thinking about Super Off-Road, but let's take a look at this. Well, take a look at the settings, because you have unlimited continues in your difficulties of easy, medium, hard, and hardest. We're going to go medium. Yeah, for a game that has not been ported really at all, it's kind of fun. It's strange. But also, I guess, an interesting case of having this collection, because as of now, this is the only place you can play it in the home. And I think it's been over 20 years, and there's not been another version of this. But yeah, you're seeing right here, this is exactly like Super Sprint and Championship Sprint, except unlike those, the cars can explode, they can shoot up missiles and things, and then the helicopter comes down and revives you. Yeah, it's interesting to see the idea of like how this board goes as far as how it's looking, but also the case that it is really fast, and it does have this kind of Genesis-y style terms of how it sounds, which honestly I would have thought maybe they would have gotten home ports that way, because Tengen was porting games like that like crazy, like Pit Fighter and Race Drivin, and Hard Drivin for that matter on Genesis. Yeah, missile explodes cars. When shot, you basically have a gun in your car, slows down, its direction changes. When a drain car carrying a wrench is shot, you drop it, you can pick it up for yourself, use that in between to buy cases of upgrades. There you go. This is the look as far as what's going on. I don't know if that artifacting, but as far as where that map is down there, is intended. But either way, we're running here. This is so unlike what we saw as far as Race Drivin. Yeah, this place is gone to hell, and now we're going to be driving around and shooting to win. All right. And we'll wait for the other player to join in. There's no other player, so in that case, we just have to go. Okay. So this one, you're using R button again for accelerating and basically steering. So as I mentioned, you ever play a championship sprint or super sprint, take a drink every time I say that as far as with this game. Or the next game we're going to play, which is the cream of the crop as far as this kind of a game, I would say. Yeah, you got this. Pretty simple. In this case, I'm just doing driving around. I have my gun there. Yeah, it sounds like Genesis sounds as far as it. Then again, that's how a lot of early boards like this sound. It is really, really smooth. As far as I can tell, it's a case where, yeah, it seems like it's ported fine. Like I said, I've never seen this game in the arcade. You get a bonus wrench for first place, and your laps are really short. And at the end of a race, you have your wrenches, and you can use them to buy stuff. You can buy missiles, you can buy tires, you can buy turbo, you can buy speed, and you can buy shields. Perfect prelude to the game we're going to look at next. Buy some missiles. As far as that, let's see. Sometimes turning on this one's weird. Let's buy some speed. Yeah, and if you don't have enough to buy something, you go to the next race. So now that I have missiles, instead of having my gun, I have access to missiles. So in that case, you shoot them off. You're set. But you are limited on your missiles. I only have 4 of them. But you can buy more with a race when you win a race. So the idea is that you want to keep driving, and you want to keep winning so that you can keep going, or just keep putting in money. As far as whether this game has an end, I don't know. And chat, do you have experiences with this one? As I said, it's only this collection that I know it for, and for the reasons I explained, makes sense for it. I kind of was not huge into this one compared to Super Off-Road, but having said that, it is still pretty fun. Then again, I never necessarily was huge into Super Sprint and Championship Sprint, even though I respect them. They're good games. But cases where, like, I'm more of a Super Off-Road man. And you'll see that in a little bit, because that's in this collection. My god, it's amazing. But one thing they do that I like, which I don't think Championship Sprint or Super Sprint did, is they give you arrows on the track. Probably thinking, is that really necessary? Well, yeah, it is, because in those games... Okay, if you also get turned around by the oil slicks. That's a potential as well. But the idea is that some cases you have to go through the way as far as they go, because otherwise that gate won't open. So them giving you the arrow here is actually very helpful. Alright, there you go. Off you go. And even the sound effects, which... Oh, crap. I crashed into that. Yeah, that gate will open between in intervals, same way that the other games I mentioned, Championship and Super Sprint. Yeah, drinking game tonight is how many times I mentioned those 2 games here. Alright, he won. And since he won, that's a game over on my case, but we're going to continue a little longer on this one. Alright, well, we'll continue. And you do get extra wrenches if you win, so in that case, I'm going to run with better tires. But you also go to the next course. And actually, it's pretty helpful, because honestly, there is some 3D to these courses as far as how they contour them. So in this case, it's a little easier then to get a sense of saying, where am I going to go? Whoa. Unless I'm underneath there and I get stuck. Saying like, yeah, be careful. So yeah, the arrow seems like there's not a reason to have it, but for this one, no, it kind of is. In that case, yeah, get out of the way. Whoa. But also, this one helps you out a little more, because in that case, on top of having the arrow, it also makes it so that the, like the gate closes. So in that case, you'll know, okay, I can't go that way until I get through. And they also give you the number as far as the drones going on, as far as like what lap are they on at their head. I'll try and catch up. Whoa. And you have infinite shots on your gun. Whoa. And also, I think infinite range. So in that case, I'm able to pick him off. But, oh, stop him. Him, her. Oh, he's stuck. Okay, I got him stuck over there. So, oh, actually. Wait a second. What happened? Was he ahead? Was he able to... Oh, so wait. I glitched him through, I think. Yes? Wait a second, did I win? I don't know. You know what? I don't know what happened. I want to go back on that video and look. I'll have an indication down here saying what happened. I guess I won? I thought he won. She won. I don't know. That's bizarre. That's the first time I ever had a glitch going on in a game, I think, where... Well, maybe it was me. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm just... It sounds like I'm losing my mind. It's like, wait a sec. You would think that would be off of Race Drivin. No. Maybe on this one. But yeah, this is a pretty fun game. And a game that I guess is underrated because I don't know if anybody really had ever heard of this, and I hadn't when it came around. Maybe a case of saying, hey, a revival, something like this. You know, you're talking about ElecVerse this, saying, how about returns to some games? Maybe something like Badlands as a comeback. I mean, Midway, I would think maybe Midway would have tried that if they were in business for a longer time. Because they did that with Narc, they did that with Area 51. They did it twice with Area 51. There's a sequel to the remake of Area 51. Okay, maybe I won. Maybe I won the last case, but I didn't see the guy out there. Okay. I would think maybe they would have tried that. I mean, because they're just saying, hey, you're driving a car and you have a gun on it. Maybe run. Also, by the way, the thing with the missiles, they do seek on. You also have to make that jump specifically, otherwise you're not getting anywhere, so you gotta be careful. But I don't know, maybe thinking that, hey, the idea of driving around with a gun seems like it would be fun. Saying that make a racing game which is also a shooter. Although I know Ubisoft tried to do that with 187 Ride or Die, which from what I understand is supposed to be really, really awful. I've never played it, so I don't know, but it was a case where that was seen as something really bad. But honestly, that was more like a Twisted Metal-like, sort of. Or like, I don't know, I guess a game that may be sort of like this, I don't know if you've played this, is also from Midway, Roadkill, that was on PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Gamecube. It's a case I'd have to be very careful showing that because there's licensed music, and also, it is so unbelievably profane. I'm kind of surprised it's not a banned mature game of Twitch, honestly. But it's a case where you're driving around an open area with guns on yourself, so it's like Twisted Metal a bit, but it's also like Grand Theft Auto in the sense you have an 80s soundtrack license, or actually a lot of licensed music in particular, and it's adult as anything. But I don't know if maybe that was thought of a concept of saying, hey, it's like a return to this. I don't think it was. I mean, I played Roadkill, it was not that bad, but something where I remember my family were here to be playing that, and even though I wasn't of age when the game came out, they said, like, this game's disgusting, no way you should be playing this. Like, yeah, okay, fine. I don't know if I necessarily liked it enough to say, hey, I want to necessarily go behind their back for that one in particular, but that being said, saying that, yeah, even as far as that kind of thing, even if you're someone who does not have necessarily a whole lot of sensitivities as far as that, you might look at that and say, like, yeah, maybe this is pushing too much. It's also, by the way, it was developed by Terminal Reality. Those are the people who made the Blood Rain games. And to be fair, I honestly always thought the Blood Rain games maybe were pushing it a little bit as far as that anyway. So anyway, maybe it was trying too hard. I'll say that about Roadkill. I do think Roadkill probably is trying too hard. Although honestly, I'd also say that about the remake of Narc. Narc was definitely trying too hard as far as that. But for this course, you also have the spikes coming around. In that case, yeah, I guess I can miss. Oh, also, all right, you can also shoot, I didn't know that. You can shoot the oil tanker on the road and then basically drop the oil slick. So in that case, you can play around with the environment. Okay, that's cool. So nothing else. Oh, crap, I crashed into it and exploded. Wow, and I'm going the wrong way. Yeah. All right, this is going nuts. Oh, am I winning? Who's winning? Not me. Okay, now he was way ahead of me. All right, I'm gonna look one more because I want to see if there's another course, and if not, we're gonna go on to the next thing, which is the last thing in this collection. And basically, it's two things, but it's also something where it's basically just one thing. Oh no, I want to keep going. Yeah, just give me a bunch of missiles. Okay, this is the last stage. So, okay, never mind. It is the first stage, I should say. Except we're going in reverse. So very much like, again, take your drink, championship sprint and super sprint. I probably should take my drink as far as it, because I have one on the table. but we'll do that in a little bit. And you're seeing here also, this is probably the reason why, because we would not even get 3 hours of this collection if I was to just do this. Which I'm fine with, but I also said, hey, I kind of want to use this as a reason to show off the other things. Like, yeah, I'm shaking my fists and kicking my car. Alright, there you go, we're done as far as it. Yeah, Badlands is interesting. I guess it's a game that maybe I didn't give enough credit to. Oh wait, let's put in the initials. But there's a nice grungy style to it, and it plays pretty well. I mean, I'll say this, if you love Championship Sprint and Super Sprint, but you thought it wasn't violent enough, Badlands might be right up your alley. And as far as what I can tell, going back as far as emulation things, I thought there might be additional animations that this one's missing, but maybe I was wrong as far as that. And to this very day, this is the only place you can play Badlands. If you want to play it, you have to buy Midway Nintendo 3. Even with some of the misgivings on it, it's definitely, I think, worth getting. But I'll say this, maybe I was more excited about this one. Actually, I almost missed one as far as the game. I just realized, wait, we don't have Super Off-Road. Actually, yeah, we'll show Super Off-Road last. We'll show this one. But maybe my case is that, it's a bunch of racing games at Midways, but case of thinking like, man, I wish it was even better. Okay, I almost forgot this one. Also, I couldn't find out who made this one, really. You're not going to believe how few notes I really have on this game. Okay, next up is Off-Road Thunder. I almost forgot this. So in that case, I'm going to take a last look before we go to Super Off-Road. But I guess this is kind of an in-between between Hydro Thunder and that. Like Hydro Thunder, this was built on the Quicksilver 2 engine, which also was used for Arctic Thunder, which is not in this. But it's on PlayStation 2 and Xbox. For the love of God, if you're going to play that game, play on the Xbox. That's how I'm going to get it. That game is interesting. It's also crazy and maybe too much, but also something where I like it maybe more than this. But this is a weird one. It was built on the Quicksilver 2 board. It came out on September 21st, 1999 in the arcades by Midway. That's really all I could find, but the game is saying 2000, so actually I had to say, who's right? I dug out online, just like, who is right? I didn't find much, except that date. I said, okay, it's that, and the title screen does say 1999. Also, I'll tell you right now, usually this is a case where I'd go into history of like who made this, aside from Midway. I don't think people know who made this, believe it or not. Because I looked online as far as credits for this. I looked at Moby Games. They had nothing. I looked as far as history of this game. I didn't find much. The only thing I know is that last year, apparently, maybe there's some advancements on Quicksilver 2 emulation because it took till last year, 25 years after this game came out, more or less, to crack it. Apparently, there was issues when it came to the emulation. On Xbox, there's definitely issues with the emulation on this where there's graphical artifacts, at least with my tech that I run the console for. Maybe that's the other thing. Because I run Xbox with component cables. Maybe that's the problem. But I don't know. But anyway, this is also the other game like San Francisco Rush 2049 where you have to scroll really, really slowly. And it's the only way to go. But people don't know. It's like, I don't know if anybody knows who made this. I will say this as a personal plea. If you worked at Midway and you worked on this game, I would love to hear from you. I'd love for you to tell what was your experience and who are you. I'd love to give you credit that way of saying this strange game that is kind of interesting. It's like Hydro Thunder but with monster trucks, but not as good as Hydro Thunder anyway. The idea is you kind of drive around and take some secret paths and things. It's more lap-based though than Hydro Thunder is, because that's not lap-based. It's lap-based. It's point-to-point. Also, there's 3 different modes of play, which are going to show each of them. And I'm hoping I can find a glitch off of this one that I saw when I was doing the demolition mode with friends a couple months ago. I did this weird spin in the air that I don't know where it went as far as like what happened, but they were laughing like crazy, and so was I. But here's Off-Road Thunder. I have never seen this in the arcades. It's super for all ages, so the game says. As far as the machine, I'll do a zoom in, and again, it does it slowly on this one for some reason. So that's it. It looks like the Hydro Thunder machine, honestly. And given the board similarity, I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the same casing. But that's it. And to give you this, it was available in, like Hydro Thunder, 25-inch and 39-inch cabinets like that. this is it. With all these secret aspects and 2-player racing, with Capture the Flag and all these places are going to go. Airtime, Alpine Air, Carneo Chaos, Cliffhanger, Double Barrel, High Octane, Over Under, and Tunnel Vision. And there you go. Chat, what's your experience with this one? Also, I gotta get a number on this one. What I have on that? Oh, it's the same number as the last couple. Okay. 23. Alright, you do have boosting. It is basically the same controls as Hydro Thunder, but it also runs a little slower than Hydro Thunder. And, again, between Xbox and not PlayStation 2. I don't know how it runs on PlayStation 2, really. On Gamecube, in some ways it runs better on Xbox. In some ways it runs better on this. It's kind of weird as far as how it goes. Chad, what's your experience with this one? Do you know this? Did you ever play this in the arcade? And also, do you know the beautiful women there, I guess, is the idea. Because that's the idea. A lot of Midway's games with racing, they did have a lot of beautiful women. We're going to see some beautiful women coming up later with the N64 side of things. Because I already said we got all 3 of the Cruis'n games. Because they're not in this. So, and I know why, because emulation. Wait, is it going to that? I didn't press start on that yet, did I? Because otherwise the guy would have said what he says, which is Off-Road Thunder. Yeah, another one that the loading is a bit long. And hopefully it didn't crash. If it did crash, then hit the reset on the Wii. Okay, it was a lot of heavy metal guitar. I'm usually a sucker for that kind of thing. Again, you're seeing like the nitro boost going on there as doing the jumps. As I mentioned, okay, no, at first I thought that was a glitch on the ground, but this game runs really pokey as far as how its frame rate is. I barely played this. Yeah, I was interested because it's tied to Hydro Thunder. I love Hydro Thunder, and I know Midway tried to go after Hydro Thunder again multiple cases. There's a home version of this that's not a home version of this. It's called 4-Wheel Thunder. It's on the Dreamcast. It's a totally different game, but it runs like Hydro Thunder. There's this. There's Arctic Thunder. And that was about it. But case where, yeah, it's kind of a strange one. And usually, as I mentioned, I'm a sucker for like that 80s guitar stuff. But it's something where, as I mentioned, they only really cracked the emulation this like last year. So I think that it was bizarre how they went. But there also is an FMV opening. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so it's Midway Home Entertainment presents. Maybe this can glean some information. I mean, it goes with the idea of Midway as far as stuff with trucks. And we're going to have that theme going on tonight, too. Because, yeah, these are some of the trucks we're also going to see in another game I got coming up later on N64's side. And also Super Off-Road a little bit. Yeah, just kind of this grainy footage as far as how it is, I guess, with them rolling and spinning. So it's kind of going crazy. But it said, yeah, I guess gleaning as much information as we can off of this one. I don't know, what'd you think of this one, ElecVerse? You think it's good? We're going to show all 3 ways of playing, by the way. Also, I don't know. I hit start. Maybe it's not going to do the Off-Road Thunder.
What you wanna play?
Okay, it doesn't if you do it there. So what you want to play? Yeah, we're going to run all 3 of these. Run rally to start.
Where you wanna race?
Where you want to race. One thing I'll show you, hit D-pad left, you are able to change your steering from light, medium, or hard. Hit down or hit up, you're able to mirror the track or not. Hit right, you can put a pin number in, and it runs on D-pad directions of right, up, down. If you hit 3, 2, 1, you unlock Cliffhanger. Let's look at that.
Cliffhanger. What you wanna ride?
Alright, what do we want to ride? We want to ride either General, Thrasher, Stinger, Bad Omen, Snake Eyes, Nitro Ninja, Silver Streak, and Outlaw. But it's cold and lonely for the Outlaw. Let's do that. It's Sticker Automatic. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a stick man this way. I'm an automatic man. I mentioned that we looked at Felony 1179 a few weeks ago. A game that's actually stranger than this one.
Start your engine.
Yeah, we have her. It's like, yeah, I don't even know who the women are, because sometimes with a lot of the Midway games, they'll credit the actors, or credit the actual people they have on the side as far as that, but this one doesn't. I mean, I find no credits whatsoever, which is strange. I was running through the notes, the first thing that about. And you get free race for first, kind of the same way Hydro Thunder did. In this case, let's go accelerate. I think this runs faster than on the Xbox version, I think. Maybe faster than on the PS2, but I don't know. And I would be curious to look at how, I guess, the emulation community, ElecVerse, you mentioned that, and that's, I think, the benefit also of discussing emulation with the program. Some people are like, no, we have to stick to official things. For this show, is that I only stick to official things because that's how I have to show it, and I like to show it that way because I have that way. But I said, for stuff that we need to emulate, we're going to emulate it. We have to. And I'm not going to be against that. But also saying, what are the advancements of it? And honestly, that's a helpful thing to understand how to take a game like this that nobody really knows, like, who made this? Which is shocking. You think we know, right? And you also do the boost and knock them off the way. But then figuring that they somehow figure out how to crack the emulation. Because I know MAME. Let's talk MAME emulation too, as we're just driving around. And same way as Hydro Thunder, you get higher boosts going on when you get the red nitro cans as opposed to the blue ones. The blue ones still do a little bit. You get checkpoint. And there's heavy guitar music going on, which I usually love that idea. I mean, it's just bizarre with this. You're also seeing how weird it's going. Come on, boost, boost, boost. But also when you turn, you also have a wide turning radius, honestly. Sometimes it means you slow down a lot. Oh, to be fair, that's also Hydro Thunder. As I mentioned, it's running on the same engine as Hydro Thunder and the same arcade board as that, so it makes sense. But I'll say, there's something about Hydro Thunder that is maybe more appealing, but this is a fascinating game. If only because it's so shrouded in history. It's bizarre what you think it would be. Yeah. And I'll say this, when it comes to this kind of off-road racing game, there's definitely worse you can play. I know there's the TNN 4x4 hard... No. We played TNN Hardcore Heat on the Dreamcast. I don't think that's a horrible game. It's a pretty fun one. Sort of, kind of. Not great, but kind of interesting. Alright, that spun out. But it also keeps you kind of going the straight way, the same way that Hydro Thunder did. TNN 4x4 Motor Madness or something. It runs like garbage. It's on the Saturn, I think it's on the PlayStation as well. Look at it. Yeah, this is the best game ever compared to something like that. And it's not even a bad game. It's kind of bizarre, you know? And it seems pretty straightforward. It's basically just Hydro Thunder with dirt cars or like monster trucks. I don't know, maybe it's a case where I'm so used to other cases like monster truck stuff. I mean, I don't know, maybe the other thing of saying they could have maybe done licensed stuff, like, I don't know, I was a big one on Bigfoot back in the day. That was definitely a 90s thing as far as that monster truck. That is one of the most iconic monster trucks around, although we got a couple tonight that are gonna kind of come close to that one. But there you go, so we got Sid. It's a suggestion, take tighter turns, like, yeah, they tell you how to play the game better. Also, I do have something to say about that announcing. I'll mention that in particular, but I'll put this in.
I will become master of the universe.
Yeah, that voice stuff, it's worth pointing out, I believe that comes from the trailer of the 1967 movie A Taste of Flesh, These Are the Thrill Seekers, which also was sampled to the intro of the song Cyclone by the Dub Pistols, which also was on the soundtrack to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's kind of a weird one as far as me with this. As I said, it doesn't feel quite as unique as Hydro Thunder, maybe because it's just a case where you're just driving around in a truck, and we've seen that a couple other cases as far as Midway, and we're going to look at that with Super Off-Road and also Off-Road Challenge. That's the other game I got.
Use your nitro.
Okay, I never saw that before, so they're telling you to use your nitro. To explain to you how to play the game, it's also, as I mentioned, the cabin is maybe not that unique from what I'm seeing, but I've never seen this around. It's also not like Arctic Thunder, because the thing about Arctic Thunder that's interesting in the arcade is that it kind of is set up like a snowmobile in the sense you're kind of sitting down on something, not so much like Wave Runner, or even the way that Sunrunner looked, is they're kind of going over the way, so they go over the stadium, as far as how that goes. But the way that it works with that is that Arctic Thunder, it's snowmobile racing, but they have a fan in the machine that's coming off the top, so when you accelerate and hit the boost, it has a fan blowing cool air on you, and then when you hit the boost, it goes faster, so it actually, you feel it, the blowing going more, so it's a case of, that's a perfect summer game. It's like, oh, it's too hot outside, I want to go in and play a video game. Go in an arcade that has that, play it, and they're like, ooh, wow, it's like getting a nice case of air conditioning. Alright, I do want to show I'm saying Off-Road Thunder, but I guess I might have to reset the game to do that. I'll do it briefly, but we're also going to look at the other two modes, and then we'll go on. I'm saving Demolition for last. Snag the Flag.
Where you want to race?
We'll race somewhere different. I guess you have to unlock these for each case. Let's go to Carnio Chaos.
Cardio
Yeah, sorry if you don't like clowns, I'm sorry, but we have to do this one pressure.
automatic.
We're going to keep running this.
Start your engines.
I do like the variety this game gives, because usually even with Hydro Thunder, just racing. So the fact that they're saying, hey, you have the case of doing racing and then doing these other things, it does have some gameplay variety. Especially for something in the arcade, it's kind of unique. So the way the flag game works is one player has the flag, you basically have to bash into them, and it also incentivizes a bit differently how the nitros work. So this is where things get a little creative. So I'll say this is not just Hydro Thunder with monster trucks. I mean, in a sense it is, but also in terms of the modes it offers, it's a little more unique. So the idea is that, yeah, you're able to take a shortcut saying, hey, let me get this launch off here. Whoa! Because when you bash into the enemies, you're able to steal the flag away, and you get more points. And whoever has points at the end of the time limit wins. Honestly, I could imagine this being really fun as far as with another player playing. Yeah, your nitro's going well. Alright, where's the flag? It's, by the way, the person who has the green on them. So sometimes you might want to slow down. So in a way, it goes to another game we showed on the Dreamcast Racing Showcase, that being Demolition Racing No Exit. That's another case of saying it's a racing game that's destruction-based, but also saying that there is an incentive to slow down and not necessarily win, because you're running on points. So winning is one thing, saying you could get more points by saying, hey, you stay behind, you get more points on damage, and then you keep going. And then you are able to pull victory out. But yeah, unfortunately, he stole it from me. So there's a nice back and forth. Honestly, in some ways, maybe this is more interesting than the racing. So I think maybe that's the thought I'm thinking about this game, is that maybe that's where it's better. And also a case where it's kind of unique. But also something where I guess it's still kind of surprising, in case of thinking, well, you'd think we'd know more about it. You'd think that somebody would come out and say, I mean, as I said, I wish I had the reach that someone like Matt Muscles has, in the sense of saying he has these experiences because he worked, by the way, for the company that made the Ed and Eddy Mis-Edventures game that has the demo or the trailer on this disc. He worked on Wet for Xbox 360 doing testing. So because of that and some other games he made, he has experience in the industry and he has some connections where he could talk this out. I mean, maybe he'll do a What Happened show and come up with an answer like, who made this? Maybe that's what I should do. I should have send something off to him saying, like, he says, if you have any ideas of something for the show, read them down, drop them down in the comments. It's like, how about Off-Road Thunder? I did stream this last week, and nobody knows who made this. Maybe there's connections of Midway that we know. I don't know. Or some story about this. Because the thought is initially started like what happened was a case of like what happened with games that are a disaster area, or movies or something that were like a terrible thing that happened. But then the case of saying like, no, sometimes just learning about something that was successful. Like, I know we did one on Panzer Saga. I got less. But I still got some, I still got points as far as that, or be able to put the name on the board. But then saying that he did want Panzer Dragoon Saga. That was not a disaster of a game, it's just a case that it's impossible to get it now. And he's not saying Off-Road Thunder. He does say it, but yeah, I guess you have to start on the boot up. So I guess it's something weird with the emulation again. Alright, Demolition. So we're gonna do Demolition on, they said airtime. Let's do airtime. Well, yeah, let's do airtime, why not? Let's go Snake Eyes. Yeah, we're gonna do automatic the whole way, sorry. Okay, so Demolition is exactly what it sounds like. It's Demolition Derby, and we have not really looked at much Demolition Derby, except for Demolition Racing No Exits. I'd like to show more games like that. I guess I'd like to show Destruction Derby on PlayStation, which I do have. And I'm trying to think of other cases. In this case, you're just driving around, just beating the ever-living hell out of people. Also, you have a damage meter, as we're pointing out. Also, I want to change my view, which is on, right on the D-pad. Oh, right, no, all the directions of the D-pad, it's down. In that case, it seems like it's too close. Okay, so you're seeing parts flying off, and that can happen to me as well. You see my damage meter going up. Case where I'm gonna fall apart, and this is one thing that is at least funny. Okay, there we go. Got a nice launch. Yeah. Okay, I went through the wall. Okay. But it's kind of going nuts. Actually, I'll mention what happened because I don't know if we're gonna see this. But also try and get the nice airtime going here. So you do a dash. Okay, there you go. I knocked him off out of air. There you go. Look at that. So whee! Look at this. Except it is getting a bit slower as you're going to the beach. What happened when I was showing people this game, I said, I was actually back in September of last year, I said, I'm doing this show tonight. That's how long I've been preparing for this one. I said, I'm doing this game. I said, you ever played Off-Road Thunder? No, never heard of this weird shit you're looking at. Like, fair enough idea. And I'd never heard of this one either, so that's true. Like Chris, you're saying I barely played this one as far as in this collection. Like, yeah, I'd agree with that. Maybe with San Francisco Rush 2049 and Hydro Thunder, and especially the next game we're going to look at, it's a case of being weird. What happened is I was doing the demolition race. Like, he went through me. I guess because I just spawned. And you do use the nitro, by the way, to knock him down, because that causes more damage and the parts will fall off, and then you'll revive, by the way. In that case, yeah, roll him over. But I was doing a case of, like, bashing into someone, and I just went straight up into, like, a pirouette. And I never had it happen again. This is pretty normal, like, just doing barrel rolls in the sky, I guess. But I wish I got that on tape. I really do. But in this case, it seemed like, okay, yeah, my car just completely comes set, but then it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, damage means nothing. And I do admittingly like that fuck everything attitude that Midway has. Admittingly, they kind of do have that. That's something the Retro Pals show said when they did a show of like almost every single Midway Nintendo 64 game. The only one they missed was Twisted Edge Extreme Snowboarding, which, like a lot of people, I think they forgot was with Midway. But having said that, they mentioned this, like, they took that attitude when it came to games like this. And in some ways, you kind of, God love them, and rest in peace as far as to them, because of the fact that, like, let's just do this weird stuff. Because it was sometimes fun. And because of that, sometimes you got gold. You got gold like Robotron, or you got gold like Smash TV, or even something like this, or Hydro Thunder, or San Francisco Rush. Because from what I understand, they were sometimes very, I mean, a lot like Atari was. They were very, I don't know if, experimental's not the right word. Freeform, I guess, is the right way, I guess to say. I mean, only with that kind of attitude would we have gotten Gotcha. That was the game of Atari's from the arcade from the late 70s. Nolan Bushnell openly said, hey, we came with the idea of myself and our staff, which also included a lot of women, as was the case too, saying that people were making the jokes that joysticks in gaming were a phallic reference. They said, well, what if we do it another way? Why don't we model it after breasts? That's the game. You have these little pads on the bottom or on the thing, basically manipulating for some purpose. I don't know what they are. I don't know what the case of the game is. I only know the advertising. Even he openly said, like, I tried this. It's going to flop massively. Nobody knew like what to make this. So in some ways, almost like a personal joke for ourselves, maybe. But in case you're right, saying like, who else would think to make a game like that? I guess also Atari and Midway sometimes like, hey, you know, we'll trust some of these people who make this, like Eugene Jarvis, who's known sometimes as the madman of Midway or the madman of a lot of different games. As I want. Okay, there we go. So we got some beautiful women holding trophies and with the Midway logo as far as that. But sometimes just saying, hey, you know what? Let's just try this. And because they came up with gold before, they said, yeah, we'll follow them for really whatever they want to do. And sometimes they would come up with strange stuff that even was not the best thing you ever played. It is kind of interesting. And fair, this game's pretty interesting too. But I'm going to say, I don't want to deny you of hearing Off-Road Thunder. So we're going to come back into this game. I want to show him saying it, and then we're going to quit. Weird case of it, but I said, I'm going to give the full look at this collection because I'm only really getting about 3 hours out of this, maybe a little more, and then Nintendo 64 time. So, Off-Road Thunder, back in, let's hit start, just keep hitting start, and we'll hear him say Off-Road Thunder, and we go on to Super Off-Road. Or Ironman Stewart Super Off-Road.
Off-Road Thunder!
There you go. It somehow didn't feel right with him not saying that, you know?
What you want?
Yeah, what you want to race? Oh, no, what you want to play. We want to play the next game on the line, my friend. But yeah, Off-Road Thunder, it's fascinating. I don't know if I'd say I love this, but having said that, I just want to see how they categorize this. Okay, they categorize it this way. I want to make sure that is how they should categorize it. But for licensing reasons, they can't necessarily categorize it the way that they do here. Okay, so next up on our line, and the last two games, but they're mostly the same, is Super Off-Road. In particular, it is called Ironman Stewart Super Off-Road. There we go. Had to get that right. Came out in February of 1989 in the arcades from Leland Corporation. That was a subsidiary, by the way, of Trade West, who was kind of connected with Midway. It also got ported to the NES by Rare. That's an amazing version on NES. I have that. I'd love to show it. It was also ported to the Amiga, the Amstrad CPC, the Atari ST, the Commodore 64, the PC, the ZX Spectrum, the Super Nintendo, the Sega Genesis, the Game Boy, the Game Gear, the Sega Master System, and the Atari Lynx. And it's on this collection. And this is the only game from this collection, by the way, that was ported elsewhere and has modern porting. In particular, it is in Midway Arcade Treasures Extended Play on PSP, and it's also in Midway Arcade Origins for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, which I believe is going to be the next time we come back to a Midway collection. But that being said, it's a wonderful game. I grew up with this game. I love this game so much. I will show the machine later because actually for some bizarre reason, I'm going to show this off. Also, I got my settings here. You have difficulty going. You have the women's clothing to be shirts and shorts or bikinis. We're on bikinis now. We'll show the skirts and shorts. Shirts and shorts. No, it's shirts and shorts. Never mind. Yeah, you have that dip switch on the board. You can change the women to not be in bikinis if you so desire. We're around the bikinis now. We'll show them without in a sec. Or with clothes still. But anyway, this is a case where this game was directed by John Rowe, who made Quarterback and Pig Out. Also by Moreno, I should say, and Dan Viesca. They also made that game. And they also did programming on Carnival in 1980 and Sequest DSV for the Super Nintendo. With music by Sam Powell. We talked to him before. Did music for Desert Demolition starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote on the Sega Genesis. We played World Series Baseball a couple months ago. He did the music for that as well as Rampage Total Destruction, Survivor for the Wii, RoboCop vs. the Terminator for Super Nintendo, and the Jurassic Park games on Sega Genesis, and also Mario's Missing for Super Nintendo. But yeah, this game, it is a stand-up driving game, top-down racing, kind of like Badlands was in particular. Hi. Audrey, Charlie, and Deborah say hello. Hi, Ace Rizzo Side. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for playing on the Gamecube. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I send my best to everybody. We're looking sort of at the end of this collection, and I got a bunch of games from Nintendo 64 of Midway. Our experience on Midway is, if you've ever played Super Off-Road, one thing I got to unfortunately not show right now, but I can show in a little bit, is the arcade cabinet of this wonderful top-down driving game from 1989. Basically, you drive around as Ivan Ironman Stewart, who is not licensed on this, and you basically are able to pick up money, and as you win races, you're able to upgrade your truck. It's nice stuff. Also, gotta get the audio on this one. I can have this a little louder. This is a staple for me as far as in the arcades back in the day, and it's a wonderful, wonderful game. If you've never played it, you should. And I'm going to show you why it's so good right now. Having said that, it's also a little bizarre thinking about the graphical artifacts on the side. Assuming those are real friends of yours. Actually, they're family. One of my cousins, actually, and his children and wife in particular. That's the idea. And also other people as far as that. So yeah, this is a family program, just to let you know that idea, ElecVerse. And yeah, you're going to be able to get a sense of that, you know? As I said, that's the idea with this because we've said this is a family program in particular, and we meant it for more reasons as a Super Old Game Saturday family. Sometimes the real family, but also a case of saying how that kind of melts. Yeah, that's sweet of them. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. They're both. I have a great family. They're definitely great people, and it's great to see them, and great to get a sense of how they're doing and how everything's going. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's been doing well. Send my best to the family, of course, and everybody else as well. A lot of my aunts and uncles in particular, as far as that. And what memories do you have on Super Off-Road? And also, for that matter, really anything gaming. He knows it. We go into discussions as far as the show and have a great time doing it. You're seeing this game, it is top-down racing done really, really well. It's also something where it's simple. As we showed Badlands a little earlier, which is a lot more obscure than something like this, but something where this has a nice gameplay, because the idea it is a really great evolution of Super Sprint and Championship Sprint in particular. Saying, hey, you're driving trucks around, going over hills, so it's a little more dynamic, but also that money and the upgrade system really makes things unique. So it has a lot of depth, and it does make you want to keep putting in money in the machine. And there's Sam Powell, by the way, who did the music for this game, who got third place, and so that does give the sense of everybody who's involved. And as you go, you are able to do upgrades of your car, your trucks. There's also the track pack, we'll get that in a little bit, which has dune buggies. Yeah, in this one, you do have the bikini girls. You can also have the shirts and shorts, I should say, in particular. And you also have IVN. That's the case of Ivan Ironman Stewart. I have to say that right. That's his actual name. That's what the game was originally called. But because of licensing reasons, they do not have that. But they sort of still have his picture on the title screen. And you have that great music. One thing that also I found really interesting about this game, in particular, is the fact that this is something where when you set up, you can play up to 3 players, and this game has it set. It's also a game I dabbled in and I sucked at it. It's not easy to do this, but it's also something that it does have this nice loop to itself. It makes you want to keep trying and keep figuring out what to do, but also the idea of saying, like, how do you take as far as like a top-down racing? But in particular, there's a lot of customization in this one, in the sense of saying, hey, you know, shit. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, hold on. What happened? Oh, wait, no, hold on. What happened? Oh, I'm driving already. You know what? I'm gonna reset this. I'll tell you why. I thought I selected... Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. What? I thought I was going through the selections of stuff. Alright, let's go back to this. That was weird. Because I thought I hit the button to keep selecting. Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, there you go. Right, because you put your initials in. I was gonna say this game is very customizable. That was bizarre. Maybe I hit the wrong button. I don't know. But also they asked you for your birthday. I'm gonna say the day of today. Why not? It's the day of the show. That is May 30th. But I'll say this: if you were born as far as in the year 2000 or up to the year 2029 or 1900 or 1929, you're kind of screwed because it only goes to 1930. Oh, okay. I don't know where it stopped. Okay, so it's on timer basically. Okay. So give a sense of how this game works, because you mentioned, like, hey, what's the skill of this game? What do you do? And I kind of learned more from playing this game repeatedly above anything else. That's how I got some sort of skill, but this game gets really, really, really hard. Oh, man. Oh, 1977. Okay, there you go. Is that what I had? I guess that's what I ended up selecting. Yeah, as you drive around, hold the R button as far as the way this one has, or the gas. As you're driving around, as you go, basically just moving left and right. And in the arcade, it has the wheel that has this nice spin to itself. So actually, you kind of run in a swivel, really. And you also have your nitros. You have your scoreboard over there. You're the red truck. Basically, you're running the Toyota truck that Ivan Ironman Stewart drove, and hit the button as far as doing the boosts. They're limited, but as you go along, you pick up more. But you start with 10. As you know, you start with more than that. And you go for 4 laps, you go that whoop. But you also pick up more nitros on the track. You can also pick up money on the track as well. Actually, one thing I didn't show, because I guess it timed out, not only can you select, what is it? You can select your birthday and your initials, but also your country of origin. So it's going to default me, I think, to New Zealand? Oh, no, the US. And they do play the national anthem as far as that. And then you get money, and then you get a choice of saying, what do you want to upgrade? Which you have acceleration and top speed, pretty straightforward. Shocks and tires, the thing about shocks and tires, sometimes you might want to go for those because the thing is that it basically helps your suspensions as you're going over the hills. Anything like, wait, does that necessarily matter? Also when you go across the water, because that does slow you down, but also makes it a little easier as you go. And also being careful or clever about how you use your turbos, as we're at Huevos Grande. And those will give you the name of everything as far as the courses. Yeah, but I understand the idea of this game having a bit of a learning curve. In all honesty, I'll tell you, I have maybe more of a learning curve myself with Championship Sprint, Super Sprint. I guess Badlands, because I've not played Badlands a whole lot. You mentioned Badlands has not been ported much. It's a shock thinking that, saying that has Badlands. I mean, the fact that that's like the only port of it outside the arcade ever, as far as this collection, is kind of weird. I would have thought that maybe we'd see something. I mean, even when we played Midway Nintendo 1, I don't know if I mentioned this at the time, but Clax and Timber, which are also semi-obscure. I mean, Clax is probably the most well-known of those three, of these three I mentioned. That got ported in LEGO Dimensions. You basically buy a toy pack, and then you like these toy arcade machines, and they have ports of them in it, as far as that one, and then Timber, and I don't think, no, Badlands doesn't. But then the idea is, as you mentioned, saying like, hey, you know, you want to get your speed going on, so you have to kind of balance that, and then also be in a sense of saying, hey, you know, what do I want to spend my cash on, what do I want to save it. As we go on the Sidewinder in particular. And I also love some of the attention to details of this one. When you're at the side there, you're seeing the flag kind of moving left and right. So it's surprisingly detailed, you know? It's something that is also kind of easy to pick up and play, but yeah, you mentioned it's not easy to get good at this. And I wouldn't say I'm the best at this game. In fact, I would not say that. And because of the fact that as you go across races, the other cars are going to be upgrading, and you don't know what their upgrades really are. But just like we saw with Badlands, the thing about that is that you basically go through a bunch of courses and then they will go in reverse later. But you basically want to keep going. Or if you don't win, you basically put in money as far as this. Oh, Clax, that's a great game. Yeah, it's a fantastic game. We looked at it in Midway Treasures 1, although honestly, that was 5 years ago we looked at that. I could get a sense of showing that off again. Either that collection or get another version of Clax. And honestly, it's something where that's another one that hasn't been ported much. If you were to go into memories on Midway in particular. In this case, also, I'm blowing through my nitros. That's something you could do as well, but also cases was how do you balance that? Sometimes it's a little bit of a risk reward of saying, I only have a whole lot, because also you have your nitros carried across races. In that case, I'm gonna boost my acceleration. And you get the big dukes. And I'll tell you, this ElecVerse is where my runs in this game tend to end. And probably end here because unlike Badlands that we saw, where it gives you the arrow of where to go, it's a little more obvious where you need to go, saying, hey, just go in the direction of the course, but sometimes you can get yourself knocked off, and it makes it really hard to recover, you know? And it's not an easy way to get back, and when they're far ahead, it's tough to get back. Quack's a game I wish got more love. Well, you know what? How about this? Let's give it more love. Let's do a show of it. Let's do a full show of that game. Do you have a preference of how we show that? Do we just pull out Midway Treasures 1 and look at it again? And basically just say, let's give a look at it? Or, I don't know, maybe, here's an idea. Do I get a bunch of ports of Clax on top of the arcade version, and then say, let's take a look at all of them? Midway Mortal Kombat, did they not? Yes, they did. I do have representation of Mortal Kombat tonight, because as I mentioned, I'm looking at Midway Treasures 3. It's not in it, but I have... Since it's not a big collection, there's not a whole lot of extras in it. And yeah, Big Dukes did end me as far as this. I have Mortal Kombat 4, gonna look at that on N64. There's a bunch of games. I got like 12 things on Nintendo 64 to look at. But yeah, I don't know. How do you want to do that as far as Clax? Feel free to go on it. Also, I'm not gonna continue, and the reason I'm not gonna continue is we're gonna show off the track pack next. Let's see. Considering it's meant to be a Tetris game, we couldn't get the name. I would think that it would deserve some more attention. Also, I should just play Midway Treasures again. Okay, let's do it. Let's do a second chance on Midway Treasures. Also, I'll tell you this. I think for that one, since we have advanced tech, or more advanced tech now than we did when we did that 5 years ago, that's another reason to do it. But however you want to do it, it's your choice. I also played it on NES and TurboGrafx 16. I was not aware it was on the TurboGrafx 16. Also, I'm not changing the game name because this is the track pack of Super Off-Road. This came out, by the way, the year after. Oh, no, it's the same year. It adds 8 new tracks. That's basically all it is. I'm going to show the shirts and shorts this time, just for variety. It plays the same, but what they do is they give you the option to select the truck, or you can get a new dune buggy, new tracks, specifically Shortcut, Cutoff Pass, Pig Bog, Rio Trio, Leaping Lizards, Redoubt About, Boulder Hill, and Volcano Valley, not the one from Sonic 3D Blast. So I guess they got the idea from this game. I mean, it's the same game. It's just saying, hey, it has new content to it. So in this case, I'm going to select the dune buggy that way. We'll get something random. We'll go November 1st. I've mentioned 1977. Let's do that. Let's also get a sense of, yeah, can you France, Canada, Britain, Spain, Germany, Italy. Well, let's go Canada. Okay, so yeah, this is the dune buggy. Actually, one thing is that even though Super Off-Road's been ported a lot, the track pack hasn't. I think this is the only port of it. And I don't know if the other ports of this have the dune buggy even in it. It kind of controls the same way as the truck, although from what I can gather, with very little I can really tell, it seems like it doesn't... Okay, I don't know if it doesn't turn as fast. I get the sense maybe its shocks are better, because unless you do boosting, you don't seem to bounce around the way you do with the truck. Or maybe this track just isn't a good way of showing it in particular. So that's that idea. It also sucks Midway isn't around anymore thanks to Warner Brothers. Well, okay. Well, is that why they went down? Let's talk about that, because I know Midway was in a lot of financial trouble. I do know that. Particularly in 2005, 6, 7, 8. They had stuff that they didn't make a lot of... They had a lot of cases where they put a lot of money into stuff and they didn't have much of a return. But they did believe in stuff that was kind of off on the sidelines. I think, like, it seems like it wouldn't be in their wheelhouse. The Shadow Hearts games. We played both of those, Shadow Hearts and Shadow Hearts Covenant on the PS2. They published those. They actually were kind of in argument against the company that Crusader 64 hates because they're sitting on the rights and they're doing nothing with it. Why am I forgetting the name of the company that was involved in that? But they said, yeah, we think this is a viable franchise. They were saying, we don't think so. Not also people developed the second one. Saginaw made the first one. No, that's not nice. I was thinking something else. Oh, Rerez. Okay, there you go. Now I remember. Okay. I believe they bought Midway and eventually shut it down. Well, hold on. Okay, question. Did that happen before Midway shut down, or was it a case where Warner Brothers got all their assets? Feel free to correct me on that one as far as what that was. I thought it was the other way. I thought it was a case that Midway went out of business, Warner Brothers got their assets, and then just had the rights to stuff. Then again, also remember one of the last games they made. Also, they pitched the sound of that weird as far as it. We'll do one more race as far as this one. And you also get extra money if you do continue, by the way. Did they... Because I know Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe was one of the last games that came out of Midway. Ow! That and... what was the other one? The Wheelman? That was the game that they had connection with Dwayne Johnson before. And they were going to have him involved with Spy Hunter because there was that Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run that came out, which they were going to do a movie. The movie didn't happen, but the game happened. He's in it. Was that something where... I guess didn't Warner Brothers have a stake in them beforehand? Because if that's the case, I was not aware of that. And I guess then now, as I mentioned, what does Warner Brothers do with Midway? And the answer is they do Mortal Kombat, yes. They did Mirror Origins, yes. They made the movie, or they had license on the movie based on Rampage, which is an awful movie. But, well, I mean, they did license for the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection last year, as far as that. So that was cool. So that's getting that back and then saying, I don't know, I would think that probably digital clips, I would think these games they made probably a special place for them. Let's put some tire stuff in there and get a couple nitros. Why not? Oh, we'll check out Cutoff Pass. Oh, I guess with Cutoff Pass, you can say, hey, I'm going to take this direction and go up the way. Yeah, I'm not aware necessarily as far as, I guess, maybe other things they're doing, but maybe that being assigned something else, you know? Honestly, I'd love to see a new Smash TV or a new Robotron. Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I'm going to look at, when I get to too many games in a few weeks or months now, I want to look for Robotron 64. I know you want to see that. The only reason we're not showing it tonight is A, because it's not an arcade port, and B, because I don't have it. But I want to get it. I've heard it's supposed to be the definitive version of that 3D Robotron compared to the Robotron X on the PlayStation. Yeah, that would be neat. I mean, that's my other thought. We were talking about that earlier. I mean, like as you mentioned this, you were saying, hey, what about cases of a game where bringing stuff back or taking games of like Namco's and bringing it to a modern case, but then you can maybe do that to Midway. I think they could come with some really cool ideas to do it, you know, on top of doing re-releases. Okay, so that's the end as far as this. I'm going to let this go. And then that's mostly going to be in this collection, mostly, but I'll tell you one thing we're going to end on tonight. Or what? Oh, not tonight. We're not done. Show's not over. Please don't go home yet unless you already are home, in which case, yeah, enjoy your time at home. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to pull the mic. I'm going to let you hear this. I don't think I get copyright stricken on this. If I do, you'll know why in a few days. But I want to play you this. This is the trailer for Ed, Edd and Eddy, The Mis-Edventures, which came out in 2005 for PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox from Midway. It was developed by Artificial Mind and Movement. That is the team that was previously known as Behavior Interactive, and they're now known as Behavior Interactive still, again. They made Jersey Devil on the PlayStation. They made Bugs Bunny Lost in Time also on the PlayStation and also on the PC. They made Get On Da Mic for the PlayStation 2. That was the Karaoke Revolution-like for rap music on PS2. And they made this, and they did Wet for Xbox 360, which I think, and it's also on PS3. That's an underrated game in particular. But that being said, I want to let you have this. I'm going to also boost the volume massively. So this is our case of Cartoon Network representation to start. Feel free to go into aspects of that. I'm going to mute this. I'll be right back so you can hear it fully and nicely.
Three heroes. Loved by millions.
Ain't it dreamy?
Ready for adventure.
It's the
Ed, Double D, and Eddy.
I just want to hug that little loudmouth one.
Starring in their own video game. Ed, and Eddy, the Mis-Edventures.
Dorks.
In this tag team adventure, switch Eds on the fly to take advantage of their unique abilities. When you need raw strength, Ed can give you a lift. Or use his head. When you need brains, Double D can make things go. And in a pinch, he can pull out his trusty slingshot. Eddy can usually scam his way out of any situation. And when he can't, there's always the El Mundo Stink Bomb. Sometimes one Ed is not enough.
We, the Eds, are about to attempt the most daring feat the world has ever seen!
Use the Batter Ed to break through obstacles. Use the Trample Ed to extend your reach. And use the Tower of Eddy when extreme stealth is called for.
Welcome to Club Ed!
Get ready to enter the world of Ed, Ed, and Eddy in a fully interactive way.
Hey, look!
The same distinctive art style.
Looks like fun!
All the slapstick humor you've come to expect.
What are you doing?
You'll be a clubhouse. And of course, the entire cast. Yes, even the Kanker sisters.
Pirates!
Ed, Ed, and Eddy, the Mis-Edventures. Coming October 2005. This title not yet rated.
That was good, Eddy.
Whatever.
Okay, so yeah, that is the trailer for Ed, Ed, and Eddy, the Mis-Edventures. Kind of weird that it's on this collection, but I always want to give a reference to that. I've never played this game. I don't know if it's any good. I know we've talked about cases of Cartoon Network TV shows. We haven't really shown a whole lot yet. I kind of want to. Chad, you ever played that? Also, I'm going to put in the credits as far as this. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit. He's also showed the arcade machine of Super Off-Road. They didn't have it in the extras menu, but they have it here. And also, there's the Badlands machine. You also get to see what that looked like as well. Because what we're going to do now is, on top of anything else you have to go into of the trailer we just saw, the games we looked at, anything else, I'm going to go quickly into my final thoughts on Midway Nintendo 3. It's a mixed bag as far as certain things when it comes to emulation. It's weird on version. There's not a whole lot of games in it, but some of the games in this game are pretty good. Oh, Badlands. Oh, you know that one, Ace Riverside. I've never seen this game, ever. And this is like the only home port of it in this country. It was on it was on a lot of PCs as far as the time, or Super Sprint as well, right? Which, from what they're saying, it is apparently it's a conversion kit of Super Sprint, which is in Midway Treasures 1, which we'll do it again. I don't know if it's cheating to do it again next year for the compilation show, but we should just do it again. You're right. We'll do it again. Or how about this? We'll also do it again, and we'll focus on specific games we want to do or want to look at within it. As you mentioned, ElecVerse, you were mentioning Clax. Okay, everybody's mentioned Clax. That might be a good case of it. And Super Sprint. And Hydro Thunder. I have a great case as far as that. This is still an interesting collection. As I said, the main thing, and there is the machine of Super Off-Road. I don't know why I didn't show it in the extras menu for some reason, but that's it. It looks pretty nice, and it gives a nice perspective, but unlike that collection or the other collections of Midway Arcade Treasures 1 and 2, you don't get a whole lot of interviews. In fact, you get none in this. Not a whole lot of background material, not a whole lot of extras. I mean, you get blurbs about what the games are doing and what's going on, but you kind of want to see more. So that's maybe my disappointment. Maybe in case there's not a whole lot of games, but the games that are really good, but other ones, it might be an acquired taste as far as some. Okay, here's something they screwed up on, because they're showing Off-Road Thunder. They're showing off in the cabinet of Off-Road Challenge, which is not in this collection, by the way. But I have it for you tonight on N64. So that's bizarre. They made a mistake saying, like, wait, that's built on a different hardware, number one. And I don't think they ever used Off-Road Challenge machines. It's like, that's bizarre. I don't know how they made that mistake. But it is a case where Midway does have that. And yeah, so that's also going to be, I guess, the off-road trilogy. I guess you really want to look at it that way, because we'll have Super Off-Road that we looked at, with Off-Road Thunder, and then Off-Road Challenge coming up a little later. And there's Race Drivin. It is just the normal machine, not the 3.5 monitor version, which I've actually never seen. But yeah, as I said, my thoughts on this collection, I don't think it's as well emulated as Midway Nintendo 1 or 2. I don't think it necessarily gives you as much value for the money as those do. It's also a case where it's kind of a tough choice on which version to pick up. Because on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, I'd probably say the GameCube version is the best way to go for certain things. But it might be better as far as certain things on Xbox, maybe on PlayStation 2. I don't know. You do have that as far as, yeah, the woman for San Francisco Rush. But I don't know. I mean, it's weird because, I mean, I was looking forward to maybe more than Midway Nintendo 1 and 2. In fact, I bought this before I bought 1 and 2. I was like, oh, wow, these racing games. This is going to be great. But the emulation's kind of weird for certain things. It's got some things about it that I think could have been done better. But it's also something that it's not horrible. I know that at the time it was surrounded by NACO Museum 50th anniversary, and it was surrounded by, what was the other collection that was around the time? Tecmo Classic Arcade. That was on Xbox for that one. And I know the Reviews on the Run program did an episode or a versus comparison against those two games and this one. And they said with this one, they said they loved the other two, but they said this one's really scraping the bottom of the barrel, to which I say, I don't know. I think there's some good stuff in this, but it is kind of weird. And I guess there's a stand-up of Stun Runner as far as the machine. We didn't see that as far as in the extras. So it's weird that's also just in the credits here. But I'll say, if you are interested as far as the games in this, a lot of them haven't been ported elsewhere. Badlands is not around anywhere. It's only in this. Even with some misgivings I've got on the ports of Hydro Thunder and San Francisco Rush 2049, those games are probably worth getting this thing for alone, in particular. And the others are kind of maybe interesting novelties. Off-Road Thunder's got some interesting things. I'd like to know more about who made it. San Francisco Rush The Rock Alcatraz Edition is interesting, having a 60 frames per second version, because every other version is 30, and they had to rebuild this from scratch. Stun Runner's better ported elsewhere as far as on Xbox or maybe PS2. Race Drivin's hilarious to look back on and get a sense of, but also kind of interesting still. I mean, it doesn't cost too much. This game nowadays goes for, I think, about 20, 25, 30 bucks. I think it's a little more on the GameCube now than it is on the PS2 and the Xbox, because it sold better on that. In fact, I think I took the sales figures down of this somewhere, didn't I? I thought I did. Yeah. This, in total, sold 310,000 units. It sold best on the PlayStation 2, selling 160,000 units. On the GameCube, it sold 70,000, and on the Xbox, it sold 80,000 in particular. So, it's a case where it didn't sell that great, but as far as those numbers, it's also something where it wasn't bad, and back then, in 2005, it's not something where that necessarily is a case of, ooh, it's a terrible selling thing. I mean, I mentioned Shadow Hearts Covenant sold about around that number on the PS2, and Midway believed in that game massively, more than Rerez did. Even though that was the last one they published, although I would think if they could have gotten their hands on Shadow Hearts from the New World, they probably would have published it, because they said, this is something unique we got, and something that has an audience, even if it's a smaller case of itself. So, that being something for it. I mean, I think this is probably worth getting. If you're going to get this, I would suggest getting on the GameCube if you have the choice. I can't speak to it on the PS2, because I've never played it. Xbox, I think there's problems with how Hydro Thunder is emulated when it comes to frame rate. Also, two-player, and that is also a problem anyway for the frame rate. It's kind of a wash as far as Off-Road Thunder. Stun Runner runs way better on Xbox, I'll say that. And the other ones I think are basically negligible for the most part, in particular. Also, let's see. I want to tell you, she's so happy to sit and watch you. She locked in. Me too. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying as far as what's going on, and I guess also going into something I know we've went into before and went in on last week's show, which is the idea of saying what's going on as far as, I guess, a look at gaming, especially, I guess, gaming that kind of goes older like this, and like, is there an appeal on this? What's going on? What's the idea of, I guess, these stories? And in some ways, me finding out a lot in myself from all of you, of course, but also just in general saying, like, what's Badlands? I never saw that. You said you've seen this game in the wild. That's a good case to see, like, where are these generational aspects of gaming or really anything pop culture going. And I think that can sometimes be a fascinating thing. It's like, hey, you know, sometimes it's interesting to kind of come back to something like this. It's like, what's Badlands? It's only imported here. I mean, that's another thing, I guess, about this collection is that Sunrunner and Badlands have not gotten ported a lot. So in that case, this might be worth getting to take a look at those. And I do love San Francisco Rush 2049. This in particular probably is the best thing on this. That and Hydro Thunder in particular. But I'm mixed on this. I don't know if I'd recommend this over Midway Treasures 1 or 2. But that being said, there are some things about this, and I guess in case we'd like to see another, maybe Warner Brothers or whoever the licenses lie on some of these things can bring some of these things back, and I think there'll be an audience. I think our show, even though it's not a massive audience, I think there's people who would look and say, yeah, you know, maybe we do want to see this, you know? Maybe that's the case of it. Okay, so with that, we'd be done with the show by now, but as I said, it's not enough. So I'm going to do something a little unique. I'm turning off the console. I'm running the Wii in particular through this. Oh, it's on Gamecube, but I'm running it through the Wii. And that's normal. One thing that I got to do, though, is I got to change my output. I'm going to change that to S-Video. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook up my Nintendo 64 now. I got a bunch of arcade games of Midways on that. Most of it is stuff that's not in this collection. So I'm making it a little more worthwhile. So you're hearing a bit of a distance of me actually walking around from the place to pull this. You might also hear a buzzing noise. Don't be alarmed. It'll go away in a second. There we go. I switched this from component cable that I have the Wii connected to, because I bought a specific Wii to run this game for Gamecube. These are one that has back compatible support. And in that case, I put S-Video cables in. Again, sorry for the noise that's going to come from the audio cables going in, but I'm going to aim them just right and try and minimize it. So, bzz. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually nailed that, but it did do it on my test. Okay, so there you go. Now we have that set. The retro tank, as far as the upscale I got, that's in place. It's not going to fall, I don't think. Take another walk around, and then we're going to go through a bunch of other games I got. Actually, you know, I'll say this. I'll start. There are two places we're going to start. Since we mentioned two things, I'm going to get two things queued up now. Yeah, that's the one. You're mentioning Mortal Kombat in particular, Ice Riverside. Nice, thank you. I've got Mortal Kombat 4 on tap. We're going to do that in a second, but actually, I got a little bit of a surprise. Something I didn't mention as far as one of the games I'm going to talk about. I got to change the audio on this one in particular. Let's stick it to... I have to bump this. I got to put up to, I think, 11, I think? Yeah, because actually, I'm giving you another classic game compilation. Like, huh? So actually, we're sort of coming back to Midway Treasures a little with a collection of games. And by the way, it's going to look bright. Don't worry. Don't be alarmed. It does that whenever I turn on a console new from a connection. That's normal. But it will normalize, and I'm not going to go on. It says no controller pack found. We are going to be playing Midway's Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1. This came out on the Dreamcast in 2000 on June 27th. We're playing on the Nintendo 64. It came out on November 14th of 2000, and that got a Game Boy Advance version. It was also by Digital Clips in particular. As far as the games that are in this, we have actually a couple. I'm going to take a brief look at all of these. We have Tapper, we have Spy Hunter, we have Sinistar, we have Robotron 2084, so we're getting to Robotron right now, ElecVerse, again. Joust, and Defender. As we're pointing out, Nintendo 64's exclusives here are Tapper and Spy Hunter. On Dreamcast, it has Bubbles and it's Defender 2. I do not have a controller pack for this one, so I'm going to continue without saving. Here's the collection. Let's take a look. You ever play this one? I was also the ultimate Mortal Kombat 1 champion. No one could beat me with Kano. Mortal Kombat 2, Kano. Oh, Mortal Kombat 2, Kano, and Katana, no one could win. Also pointing out, I don't know if Riverside are aware of this, the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection that came out last year. It's on all the consoles and it's on the PC. It has all the old Mortal Kombat games in 1, 2, 3, 4, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Even the Game Boy ones, which are bad. And it's like every version. It's like arcade, it's Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Game Gear, the ones on Game Boy Advance. Some of them are not very good. But it's quite a collection of Mortal Kombat. It is a fascinating collection. Okay, since those mentioned a few things, also arcade trivia. We can play that in particular. But one thing I do is we're going to look at Robotron 2084 to start. As far as the audio number on this one, I'm taking a look at these numbers. I think This is a weird collection, but it'll definitely do in a pinch as far as showing off something like this. So yeah, here's Robotron 2084, which came out in March of 1982 for the arcades. It's been ported a lot of places. It was developed by Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar. So of course the story of this one is you have to save the last human family walking along. And it's dual stick, but on this console there's no dual stick. So what you have to do instead is, designed by VidKids, that was the company of Eugene Jarvis's, you can go in controls and you can set stuff up. You can set this up however you want. As we're pointing out, you do have to hit A button to change, and left, right, up, and down is running D-pad. So what you do is you hit A button and switch it to control stick left, control stick up, control stick right, and control stick down. And in this case, then you use C buttons to do shooting. There's dual stick shooting in particular as far as how it is. And if your controller pack, you can use saving as far as it, but I don't, so let's go. So here we go. So we have Robotron 2084. Here it is. We'll come back to this as well at some point. It is weird playing with the C buttons, but it is still something that as you press the 2 C buttons down as far as going in direction, you shoot out any way you want. And of course, you have to save the family and save Mikey as well. And mainly I'll say this, despite what you might think, my experience with Robotron is not as much as you might expect. You might think, well, I don't know, I would have grown up with this game, but honestly, I didn't. Ow. I think only played it when Midway Treasures came out. Not because I didn't want to, it's just the case where I'd heard people say this game is amazing, and I'm also getting myself killed really quick. And I destroy all the grunts without coming out that way. But also, this is a great game still. It's something where, even though this came out in 1982, this is, I think, the oldest game we got tonight. And who knew it was on Nintendo 64? I didn't for a while. It's still a lot of fun. Okay, that was short. I'm going to do a quick case. Also says you can enter initials. I'm not going to bother as far as it's. But a case where it's been very influential. A case where a lot of games were inspired by this, like Geometry Wars, as far as modern stuff. But also really, I'm trying to think of other cases like dual stick. It's like the twin stick shooter. But there are a lot of cases, as like which you mentioned Smash TV, that being another one. Or Total Carnage, which is kind of like that in Atari Wars a little. Because basically you can't defeat the large grunts, the ones that are green, you can just defeat anything else. So in that case, I'm not going to go too long with all these, because we have shown these before, and since we're going to come back to Midway Treasures 1, which has all these games in it already. I'm going to be a little brief. But I'll at least go as far as I go, because I'm not necessarily that great at this game. And if you walk over the family, or mommy and daddy and Mikey, you get points. Of course, you shoot the enemies down, you'll be set. And you run multiple ways, this goes forever. And if you're really good at this game, I have a lot of respect for you in particular as far as that. Also, I recommend a game too. It's called Evil Egg. It's a free roguelike game inspired by Robotron that's free on Steam. Yeah, sure. Never played it, never heard of it. I appreciate the idea that as far as my initials, it's not saving anyway, so I have S, or I fire up. So in that case, you have to C up, right? So S. All right, in this case, we're going to also go back. We'll be brief on these, but we'll come back to these again, I promise. But thank you for the recommendation, ElecVerse. Also, one thing. Next on the list, I want to show Tapper, a root beer tapper. This was released, we've shown this before on the show, more than once. Came out in February of 1984 on the MCR3 board of Midway's. It also powered Discs of Tron, Timber, and Demolition Derby. The latter being a game I only played for the first time last year, which is pretty interesting. Never gotten re-released, but it's actually kind of cool. And this game actually looks really sharp on Nintendo 64. You'd be surprised. But here's the other reason I'm showing this. Worth pointing out, the original version Tapper did not have root beer in it. It was licensed by Budweiser in the US and it was licensed by Suntory, the whiskey company, in Japan. So they said, okay, we don't want to advertise alcohol to children. We probably should open the bottle I have of Angry Orchard to drink that. But having said that, they said, let's do a root beer version. It's generic as far as it. But as far as this also is answering one question with me. This game, by the way, was made by Steve Meyer and Lane Ditton. And one question I always had, I'm going to hit the start button on this one. We looked at, I showed off the Xbox Live Arcade version of this from Xbox 360 that you cannot buy anymore, digital only, so you can't get it unless you pirate it off your console or emulate it. One thing about Tapper in the arcade is we're in 2 setup. You have a joystick on one side and you have a tab. You pull that down in order to launch the beer, or the root beer in this case, out. I was under the impression that 360 version was the only one that let you play the game that way. Well, I found another version. It's right here, but you have to be a little clever about how you do it. And it also gets to sound really strange. You're probably thinking, well, Nintendo 64, you usually play this thing with either the right-handed position with the control stick under your left thumb, or the home position where you have the D-pad under your left thumb. What about that left position? Well, let me tell you something. Hit A button on tap and hit down on the control sticks. In this case, now we got left-handed left position controls going on. It's just like the arcade. I'm using the control stick as far as a second analog method, or the analog method, to do that tap. And my God, it is absolutely the way to play this game. So, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Let's go. Tapper, though, is a game I'm mixed on. I guess because what is a case of what's its longevity looking like? What's its set up on? Also, let me turn this up. This is too quiet. Personally, I kind of love this game, but it's also something where it can get pretty difficult. And also, I guess a case of saying, what's this going to look like as far as other things. I'll say this one thing. I'm surprised Nintendo 64 ports this as well as they do, you know? I think it overwhelms you too quickly. Okay. And I understand that. In fact, actually, going to that 360 version again, one thing I didn't mention when we looked at that, the achievement set in that game in particular, they can be really, really difficult to get. And one of them actually is... Actually, let's go get the tip. When you get the tip, yeah, it's random how the people go. Will they look at the dancing can-can women? Maybe, maybe not. Not always. But the idea is that one of the achievements is you get 2,000 points out of the first mission, or the first level, the one we just passed. But you have to be very specific to go through that. It took me forever to get that. So I understand the idea of saying, like, hey, what's a gradual curve on this thing, you know? But it's satisfying would be a level, which I think maybe helps. And also funny because he, like, hits his head, or hits his foot on the thing. But yeah, Beer Baron's here again. Like always, pay attention to when he's not shaken up. If you can follow that around, it's not easy to do that necessarily, but it's right here, boom. Yeah, this bud's for you. That's what's said in the original version. This case is that you get bonus points. So yeah, we're at the, I'm not gonna go too long. Basically, we're going to my first game over. But this is a game, I'll tell you, ElecVerse, you're right about this, saying that it does overwhelm you really quickly. I honestly, I'll tell you, exception of maybe you, I don't know if I know anybody's actually played this. And not even in a case where it's not around. I know actually a lot of my retro arcades have this. And it's something where sometimes maybe draws blank with people, sorta. But I also don't know necessarily, like, hey, what is the method of that? And you do have to kind of live with this game, but also get the clarity of saying, like, hey, you got the bird drunk. Or in this case, you just knocked them out. And to be fair, when I first played this, it was with that 360 version that I played it. And I was so impressed, I said, I want to buy this thing. That was the question, saying, like, how do I get that set? But also sometimes getting a sense of saying, hey, what are the tips and the tricks to kind of learn playing this thing? And also take into account the other thing, which is that sometimes try and get the tips, and sometimes the people will not necessarily look, but also be careful when, yeah, that goes, because if the mug drops, you're going to lose. Also, you kind of take count. The way I play this game, I'll say this right now, 3, 4. Basically, you want to get a count, and then basically get a sense of saying, like, when can you see where their animations are set? Basically knock them out the way, saying, hey, you got served, and you're gone. And also be able to keep the pace going up so you don't do that, and also that you don't get a case of saying that you toss, that you get them to the end of the bar. Actually, I don't think I showed last time what happens when they get to the end of the bar. Maybe I should show that. But I'll try to do this. But basically, it's kind of taking account, like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and basically 1, 2, and say, like, where's that? Where's that? So it is very frantic, which you'd think maybe it wouldn't be. Whoop. Yeah, I never saw the bartender throw a glass in the air to kill a bird. Yeah, I know. You have to get to the sports bar, by the way, which is where we are, in order to see that. So they start adding new animations, but in that case, I crashed it. But I will say, it's weird playing with the left position on Nintendo 64, but to me, this is absolutely the right way to go. Because in that case, you only really have to move up, down, left, and right with the D-pad. So honestly, this is the right way as far as, because I love that tap control. That is the best way to play it. In fact, when we play Midway Origins, we're gonna run that on Xbox Series X, because I have the 360 version, we'll play it on that. I'm gonna remap the control so I can hit down on the analog stick to, oh, no. Get that going, you know? Yeah, you do have to kind of play around to make that happen. But alright, in that case, also, use the tap down, so za. it's not easy to get into, or it's not easy to play in some cases, but in other cases it might be something where, yeah, it's something you kind of keep at it, but you're right. It is very imposing, or can be, but it's also something I kind of sometimes want to put more people in front of it. Yeah, you almost had it. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I kind of was hoping I could get to the punk bar. And I've never gotten to the alien bar, which is the fourth one. I've never seen it in my life, in particular. And that's where it gets really hard. The punk bar is where my game stops, usually. But next we're looking at... Oh, shit, I didn't change the game name. Actually, I just realized that. Fine, we're playing Joust. Only 2 viewers on Twitch for Joust. That's not nice. Okay, let's talk Joust. This came out in 1982, September 1982, by John Newcomer. It was released by Williams Entertainment, Williams Electronics. This is a classic as far as it... Oh, let me take a look at my controls. I don't remember what they are on this. It's left and right and flapping. And I'm going to change this so I can use the control stick. Except for Sinistar, the only game that... except for Sinistar, that's the only game that lets you run the stick as far as it... But in this case, I'm not good at Joust. This is not going to last long. So we're buzzard bait. Or the game that I guess Nintendo sort of ripped off when it came to Balloon Fight, sort of. We've talked Balloon Fight before, except I did not do good as far as doing that. I've never been good at this game, but this is definitely a classic. The idea is you have to basically take your ostrich and go towards them, and you do it to literally joust them. Except, yeah, if they hit you, you're gonna get yourself knocked. Oh my god, I used to play this in Atari 5200. Yeah, I've never played that version. But there you go. Feel free to go in your memories on Joust. Yeah, this is the arcade original, and it's on Nintendo 64. You might not think it is. And from what I understand, this does have some of the same glitches they had in the arcade, because this is a straight port. But yeah, I am not good at this game at all. But alright, I did get him. But there's the egg. Can I get him? I got myself killed. Yeah, because they ported this game a lot. I know this is on like, every system of the time. And a unique one. Actually, when we look at Midway Treasures again, I'll tell you one thing I think we'll also do when we look at that. We'll also look at all the developer video interviews, because we didn't look at all of them last time in particular. The keys hit 1 pixel underneath. Okay, thank you, Israel, for indicating that. Yeah, I wish you were here to run this. Yeah, that game is over. I do have that touch as well. Was the Atari 5200's controller as bad as people said it was? I don't know, Ace Riverside, people say that controller is very stiff as far as the controller or the stick on it, and that it didn't play well. And I'm not good as far as come from underneath. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing well, so yeah, I'm not showing Joust the skill I need. But unfortunately, I have to go with the sword. You actually, there you go. Whoa. I'll play this a couple times because it's going to be running quick. Or if I do die again, I'm going to change it to D-pad control in particular. I'm going to try. But this is, I'll tell you this, that'll be part of my practice when we get to Midway Treasures again. Because it is in there. Alright, there you go. So I got him on top. Emilio was always better at Balloon Fight, but then again, the constant thing, scroll. Alright, I got past one wave, I'll take that. Yeah, I don't know, how was the 5200, the Atari 5200's controller? I'm not familiar with it. I've actually never played Atari 5200. And honestly, the only cases of Atari 5200 I have are emulated in collections. Specifically Midway, no, not Midway, Atari 50. Which is amazing. If you never bought Atari 50, go get that. My god, it's so good. And we're actually going to show that in October, I'm thinking, because I want to show one announcement off of it. Do we need to cover Atari on the console? Okay, we get him. He's on the ground, get him. Fantastic. Come underneath, tap last second. Okay, so basically come underneath and at the last second, tap the button. Okay, got it. Thank you for indicating that, and also for, he's there, let's go save him. 3,000 survival points, okay. One thing at least I'll show is when you get to wave 3, the sides start burning so you can fall in the lava before I'm dead. That game is over. It was better than the 2600s. Okay. Okay, so I'll practice this game when we come to this, I promise. I don't know, F. Yeah, except the paddles. Okay, so the paddle controller is a better case of that. Yeah, I've said that I want to show off more stuff with Atari 2600, not just with the Atari 50, but just on the console itself. I won't get that. I only know the Atari 5200 from watching the Angry Video Game Nerd and Classic Game Room. Oh, right. Yeah, I know. Sometimes, I guess, that's what, I think it's 2600. Unless there's a 2400 of something that's not Atari. Which maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't think there is. Okay. All right, we'll come back to this next time, I promise. And Ace Riverside, I'll call you when we're gonna do Mirror Treasures 1. Well, I don't know, we want to coordinate that. Speaking of game I'm not good with, let's look at Spy Hunter. I don't dislike Spy Hunter, I just am not good at this game at all. Also, I gotta make sure I pick the right Spy Hunter, because there's a lot of these. Yeah, because there's the remake that's by the people who made Pilewing 64, and there's my weekly reference to Pilewing 64 as far as on the show. Oh, it's 2600. All right, there you go. Okay, controls. Let's take a look at these because I don't know how to play this game on this controller. Because you have a lot of things you have to do in Spy Hunter in particular. You have the weapons vans on A button, shifting on the B button, and the C buttons are your gadgets. You have the machine gun, smoke screen, oil slick, and missiles. And press A button to start. I'm all forgetful. No, I understand that. And I forget stuff all the time on the show. That's absolutely a case of that. Alright, accelerate. Wait, hold on, let's accelerate. Up, right. So, also, the one way we can play Peter Gunn by Henry Mancini without me getting a content strike. As far as this game, I'm pretty sure I will not. Oh my god, I played this on Apple IIe. Okay, so there you go, getting the history as far as where you played a bunch of games like this. I've never, speaking of games I'm not good at, along with Joust, I'm not good at this. Because you have to stay in the middle of the road and get it going, and I've never seen the Apple II version, or the Apple IIe version. And I do have games that are ported from that. In particular, I have Karateka, because I have the making of Karateka that has that version in it. But as far as this, I mean, I'm trying to think. The only ports again of Spy Hunter I have are in this and in Midway Treasures 1. There's also the sequel, which I know the guy who made this game hated. By the way, when I die, I'll give a census of this as the weapons van's coming up. I didn't know Spy Hunter was on the Apple II. Honestly, I don't think I do either, to be brutally honest. I mean, I guess I'd assume when you have a game that's insanely popular, and this game was popular. Okay, we got to another section. Maybe I can call the case of that bar. Right, there's smoke screen. Actually, can I use the smoke screen? I guess I can. I don't know, I'll get myself knocked off the side of the way. Spy Hunter 8 is by George Gomez. He's the creator of the game. It came out in 1983 of November, and it was going to be a James Bond game. I didn't mention that last time we looked at this. I still have lives. Actually, wait, maybe you don't have lives. And then you run on time? Okay, oh yeah, you're just pushing me off. Yeah, absolutely, I grew up playing it. There you go. The idea of games that we grew up experiencing, I guess also, as you mentioned, first time playing an arcade game. Because this is how it was delivered in the arcade, but then saying it got to the home. Because I know it's on NES. I think the Atari consoles have it, in particular. As Audrey says, good night, Mike, I'm sticking with you. Thank you. Of course, good to see you. Send my best to Audrey and also the family as well, as my score ranking is 11. As I mentioned, this is going to be a James Bond game, but it ended up not being. But then again, maybe that helped it. All right, we'll try once more because I want to show as far as doing something. Coin is on. All right, you have to start and go. Okay, let's try again. I'm not good with this game. Is that I'll also... That'll be part of my practice for Mirror Treasures. I'll practice for the games I know I'm not good at, which are Joust and this. And then... Actually, yeah, we're gonna... I think it's gonna end up being a little longer, because I guess it's the way we're going, but either way. I can see there was meant to be a James Bond game. Yeah, I mean, and I didn't know necessarily at the time that it was, although that would have been interesting to think about the idea of would it have been. And remember, we do have the new Bond game, the first new Bond game in 14 years that just came out, that being 007 First Light. It's by the people who made Hitman, IO Interactive. But it was interesting to think, like, with James Bond in games, because it was, as I mentioned, Eurocom, they made James Bond Jr. on NES, and it's apparently way better than the Gray Matter one that was on Super Nintendo. There's James Bond The Duel, which I heard was not very good. There was also, what is it? There's James Bond 007 that was on Game Boy. That was after GoldenEye, but then GoldenEye came out, and that kind of changed everything. I thought it was just me as far as, and most thought it was Knight Rider. Although, yeah, Knight Rider, that could also go too, you're right. And Knight Rider does have a game. It's on NES. Whoa, there's the boost. Oh right, I forgot. Wait a second. That's what I'm doing. I'm not using the shifter. I was like, wait. I'm going so slow. I was like, no, there you go. Yeah, we have to go fast as anything and then crash into everything. Yeah, there isn't a Knight Rider game. It's on NES. From what I understand, it's first person like Race Drivin, although it's not that kind of game. Exactly. All right, I'm not gonna last long, and then we'll go to the other two in this, which are Sinistar and Defender. Oh wait, keep going. All right, I forgot. When you're in high gear, you can't go. All right, yeah, I'm clearly doing horribly on this game. So in this case, yeah, okay, I'll give one explanation going into this as it's game over. The reason this was in Midway Treasures 3, all these, is because these are Midway Treasures 1. So why would they put it in this? I can never figure this game out. Yeah, I understand that. Because there's a lot to deal with, but then it's also something where somebody who knows it, like Ace Riverside U, that being a case of it being kind of interesting to see. Let's get this set. Because looking at Sinistar. Yeah, a little weird how the game looks on this console. I'll say that. Sinistar came out in February of 1983 from John Newcomer and Noah Falstein. You also have the case where there's an early case of voice in this. Also, I'm going to turn up the volume because this is a game where you won't hear the voice if I don't bump it. That voice of saying, "Beware, I live." That was, by the way, the late John Doremus. He was a radio personality who syndicated the Passing Parade, as far as back in the day, and did voice on the NFL Films highlight package for Super Bowl 21. He was 63 when he passed away in 1995. But the case is that, yeah, talk about a famous voice in gaming, as we're going to get flashing lights probably going on this one, and definitely on Defender. I'll promise that. I'm playing this one on Apple II, and NES got a version coming out with Track and Field at the same time, along with Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Also, Sinistar is a game that unless you watch the demo, you're not going to know how to kill him. The idea of saying that you'll watch the demo to show how to kill him, and I wasn't paying attention to it, so yeah, good luck as far as how to kill him. Also, controls. By default, this does run with the control stick. You have Cinnabomb that's on B button, and then fires on A button. Let's take a look as far as how it goes. Yeah, I had to bump the volume of this game in order to go. But you do have a nice radar going on, and as I realized when I was doing testing on this earlier today, it's something where I said, hitting the asteroids maybe is not that bad a case, just when he comes around. Hopefully you're hearing it. If you don't hear it, you know what? I'm going to bump this as high as I can go. Because it's quiet. Alright, there we go. Yeah, mine. Oh, right, I forgot. Right, now I remember. I remember when we played this a few years ago, saying you shoot the crystals you mine the crystal by shooting at it, and then you pick up the little dots that come off of it, and you build the Cinnabomb, and I guess the Cinnabombs will kill them. Is that right? I forgot. I wasn't paying attention to the demo. That's why you pay attention to the demo. Yeah, kind of interesting thing. Nintendo 64 has this again, which, as I said, I didn't necessarily think too much of this, and this was late on the console. So the thought of saying, hey, you know, we're getting this as it is. We also just got off the Commodore Amiga, so technology was changing really fast. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about the idea of moving between consoles, and actually a lot of these Midway games were on Amiga. Alright, Sinistar's a scanner range. Beware, I live. Right, okay, so I guess I got him with the Cinnabomb, but I don't have much. There you go. So we're going to see him live. I'm going to try and get through him. I did do some damage on him, but I don't know if I'm going to beat him. Well, oh, he's back. I need energy. I don't have your bomb to kill you. So yeah, I'm getting myself eaten. This ain't lasting long. I do love that idea of saying, like, hey, early case of voice, but like, yeah, I don't want Sinistar here. He needs to go. Oh no, I hear him. Thought I got blown up by something else. Alright, that's game over. I don't think I'm going to go much further as far as this, honestly, just because I think I got to move on. But also, we'll definitely look at it again later. I hope I'm not giving a sense that I'm blackballing this game, because I'm like, no, it's great. I just want to make sure that we can get stuff going on. Do you save? No, I don't care about saving. The last thing is we'll show the arcade trivia and we'll show Defender. Flashlight warning on Defender. This is going to be potentially really bad. So I have to prepare you again for that because I realized we looked at this before. All right, Defender. Put in Defender. Also, if you want to see more of some of these games in it, we have a play of Midway Treasures 1 that's linked below when I edit this in a few days. And we'll come back to Midway Treasures 1 because we can justify it with extra tech. And I'll talk to everybody who's in chat tonight and say, hey, we're doing it then. Right, you can also change your options as far as which I didn't really do too much of. Yeah, in this case, you have your setups here. I want to change the reverse to... I want to change that to the B button. Because the way this is running, I think they want it on D-pad. And I don't want to change it as far as that. Okay. Alright, now shooting is on the C left button. It's weird how they have this set up. Also, if I die, it's going to be a flashlight warning. And also, if I need to see up with the smart bomb, that's also a flashlight warning. It's bad enough, I want to give you enough of a warning of it, so just for that. Yeah, so like with Sinistar, you do have your case of it. This came out, by the way, by Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar in February of 1981. What else? I got blown up. What else? Did I get blown up? It's not that I'm not watching, it's just a case like, oh right, you got hyperspace, that's on C down, and I died. Oh, Defender, Williams and Valley made the best pinball games as well. Right, because Defender had a pinball game, didn't it? In fact, well, you might, oh. There's something I don't want to necessarily leave, going here, you know, in particular. Actually, no, in that case, we'll probably go through this in particular. Yeah, I'm not good at Defender, and honestly, it's something where I didn't play Defender again until Midway Treasures. And that was too short, I'm going to do one more run of this. And then we'll look at the trivia and we'll go on the other stuff. And in that case, I'll also target how we look at it, just as far as it's... What's next? Missile Command? Missile Command is not on Nintendo 64, alas. But having said that, we haven't looked at Missile Command yet. I do want to look at that one in particular. Commodore Amiga, was that a computer or console? I know the Commodore 64 is a computer. I think the Amiga was a PC. Because I know, I'll tell you my experience like this way. I know when our family bought Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, on the box, it was a case where it ran on DOS for us. Because we ran on PC, but they did say Amiga, and they also mentioned Tandy. I know Tandy's a PC. I think Amiga is a PC, although there's other cases of Amiga, the Amiga line, like the Amiga CD32, that was a console. And the Commodore 64 was a console as well. Oh wait, no, why am I killing them? Why am I killing the people that the Defenders are going? I gotta save them. I was flashlight warning, I didn't see up. Sorry. Okay, wait, they're being taken away, I want to save them. No. Alright, I'm not good at this one. It was Commodore 64, it was Commodore 128, and then Amiga. Okay, gotcha. So is their computer line. Fine, one more, and we're going on to the trivia, and then we'll go on to the stuff. I want to save somebody. In fact, I need to save somebody. That's the point of Defender. You're defending people. I'm just shooting willy-nilly, showing how you do not play Defender. If nothing else, it's also going to give me an interesting case of saying, hey, how do I save? All right, because you can go down here, you pick them up on, no. Oh, shit, I don't want to kill him, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, thrusters on C right. That's the smart bomb and the flashlight warning button. Let's see. I was thanking my mom for introducing me to classics. I still love the meme as a guy in his 30s. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that as far as being introduced as far as that, but also I guess the case that sometimes, you mentioned this as well, like, first I know this, saying that sometimes you've run into cases of classics on your own, and then the idea of, like, spreading them to other people, saying, like, hey, I played this great game, and sometimes, we mentioned this in last week's show, I'll go on to this, but we'll go back to the arcade as far as this one thing. Case of saying, what is it like for new generations? Would they look at games like this and say, oh, I don't like the graphics? But I don't know. I mean, it's Riverside. You're saying that Audrey's looking at this and saying, kind of locked in, like, what is this older stuff? It made me think, like, hey, it's kind of a fascination. Like, what is this like? You know? As we look at the trivia, this is something unique. This is test your knowledge of arcade classics. I guess I can leave this up a little bit in chat. What's your answer? So for Defender, we just played. What happens when you reach 990,000 points? Do you get an extra ship for any object to shoot? Does it restart at wave 1, or is the game end with the text of game over, you won? Also, the Macintosh Classic, the Macintosh SE, the Macintosh Plus were coming of age at the same time too, and because games versus business were a big driver. That is true. We've mentioned that before. In fact, ElecVerse, I know you mentioned that too, which is the case of saying, the case that Atari was going more away from gaming into the PC world. One, you're right. Going back to the bug I mentioned on Joust, what was it? It was discovered and fixed after the first machines were shipped. Easter egg showing the programmer's initial attract mode, 3-pixel bug that allowed the invincible pterodactyl to be killed, or the belly flop, that being players bouncing through small gap between two platforms. As I mentioned, ElecVerse, you mentioned the idea of saying with games of Atari going from gaming to PC, that being a business thing, but then saying, like with Commodore, saying we could justify this as a business case of saying, hey, use this for word processing and things like that, but then game platform, you know? So a case of saying that then became a new market of gaming, that even though the great video game crash in 1983 happened when it came to consoles, something where computers still had stuff going on, and even with arcades being the case as they were, saying that they went through as far as that. Okay, for this one, I believe it is 3. Shit, it's 2. I think it is. Early inspiration for the 2-stick joy control of Robotron 2084 came from what? Berserk, the fact that Gene Jarvis's hand was broken at the time, or as you mentioned, is Riverside, the fact that he designed pinball games. I do know it's this one, the fact that he had a broken hand. So that's the idea. So it's not a whole lot of questions you get, admittingly, on this one, but it's something where they do give you some things as far as saying what's going on. And then something for Commodore, and I could be wrong with this, is why just buy a gaming device? I know that's how they position it. They said, this is going to be the PC that's going to change your life. They said, and they're right in some ways, as far as it. But case of saying, you're right, that's something to that line of saying they want to justify that, saying that it's going to be something that you're going to have a lot of value in this that's going to be worth buying. So it's almost like the NES argument of saying retailers didn't want to stock that because they said, it's a game console, we don't want that. They said, no, it's not, it's an entertainment system, even though Nintendo was like, okay, it is a game system, sort of. But we have Light Gun, we have Rob the Robot, we have all these things. You mentioned track and field, but also world-class track meet. The power pad case, like running on top of that. It's number 2 for this one. Losing 2 ships per player has 1 remaining. You're correct. Scott Morrison listened to what bands would inspire the punk bar of Tapper? REO Speedwagon, Loverboy, Night Ranger and Journey, Kenny Rogers, the Gallon Brothers, Jimmy Buffett and Jerry Reed, or Devo, the Talking Heads, the Ramones, the Dead Kennedys. Since it is a punk bar, there you go. Bulletin board systems with connectivity were emerging at the time. That's true, you're right, thinking about that. I do know because it's a punk bar, and of those bands, the Ramones is a punk band, Devo's a new wave band, Talking Heads is a new wave band, and Dead Kennedys were a punk band as well. And also, let's talk about this car in Spiner. It is called the G6155 CIA Prototype Interceptor. What was it modeled after? Was it modeled after the 1977 Gremlin, the 1983 Ferrari, or the 1983 Z28? So yeah, this is a case of coming back as far as this. You know what? Now I'm cracking my alcohol. Why not? I'm not driving anymore as far as in-game until like a few minutes. Then we're going to do it. And we'll go through the other ones. I might be a little more rapid fire about how I go through them, but we'll give a look. I think it's the Gremlin, let's say. The Last Knot. Unfortunately, they also don't give you the answer, but you can also play it again, and they'll give you a few. There are not a whole lot of questions, admittedly. Also, how much memory did Joust have? It was 96 kilobytes. Yeah, think about this, the case of you have games now where you're running multiple gigabytes, but back in the day, Joust was running on either 96 kilobytes, 128 kilobytes, or 256 kilobytes. How much did it run on, chat? I don't remember the answer to this one. I did go through this on my audio test earlier, but I don't remember if I got this one right. Alright. Also, yeah, this Break Into Play and this nice trivia game, which is a preview, by the way, to our game show showcase in November. It was 256. No. I think it's 128, but I don't remember if that's right. Also, okay, this is a case where you had to pay attention when the game booted up, and I didn't. What was the high score on the game when it booted up? It was by KCT. DRJ or CAF, and what was the score? I don't remember which one this is. Actually, wait a second. All-time greatest score in the Defender Hall of Fame. That is right. That is talking about when you boot up the game. It's not record of the game. Because like, wait, the record of the game is way higher than that. And remember, this also came in the year 2000, although that is not really going to factor when it comes to this collection. Not particularly, as far as I can tell. I'm trying to remember what this one is. But see, this is the other thing, and honestly, there's not a case of... I felt like 256. Sorry, no problem. I don't. It's fine. The game goes on either way. But also, sometimes it's questioned. You think, wait, it's gonna one. No, it's not. I don't remember which one it is. Who's the enforcer? Is the limo and spy hunter and the instructor robots and Robotron? I know it's not that. Those are the grunts or the flying saucer defender. I think it's the limo. And also, what year did man perfect the Robotrons? That's in the title because it's Robotron 2084. Or 2094 or 2099 to this. And Tapper, all the Cowboys have hats in these colors except for pink, gray, and black. I think it's... it was the limo, you were right. I think it's gray. No, it's not, it's black. I guessed pink on the test. Also, how did the main character Robotron get superhuman powers? Was it genetic error, a special armor, or the fact that he's a mutant? See, I love this. I don't think there are a whole lot of games that necessarily do this. Like a quiz show game of video game history? That would be amazing. Although I guess it's something where you could play, I guess, maybe some of the Jeopardy games that are around, maybe have something like that. Maybe some questions going on there. There's $1 million idea. How about a collection like this that goes into just trivia of games, you know? And this is a game that has it. I believe the Dreamcast version also has this. I think it's the third one. No. I'm trying to remember what it is as well. Hour before the trade show, the debut of Defender had everything except for the graphics on the cabins that held the games, fire buttons that were working because the Switch was shorted, or it is number 3. I know this one. This is awesome. Yes, it is awesome. And this is the other reason I want to show this as far as well. Yeah, it actually did not contain the ROM chip that contained the game. And also, lastly, talking about John Newcomer, the designer of Joust. When he first applied for a job at Williams Electronics, how did he submit his resume? He submitted it in a jewel-encrusted box stuffed down the throat of a rubber chicken, or amongst a large dozen of Easter eggs that are chocolate. Yeah, it's cool. And I said, this is a $1 million idea here as well, saying, how about like a quiz game of games? Yeah, and if you, Midway Treasure or Midway Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1 on Nintendo 64, and I believe the Dreamcast version has this as well. Game Boy Advance, I don't know. I don't know what the Game Boy Advance version is like, if it has this mode. I say it's the second one. You're right, ElecVerse is the second one. I know that. And the unique honor... Okay, here we go. Unique honor the Defender has is the fact that it was either the first game to have a hyperspace button, it shares the title of the highest grossing video game alongside Pac-Man, or it's the only video game to have a pinball game made to likeness. I know it's not number 1 because Asteroids came out before this did. Yeah, tap, tap, tap from underneath, pro Joust player. I love that, but you're right. The idea of like bringing these memories back, but also saying that what's the value as far as it, but also kind of understanding more. And ElecVerse, I know you said we played Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon years ago, saying, hey, I love trivia. We're giving you the trivia, and if you like this, come back around Thanksgiving weekend because we have a bunch of game show games we'll be looking at as well, and you can all be involved as well. We're gonna look forward to doing that. I'm actually got to get some of the stuff. I know it's not in 1. I think it was, Space War. So actually, even better, ElecVerse, you beat me to it. At first I said, oh, it's Asteroids. Yeah, like, that's a rookie answer. Like, yeah, Space War, which I don't even know if there's a version of that show. I think it's the second one. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it shared the highest grossing video game alongside Pac-Man. Also, depending on your score it gives you like a perspective, and it does have the music from Tapper saying 9 out of 15. Oh well, it has been almost 20 years. At the time of this release, yes, but now it's been almost 50 years. Wow. Okay, there you go. So that is the quiz case. There's not a whole lot of other things as far as the questions, but there you go. That is the case of your arcade trivia. All right, so that is Midway Arcade Treasure, or I keep saying that. We looked at Midway Arcade Treasures already. Midway's Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1. It's funny, and they do have a lot of nice things. If it's not like, hey, you know, like you're an expert as far as this. Wait, you must have made this game. Okay, so next on the list, let me see. Right, Ace Riverside. You mentioned you mentioned Mortal Kombat. Let's talk Mortal Kombat. We have not shown this Mortal Kombat game yet. Let me get it out. And the reason this was not in Midway Treasures 3 is emulation. I know the digital clips themselves said emulating this game was not something that was easy for them in that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection that they made. And on that, I want to... Yeah, it's good. This is Mortal... Yeah, not bad, I say. Come on. I was going to say, no. I want to show Mortal Kombat 4. We're showing Mortal Kombat 4. I did clean these out specifically. Okay, there you go. This was published by Eurocom. This came out on September 11th, 1997 in the arcade. It came out on June 23rd, 1998 on Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 1. It then came out on the PC later and on the Game Boy Color by Digital Clips, where it's hilarious in particular. And it's also on the Dreamcast as Mortal Kombat Gold. It is the ultimate version in terms of features, but also a case that sidestepping is an annoyance. Alright, we're going to continue without saving. Okay, so let's talk Mortal Kombat 4. What's your experiences on this one? Mine's not much, and I know that this was the last arcade version of Mortal Kombat of any kind to come out. Midway, best Midway game for me is Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah, on Nintendo 64, there's Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, which I don't have on this. It is in that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. There's Mortal Kombat Trilogy, which I have on the PlayStation, which is also on N64. And then there's this. This is arcade port as far as how it is. I'm going to try and see this. I'm going to check my controller, because it's low punch, high punch, sidestep in, sidestep out, block, high kick, low kick, run, and block. Even if you never played Mortal Kombat 4, I'm pretty sure you've seen the game over screen on YouTube. Oh, we'll show the game over screen. Trust me, we'll show the game over screen, no question. I was with the Rumble Pack running, and blood is on, no question. I'm mixed on this, but it's also something where there's some interesting things about it. And Eurocom did a good job on the port, I'll say that for sure. And I got Rumble Packs ready, so let's go. There's a 2-on-2 comment 1-on-1. It's usually on top game over comparison screens. That it is. As we have our characters of, let's see. Yeah, I'm taking Jarek. Only because I took his moves down. Yeah, choose your destiny. We have a bunch of characters you can see, and we get to come back to this. I don't know if you want to see... Because we show the arcade version, which I have in that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, or the Dreamcast game, or this one. This does run 60 frames per second on this console. It's pretty impressive, but get over here. I was gonna remember what Jarek's moves are. There we go, the roll. So it's like Kano. You're talking now... In fact, there you go. You mentioned Kano for that. That's the idea. Those are the sidestep. It's way easier to pull off than this one. You just tap the, double tap the L or R button. That sounds really weird. Yeah, on Mortal Kombat 2, arcades were kind of starting to phase out in the US. That's true. Proud to say I worked in an arcade at a mall. There you go. I get that. So you have that experience to say, like, what was popular, what people really like. Also, I'm not good with the moves, so maybe I should have played as Jarek, but... He said my leg was like he hit his arm. Yeah, I'm gonna throw you over there. Yeah. Okay, I should not pick Jarek. I just took his name. No, I took his moves down because I want to show somebody dying in particular. I want to kill somebody. That's the idea of Mortal Kombat. Well, at least I got three hits of damage. But yeah, this is, as you're seeing here, this is the first 3D one, but it's not exactly 3D. It's mostly 2D, except you have a sidestep thing. It's like Virtua Fighter 3 looked a few weeks ago. Yeah, Scorpion, by the way, was Ed Boon's favorite character. I can get why, actually. I did not know that. Thank you for indicating. Finish him. What's the move? Sorry. Forward, back, forward, low kick. Forward, back, forward. There you go. There we go. Alright, so they're dying. At least they showed a fatality off, thank God.
Fatality.
Okay, so that was worth it. At least they showed them dying, but I would dominate with Scorpion Sub-Zero. Yeah, in my case with Mortal Kombat 2, ouch, as Kai is busting me over his knee. I was best with Baraka in 2. In 1, actually was Sub-Zero. And actually Scorpion as well. And then with 3 actually was Sub-Zero again, but the unmasked version. And then, let's see, 4, I've honestly not played 4 enough. But someone was good with Kano. It was my bearable choice. Yeah, the people I know who are good with Kano in any of the Mortal Kombats, another one of those, wow, I have respect for you because he's so good as far as, you know, doing stuff with the juggles and also with some of the rolls and things. He can be really hard to take care of. Whoop. And so this show also pulling out the weapon. I have the move, because it is a separate move. That is, what is it? Wait, what is it? Okay, it's core circle back and high punch, I think. Okay, he pulled it out. Kai pulled out the move. You know what? I don't want him killing me in particular. Patrick Setz, by the way, voiced Riding the Blood Edge and also voiced a couple of games as far as... Oh, right, because he was the voice of, wasn't he Kano in Mortal Kombat 10? He was in one of those. I'm gonna let Kai kill me. And we'll move on as far as that, because yeah, we can definitely show this later on. This does control better than the one on the Dreamcast. The one on the Dreamcast looks a little better, but as far as Nintendo 64 what's doing with this thing, it's pretty impressive, honestly. It just runs at 60 frames per second. It doesn't slow down at all. It's smooth, but whether you love this game, he voiced Scorpion. Alright, there you go, he just cracked me down. Okay, so I died, so let's show the game over. Fantastic, I love the game over. The fact you're falling down the well. This is one of the best game overs ever. Yeah, because when you get to the bottom, boom, you fall on the spikes, and yeah, you're bleeding out. Boom, that's a game over. Okay, so there's your look at Mortal Kombat 4. Kind of a brief one, but that'll be the idea as far as that. Also, where did I put the other one? I have to have a discard pile going on. It was a show skill to beat Kano with other players. When I faced the best of the best, it was Kitana and Kano were a top champ's choice. Yeah, and I've also run a case of people who've been able to dominate me with Molina and two, in particular. And we definitely want to, I definitely want to go back to some of those Mortal Kombat games. And I know, like, first you said you loved Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. I got to get a copy of that. I'm going to look for that Too Many Games in about a month. Okay. You know, let's keep on the killing train. Why not? We got another game. Like versus a game you mentioned, and the number is basically the same as Mortal Kombat 4. And I don't know if you're familiar with this one. I was not necessarily myself. And it's not a game that has a great reputation. But also weird, in some ports of Mortal Kombat 4, they removed the game over text. That's strange. I don't know which one. Was it PlayStation that didn't have it? Actually, I have that one on the Dreamcast, Mortal Kombat Gold. Maybe. Actually, that you're right. I think that one doesn't have it. But all right, we're not playing that yet. We'll come back as far as that. Like you mentioned, War Gods. I got it. Here it is. This came out in August of 1996 in the U.S., in the arcades from Midway. They came out on Nintendo 64 on May 20th of 1997, and a month later on PlayStation on June 20th. By the way, War Gods is like $150 on the PlayStation, somehow. Nintendo 64, it's like $15. It also came out on the PC. It was built on the V-Unit hardware. I got every V-Unit game, by the way, Midway's tonight. I am not good at this game, I'm going to mention that. I wouldn't be Kano because I knew the other player wouldn't win. Now I understand that for sure. And I don't know how to play Kano again. But yeah, this is War Gods. And like first you mentioned War Gods. What's your experience on this one? And East Riverside, you ever play War Gods? This is an interesting one. It's a game that I have a little bit of sympathy for because it was supposed to be a bit of a different case. I think some people who were involved with Virtua Fighter were sort of involved as far as like going 3D with this. And Juricom was porting this again, by the way. You're going to get a lot of love from Juricom tonight, no question. But something where it was not seen very well liked in particular, very much like Mortal Kombat. And also a case where it did have 3D movement like Mortal Kombat, but in this case it was with a 3D button. Jump forward, diagonal punches is all timely and demotivating. Ooh, God, yeah. Yeah, it's a game that was pretty much made to test the engine of Mortal Kombat 4. Yeah, ElecVerse, you're right. That is what this ended up being. It kind of was a guinea pig for Mortal Kombat 4, so in that case it was worth pulling this out now. It's something where also, as I mentioned, it had like 3D movement, but unlike doing the sidestep motion by pressing the button like we did in Mortal Kombat 4, this is a 3D button. You press that and you move around, but in the arcade, from what I understand, I'll picture this machine, it was a big button that had a lamp underneath it. They said, we're not going to use a bezel to light it, but that also meant that after like an hour or so, the button became insanely hot if you touch it, so you could actually hurt yourself playing this game. And there's sci-fi, or sci-fi, I should say. ElecVerse, I thought about you that way because we looked at Eternal Champions as far as a preview that came up. I said, yeah, sci-fi is who I'm going to be playing as because this is the only one I Oh wait, that's what happened. I was looking at the Sci-5 moves for, Okay, that's why that wasn't working. I was looking for those moves when it came to, Mortal Kombat 4. Alright, we got it with War Gods. They made an original title because they were worried if it came out and bombed, it would damage the reputation of Mortal Kombat. Which is weird because then Mortal Kombat 4 came out, and Mortal Kombat 4 was not seen very well-liked, necessarily.
Fatality.
I'm turning fatalities on. I'm also turning those on very easy, because even on easy, when I did my test, I said I was getting myself demolished. Like, what happened? But then the irony, I guess, is that Mortal Kombat's reputation was kind of hurt because of the fact of Mortal Kombat 4 had a couple revisions of itself that had some bugs. The first one, in particular, was one thing of that. But by the way, Mortal Kombat 4 ran on the Joust board. I didn't mention that. I probably should have. The only other game to run on that was Invasion. As far as the other V-Unit hardware, I'll show them off later because I got all the other ones tonight. But there are other revisions of Mortal Kombat 4, so in that case, it was kind of a weird one. I'll keep the 3D button that way. I have block, I have high punch, and all that stuff. It kind of plays the same way in Mortal Kombat. Yeah, you're right. For your cast of characters, we have Warhead, we have Kabuki Joe, we have Sci-5, who I'm going to play as, Pagan, Maximus, Anubis, Voodoo, Ahuken, Vala, and Tak. And also you can unlock Grox and Exor, who's the final boss of the game. Yeah, don't expect skill on this one. We definitely come back to any of these things as we're going to fight Vala. Oh god, I hope this doesn't end up like a... Yeah, round one, begin. Alright, high punch is on the B button. Okay, what are my other moves? I just want to get a sense of that. Close circle back and low kick. Oh, there we go, so I did a transport. I also didn't know what my... Oh, 16 hits? How was it 16 hits? It didn't look like 16 hits. Yeah, feel free, like, for going your memories on, War Gods. What'd you play it on? Did you play it on this? I would assume you did, but if you have it on the PlayStation, please hold on to it because it goes for tons of money. Also, let's see what my other moves are. Right, 3D button, it's on, L. Yeah, in that case, basically what happens is you're basically moving around fully 3D, so kind of like a predecessor to something like Soul Calibur, a little. Danger! Oh no. Alright, I lost, but that's fine. It's best of 3 still.
Vala wins.
Okay, there's back and low punch. That's what happened. So, alright. Begin. But as far as the porting, it's not bad. I mean, honestly, as I said, it's, Yurcom again. Yurcom knew what they were doing with this. I played on Nintendo 64 for the most part, but I dabbled it on the PlayStation. Yeah, I don't know. Is it better on the PlayStation? And do you know why it's like $150 on the PlayStation now? Why that one goes for so much money? I don't know, is it better? Of what I saw, it didn't seem like it was that much of a market-proven shit. I'm getting killed. I'll try once more, because I do want to try and show off his fatality, but no promises on that one.
Continue.
Yeah, we'll continue.
Sci-5, you are chosen.
It's interesting, and I know I saw this game coming around. I didn't play it at the time. It's actually honestly something where it came out right when Star Fox 64 did, so in that case I was playing that more than anything. So let's see, it's, what else? Cross looking back and low kick. That's a high kick, alright, there you go. See, that's my teleport. Yeah, I don't know if the move's necessarily full that great. That's my problem. I don't know if it's necessarily a total piece of trash. I mean, I'm not necessarily the one to talk in particular. So my favorite times also in the arcades, by the way, were playing pinball. Williams and Bally made incredible ones, and it also has discussed the pinball collection, pinball arcade on PS4. Absolutely, if you want to discuss it now, I was like for saying this. PlayStation controller layout's better, but I think they play about the same. Yeah, I mean, because, yeah, Nintendo 64 is a weird one for fighting games. Honestly, I think we're showing probably more Nintendo 64 fighting games now than we ever have. And I still haven't shown Clay Fighter Sculptures cut off, and I'm morally obligated to show that, even though, yeah, people can be offended seeing that, and rightly so. Whoa. That also looks weird playing this thing, but... Oh, shit. Prove myself. Prove myself as what? Jump distance, back, high punch. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. My main character is Voodoo, and I can pull off a chain combo running him. Yeah, I not played this game a lot, so I'm not really the person to ask on this one. I'll try again, and you get this great organ music. I'll say this, I think the port of this seems like it's pretty on point, but as I said, Yurcom was good at that. My god. Yeah, if you were to go into stuff that's also as far as the pinball side, as far as what I got online here,
Excellent.
I don't have anything pinball based, but it's something where we should do that. And yeah, if you want to see Pinball Arcade on PS4, talk to me, we'll do it. Also, I'm somehow winning. But also the cameras though pulling back weird, I'm noticing.
Sci-5 wins round 2. Begin.
Oh, I guess it's like what? All right, jump distance. That's jump distance. Okay, so it's not that far back. It's back, and high punch. And high punch is that one. And I can tell just by hitting the B button because the punch is higher. Whoa. Yeah, I'll do one more case. I'll see if I can't kill him. No promises. And then we'll go on to the next case. And I'll sort of rapid fire because honestly some of these are going to be pretty quick to show.
Prove yourself.
Ah, tried.
Sci-5 wins.
So also for some reason they pronounce voodoo as voodoo. Did they now? Actually, wait a second. This is him, right?
1. Begin.
Oh, he's not doing. Hold on. Is that him? I'm gonna let him kill me for that very reason. And then next on the line, let's see. Actually, you know what? We probably should go through the V unit games. So I'll tell you, we're gonna run. I'll run it in category this way. I'll run. Okay, I know what order I'm gonna do this. I'm very easy. It's gonna take a long time in particular. And for years, I thought that's how the word was pronounced, voodoo, because of the game. Okay, that's interesting to think about that. Although he sure is taking his sweet time to kill me. But I said I'm also doing it because I want to see what this is. Is that him or is that? Oh, we'll see. Okay, this is funny thinking that. It's like, yeah, I'm here, you can kill me. Hello? Just stop? Wait a minute, is he not going? Voodoo's the skeleton, or Voodoo is the skeleton.
Alkin wins.
Alkin, okay.
Round 2. Begin.
You know, he's gonna take too long to kill me. You know what? I'm gonna reset, and we'll resolve Voodoo. I want to get a sense of that, and then we'll go on to the next of the V unit games. We're on the V unit games as far as on the line, because I got all of them. Okay. And we come back to any of these things for full show, but let's see. Voodoo, you say. Let's talk. Where is he?
Voodoo, you are chosen.
Yeah, kinda. I can hear it. That was Alcon. Funny as Mortal Kombat 1 World Champ, I couldn't beat my 7-year-old now. Oh, so she's better you as far as the game? And this is Pagan, I know that. Yeah, she kind of has the Sonya thing going on a little bit. Okay, no, the Sonya and the Sindel thing a little bit. Oh, but right, because I reset it, I'm on medium now, so this game is actually going to be hard. Okay, I'm doing good as far as doing the throws. Alright, I'm gonna take a listen to this.
Voodoo.
Oh, I hear now, you're right. Voodoo. Yeah, because at first I thought I heard voodoo, it was like voodoo. Voodoo.
Excellent.
I also played his, Tack. Tack? Right. Oh, right, Tack, yeah, you're right, okay. Yeah, Joust, okay, so she never played it, but it's something you, lose with them. No, I understand that, I guess, although again... I remember one of my bosses at work, we had a Super Smash Bros. Tournament for something, as I got myself destroyed. Understandably. Oh, Stone Golem. Right, okay, thank you. Yeah, you're the War Gods expert, I know. And that's also part of the reason I wanted to pull this, because I know you'd want to see this, or curious to see it. Now, I was curious to show it, and look at it myself. Yeah, but he said, my boss, as far as, like, when he came to Smash Bros. Was like, I make my daughter cry Smash Brothers, but he didn't get that far. Oh, whoa. But as you are getting some of the nice sights. Yeah, time, not like riding a bike. Well, I don't know, I mean... That's gonna be a question here. Is it games that you get really good at, or question like, do your skills go, and how, or do that? I mean, look, I'm not good at this game. I let myself die. I want to see if she does something with it. Okay. Okay, well, I got uppercutted. That'll work. I was like, yeah, what was that?
Wins. Continue.
No, we're not continuing now. Alright, that's War Gods. Alright, but we're gonna go through the next of the V-Unit games. Let's go. The order we're gonna go in next. We're gonna do this one. It's actually the one they incorrectly showed on, the credits for Midway Nintendo 3. Okay, so... Next on the list is this one. This is Off-Road Challenge. I also changed the audio. Where's the audio and Off-Road Challenge that I got running? Also, no controller pack. You can't save unless you swap it, but I'm not going to swap it. Where is it? Mortal Kombat 4. There it is. What's the number? 15-4. I just want to see what I had it for, because this one seems like it's in mono. This is like another game we're going to see in a little bit. We'll show it next. Yeah, this is from Midway as well. This port is by Avalanche Software. It came out in September of 1997 in the arcade by Midway San Diego. And on June 30th, 1998 on Nintendo 64. We're pointing out that was like a day after Banjo-Kazooie came out. So nobody's paying attention to this baby. Also, here are all the fatalities of God of War Gods. I almost said God of War. It's not God of War. It's War Gods. Thank you for providing that ElecVerse. We'll put that in the link list, and we'll definitely can come back to any of this stuff. This is Off-Road Challenge. This is like Cruis'n USA, which we're looking at after this. Maybe priorities, though, are not right and you should spend more time on controller. Well, I don't know. I mean, in the case of saying, when do you get time to do that? I mentioned when it comes to the show, sometimes what I'll do is, sometimes I can be really busy during the week, and since I do edits on the show to have a record of it going, and also add in things as far as certain things that I get wrong or whatever, and also the links that we get, and the information we get from all of you in our great chat. Sometimes I have to kind of figure out what am I going to play, how I'm going to do it, and honestly, a case of like this doing for the show, it kind of makes it a little easier to kind of understand that and kind of get a sense of being able to sit down and play some of these things that maybe I hadn't played in a while, or get a sense of where my skill's at. Yeah, this is Off-Road Challenge. It's like Cruis'n USA. Anybody ever played this thing? It's bizarre. It's kind of like a take of Off-Road Thunder and also of Super Off-Road. Basically, Super Off-Road if you mix your Cruis'n USA. Question on whether it's a good thing. But that being said, you're also hearing this guitar music, which is by Robert 8-Ship, I think. No, 8-Ship is that was 8-Ship? No. Oh, no, sorry. It's Robert 8-Salp. Sorry. Sorry to Robert 8-Salp. I pronounced your name wrong. He did music for Space Quest 4, Island of Dr. Brain, Troy Aikman Football on Genesis, NBA Hangtime, which we're also looking at a little later. And sound effects editing, we're mentioning Aqua Teen Hunger Force before. Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Ninja Pro-Am for the PlayStation 2, which I kind of want to show as far as... Let's look at our options, look at our controls. It's pretty simple, just steering as far as how that is and accelerating and all that stuff. You have features as far as stuff we do want the trophy girls on. I'm going to put on easy, just very easy so I can show a win. Let's go, we'll just play. Yeah, choose a truck. The Toyota Trophy truck, that's the same one that Ivan Ironman Stewart drove, as well as Class 10 Heavy Metal, the Baja Buggy, and Class 8 Mini Metal. Hit these C buttons, though. Different ones have different trucks, like the Thunderbolt, the Toyota Trophy truck. Wait, did I hit them all? Actually, that one looks like the Bigfoot. I'm going to take that one. Yeah, this came out really later as far as it, and at this point, it's like, yeah, this game kind of looks ugly. Basically coming out around when Banjo-Kazooie did. I know it's not a fair comparison, but still. You get this going.
Choose a track.
Yeah, choose a track. You can go to Mojave, El Paso, Vegas, the Old South, Pikes Peak, and Baja. There is... we'll go Baja. There are unlockable tracks. We'll show them off another time.
Ready, set, go!
Oh, I got the boost somehow. Yeah, if you get the boost right, you get that blast off the line. He gets it as soon as he says go, but otherwise he says, ugly start. Yeah, this game does look kind of ugly. Because I'm going to jump the gun a little bit as we're crossing the border. The way this works is the V-Unit hardware was thought to be similar to the architecture of Nintendo 64. In fact, the next game we're looking at, Cruis'n USA, was advertised that way on the arcade machine by saying, coming to your home in 1995, only on Nintendo Ultra 64. As it turned out, though, the architecture was not similar. So what that meant is that the board that Midway had, that V-Unit, was way more advanced than what the Nintendo 64 had. But compared to other developers, they would figure that out. Midway wasn't really when it came to most of the ports of this, as I got an anti-crush helmet. Basically drive around, you pick up money the same way you did with Super Off-Road. And you have turbos, those are on the Z button. And A button is acceleration. And you can also drive over trees, they're totally flat, which I think is hilarious. And the frame rate is pokey as anything, but either way, like, yeah. Yeah, checkpoint! There we go. I do want to win because if nothing else, I also can show off the trophy girl. What did Sinistar come out on? I never played it. Sinistar came out, it was an arcade game. As far as what it came out on, I think there were home computer versions of that. Outside of that, I know, mostly I think it's ports as far as like the direct arcade version, you know? I don't think it was many other ones. All right, let's get the boost going on here. All right, there's another nitro. Let's go. I don't know if I'm gonna win, but yeah, look how choppy this game's getting. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not gonna win. Yeah, not bad.
You play third. Let's race again.
You also get money the same way you do in Super Off-Road, and then you're basically able to beef up your truck.
Beef up your truck.
And look at that animation of the Toyota girl. Look at that. Yeah, let's race. You use that when we look at Cruis'n USA in a few minutes. Same deal, actually. It's the same case as that one. I'm gonna turn on the speed.
Choose a track.
Let's run Mojave then.
Ready?
I don't know if there are many specific cases of remake. Okay, I'm getting that boost going really well. I'm surprised. On my test, I couldn't do it at all. Also, by the way, you hit the... That goes in the first-person view. Right, on See Left is your radio. You can listen to Keep on Truckin', not that one. Roving Band. It's like Traveling Band, I guess, but not really. Pike's Pick. The Country Jamboree. And Baja Blast. So this is before the Mountain Dew drink came around, by the way. So is this where Mountain Dew got the idea for Baja Blast from Off-Road Challenge? Also, Chad, you ever played this thing? I played this growing up renting it. And you'd think, well, I'm saying this is like a butchered port, I guess, but honestly in the arcade, I played it a couple years ago. It is at a retro arcade I have semi near me. It's something where I don't know, it didn't look that great, or even run that great. Compared to Cruis'n USA, where you can look at that and say, wait, that was definitely a come down. But also, I like Cruis'n USA was, for all intents and purposes, a launch title. This was 2 years after. So it's something where it's like, wait, hold on. Also, the music just kind of stops. And I think everything's in mono. I don't know why that is. It's bizarre. But this game is crazy and easy to pick up, but also a case of saying, like, I don't know, I'd rather play the cruising games. I think I rented this one once, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's bizarre. That's when I rented. That's when I played it. And I said, well, let me just get this, because there's no other version of this. Yeah, this is the only home port. It's never been released on anything else, and I'm wondering if that V-Unit hardware might be a case of that, but I don't know. But even then, I don't know. It is very much a Cruis'n USA. Oh, let's use the boost. Use the boost to get through, and we're gonna win. Yeah, so you get the nice girl there. She does have a different, you have a different girl and a different case of it of a pose if you win, depending where you go. Let's race again.
You're hot.
Thank you. I take this as a huge compliment. Yeah, if you get a case of that, as far as a good time, you're able to get yourself so you go into the top 10.
Welcome to the top 10.
Yeah, also there's this weirdly sexual element going on with the Midway racing games. We're kind of getting to that point of the show as well now with this in particular. Man, I love listening and watching you play these games. You're so knowledgeable and fresh my child memories growing up with them. Well, thank you, but also I appreciate all of your inputs, well, yours and ElecVerse and Dolly Finn, everybody in our chat, for sure, just kind of going into the idea of what it is, because I realize it's one thing to say, like, hey, I'm showing a game, but I'm saying, well, what about all of your memories? What do you have to say? What a case of bringing that back and understanding the idea that your memories and your life experiences with games and anything really are powerful, and I want to honor that case and give a sense of saying, like, it's not just watching me say this and not stopping to talk, you know, or saying, like, it's just me talking. I'm saying it's like a conversation. You're on the couch with me. That's the idea. Doesn't matter where we are. If, like, we're all at distance as far as wherever we're located. It's a case of you're all here. We're having a nice Saturday night, sitting on the couch, playing games, talking about games, remembering our memories. And we're all learning things from each other, and I appreciate that. I'm learning a lot from you, and a lot from ElecVerse, and a lot from Dolly Finn, and everybody, as far as for everything we're looking at. But the idea is that you're making it interesting on top of that for that, and I thank you so much for that. Thank everybody for it as well. All right, so that's Off-Road Challenge. Next up, we're going to take a look at the next V-Unit, and it's going to be the 2 cruising games, because those are the only other ones. So first up, we're looking at Cruis'n USA. And the kids went to bed. Yeah, but there you go. It's also a case that you have, they'll be recording afterwards. It's like, yeah, what else do we do when you went to sleep? Well, we went into some other stuff as far as other old arcade games and more memories about them, more to share. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to take the Rumble Pack out because this game doesn't use it. I'm going to play Cruis'n USA. This is quite a game in its way. It came out in October of 1994 in the arcade. It was designed by Eugene Jarvis, the man who made Defender, it's worth pointing out, and also who made Robotron. Also, it's worth pointing out, Eugene Jarvis, his family owns a winery. I did not know that, in Napa. Jarvis Wines. I might have to get a bottle. He also made Robotron, 2084, Defender, Narc, Smash TV, and every one of these games. Now, this came out on Nintendo 64 on December 2nd of 1996. I was there when this came out. Because I was an early adopter on the console, I do need to also put the volume up. I should remember that. As I mentioned, it was built on the V-Unit hardware of Midway's. In the arcade, they openly advertised the Nintendo Ultra 64, so it was before N64 actually had the name that it had of Nintendo 64. But in that case, they said, oh yeah, it's going to be exactly a one-to-one home port. Turned out it wasn't. And it's a game that was not necessarily well-liked when it came to that, but also something where it does have its fans. It is a case where there is kind of a cheesy, guilty pleasure vibe to this one. And I kind of am that way as well, although the arcade game is better. A lot of stuff took a hit. The audio took a hit. The graphics took a hit. The controls, not so much. You also lost a couple things. You lost the references to Corn Pops, the cereal, and you also lost the weird end credit stuff with then President Bill Clinton, which is in all three of them, but the console versions cut them out. Also, this version cuts out the arcade version aspect of you being able to run over cows and splatter them on the screen. Also, I changed the controls because the controls in this game, by default, are weird. Z button is your gas. Like, no, we don't want to have that. Brake is on L and R. No, I'm putting that on B. Radio, I'm putting on Z. And view, I'm putting on C left. So let's make it make sense, please. In particular, one of the biggest arcade money-making driving games ever right here. You're right. But I thought Cruis'n USA was made by Nintendo. Yeah, it was, actually. And that's, okay, it was made by Nintendo and Midway. Actually, just going to my notes on this one. It was a co-production of Nintendo and Midway. Actually, Nintendo does have rights to this. So that's the reason I think why they weren't able to get this, or Cruis'n World, or Cruis'n Exotica, which I got all of those tonight, onto Midway Treasures 3. And also why Raw Thrills, the company that Eugene Jarvis has nowadays, they went to Nintendo for Cruis'n Blast, which is the modern one. That is on Switch in particular as far as how it went. It's also where games started taking dollar bills and making more money. Yeah, and also being these massive cases of, almost a case of you go into an arcade, it's almost like an amusement as far as saying, hey, let's drive a car. I mean, it was Nintendo who was involved in this game. You're right, ElecVerse, as far as them having a stake in it, and they did help publish this. But part of it also was a case, I do know this, that there was the idea of, I know Nintendo did have connections when it came to Killer Instinct, because it was Rare who developed that, but then Midway helped distribute it in the arcades, and Nintendo had stake in that at the time too. And the Cruis'n games, that was the case as well. So when you go in the arcade, you see Nintendo's name on them. That's the reason why, but Nintendo did not make the game as far as developing it exactly, but Nintendo did say to Eugene Jarvis, hey, all this stuff that, when the political incorrectness of this game when it came to Nintendo 64, you can't have that anymore. In the arcade, that's fine. Aside from, I think there's actually somebody being flipped off that's a hidden thing that apparently was left in the code of this. I'll have to look at that when we come to this thing. Nintendo was involved that way, but Eugene Jarvis did make this game. So in that case, you're going to get that style. Like, yeah, the guy who made Robotron made this, and you're going to see it. I regressed and played Argonoid and Air Hockey as an arcade attendant. But hey, they're great games as far as how they are. And Argonoid now has more easy arcade ports. Thank God. I'm really happy to see that got like an Arcade Archives release semi-recently. But all right, I want to get stuff going on Cruis'n USA. Here we go. And this is also the point where, along with the case of saying, like, hey, the beautiful women going on as far as there was also the case you had a theme song for each of these games. Cruis'n, yeah. Cruis'n USA, yeah. It's good. Yeah, it's weird, but it's kind of hilarious. And you can cruise the world. You can also go to a bunch of different places across the U.S. And you got the yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. Or go Cruis'n USA. You run on automatic or manual, and in this case, you can choose your car. Of which you have the 63 muscle car, the La Bamba, the Devastator 6, and the Italia P69. If you press C up, left, and down, you can also pick the police car, the school bus, or the all-terrain vehicle, which is the Jeep Wrangler. I'm gonna run. You said the La Bamba was a cool car. I agree. Let's run the La Bamba. Or it's like this. It's like a CZ Top video. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is kind of like something I got out of that. Here you go. Ready, set, go. And you have the bikini girls going on as we're driving down the way. Also, you change your radio as far as listening to music. You can listen to House Special, Deadwood Ride, Tubular Surf, or Surf, I should say, Roadkill Jam. House Special, though. Also, the music is unfortunately cut down from the arcade version where it has a bit higher quality going on to it. But still some interesting stuff, and also people question like, wait a sec, is this something for kids, really? But also, yeah, you're just driving along, and then they go on, you just knock into those cars and go, ah! Or sometimes you're driving into oncoming traffic, they'll say, we're gonna crash! It's really interesting. Or actually, they call them, like, the backseat driver, or when you do a jump, it goes, whoa! Then you go over that and you go, doo-doot! I want to say I played the arcade version of this once. It is interesting, for sure. But as you get the moaning woman, or the going, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. It is interesting to also see and compare and contrast, definitely, for sure. And also, like, the idea of, like, when she goes on the song going, woo, ah, yeah. And if you've listened to the arcade music, it's actually really high quality. This one, they did have to kind of cut it down a bit and reprogram it. And also, it's worth pointing out the arcade version, as I mentioned, some of the things that it does have that this one does not. On this course, we would have also seen in advertisements for Corn Pops, it says, gotta have my Pops. I guess when this came home, they said, like, we couldn't get the Kellogg's licensing going on. Okay, yeah, sorry, that guy in the Dodge Caravan is knocked down, sorry. We're pretty far ahead. Also in the arcade version, it is a bikini girl as far as it, but in this version they did change her, so the idea is she's just wearing a shirt and skirt. And that's not something you can change in this. But there, I think, is a mod in the arcade, or mod that's online you can get as far as running it that way through an emulator.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame.
And you have a case of running your Hall of Fame case as far as it, let me go through here. It does default to whatever you had on your setting for that. I'm going to turn in for the show as far as it. Also, I'm going to show you a weird Easter egg that I don't think is in the arcade version in particular. I was never necessarily a fan of Corn Pops. Me neither. I thought it was okay, but something like, well, there's other cereals I'd rather have. It was weird with the commercials saying, like, hey, they're getting kind of homicidal as far as... Also, you come down here, hold left on the control stick for like 30 seconds, you're going to see a weird Easter egg. I don't think the arcade version has this. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I don't know if you gave me Special K as far as a Kellogg's cereal, or Rice Krispies or something like that, or even Fruit Loops. I'd take that. Actually, wait, no, no, it's Post, Frosted Mini Wheats.
I love this job.
Yeah, you get this head, by the way. He just does that, he does that nodding, and then also when you go backward, just does that look. I don't know. Don't ask me to explain this. I don't know what that is. I'll look when we get to this game for show, as is. In that case, like, yeah, there you go. All right, I'll do one more race, and then we'll get to Cruis'n World and Exotica. What the fuck is that? I don't know. You ever see that? Or not, was it a House Special? I was listening to Bluegrass Boogie as we're going to San Francisco. Fitting for San Francisco Rush. I think it's maybe the head of one of the developers, I guess. I would think. I'll try and see if I can't have an answer when we come to this. That's the other thing about this game. This game is so insanely weird. I mean, even compared to some of the other racing games we've seen tonight, you're like, those are normal compared to doing this. And that's a weird Easter egg you just find. I don't know, like, have you ever seen that? Ouch. And then you ever played the N64 version? I mean, I'm gonna assume, crap, it's stuck. It's worth pointing out also, yeah, you can have the roads blocked as far as how they go. One thing also, to go into briefly. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Let me see as far as the chat saying. There's $8 in the arcade version of this baby. Part of the reason is the loud sound and two-player competition. His big jump asking for a quarter for $1. Right, and we mentioned that before when it came to Daytona USA from Sega, saying that how do they make you want to justify putting $1 in that thing? I think having this weird style, in the sense of saying, hey, making an event, having a theme song, having these weird heads of the developers, although I think there's a console-only thing as far as that. Just to go into one aspect also to mention, it reminds me of Toasty! So yeah, Dan Forden, the sound designer on Mortal Kombat games. Probably, I don't know if that's the case. Oh. I was going to mention experience playing it on N64. This game did sell 1 million units, by the way, on this console. Part of that, I think, was probably because of the fact that this was one of the few games on the console at launch, or around launch area. It was the launch year, 1996. There was like less than 10 games on the console. And this was pushed out from the launch as was, which is why we got a little later, but we're done. Yeah, quarter I could pick to buy. I could kick ass all day at Mortal Kombat 2 and buy a slice of pizza after a few bucks. Yeah, you're right. The idea of saying that being the case, whereas nowadays it's a case where you basically go into like a retro arcade case and say like pay a couple hours as far as playing across everything. All right, but we're done as far as this, so I'm going to basically just stop this for now. We're going to come back to this game eventually, but that's the idea of it. So yeah, Cruis'n USA. It's an experience I know is seen maybe as one of the worst games of this early element of the N64. And even my brother Inherit Knocked, he did say in particular when we first looked at this, he said, this game doesn't look as good as I thought it would. And he was right. It does look better and sound better in the arcade. But in home, this is your only option. And this actually did get a Wii Virtual Console port back in the day as well. So, Toasty! Yeah, I love that as well. All right, next up, we're taking a look at the last V-Unit game. And also the next game in this series. Let's see. This is going to be Cruis'n World. In this case, I'm going to pull out the Rumble Pack because this game does use it. Also, this is another joint by Eurocom as far as the home port, so we love Eurocom. So, Cruis'n World. This came out as the sequel to Cruis'n USA. This was in... Let me turn on the audio. Oh, there we go. All right, if armor pads to be used, insert them. I'll press start in a second. It came out in November of 1996 in the arcades. It was September 28th of 1998 for Nintendo 64 by Eurocom. Eugene Jarvis also made this, in particular. It's another V-Unit game, and they also said, hey, we knew the reputation that Cruis'n USA had, saying we promised the arcade experience at home. It didn't quite meet it, even though it sold. So in that case, they said, well, we're going to take more time to get this one right. And I know they put extra time into this game. Here we go. We said the song of Cruis'n, yeah. Cruis'n the world, yeah, yeah. I love this theme so much. Yeah, one of the best games in the arcade here. It worked out, and it also worked out how to pull $1 out of your pocket for a game. Yeah, as you have here, the case as far as the song here as well, which is, you got the speed, you got the power to cruise the world. Yeah, I love it. It's so cool. And then, unlike Cruis'n USA, one thing I did not mention, you have saving that's on the cartridge, or you can use a controller pack for it. This one is card only. Oh, no, I don't want to... Okay, this is the saved game I loaded from years ago.
Ready? Set.
I'm not going to completely jump into this. I want to go back to the menu. We're going to end the cruise. We'll go back to the cruise, don't worry.
Choose your car.
Alright, because first thing I want to do is I want to go on the option thing. Yeah, because you have options for Rumble Pack. You can also set up where does it rumble and how much does it rumble based on what you do. So there's actually a lot of options for the Rumble Pack in this. So you basically have it go full blast on everything. You have it go more on off-road. You have it go differently based upon how that is. It does save to the cartridge as far as it. You also have your difficulty options as far as what you're running. I'm going to run on easy because I want to show the winning girl. And it's worth pointing out, unlike Cruis'n USA, there's an option for the winning girl. So in that case, you can have a case where you don't have the bikini girl at all at the end of a race or at the start, waving the flag, or you can turn it on and have it fully set. Also, the golf game that came out at the same time for $1. Was that Golden Tee from Incredible Technologies? I know that's a big case as far as, I don't know if that's the golf game, but that is probably the biggest one. And you also have your options as far as everything here. And the controls make sense as far as how they set them up at default, because, yeah, fully customizable again, but also a case where acceleration is on B button. And you also have other stuff of turbo and things like that, which we're going to do in just a second.
Choose your car.
Alright, so you have your cars here, Stallion P6, Bonsai 9 TV, Zombie Triple X, the Orca, the El Nino, the Rhino 4x4, the Sardine Extreme, the Road King, the Serpent, the Kamikaze All-Wheel Drive, the ATV, the Scarab, and there's other ones you can walk as far as it was Golden Tee, that was the one. Yeah, there's a collection, by the way, of that is on the modern consoles. I know one of my coworkers, Kazan22, has been on the show before. He hasn't. I always got to ask him, like, hey, show it. Also, you know what? You can go a bunch of places, because we cruised the USA, but also have the world. We go to Hawaii, Japan, Australia, China, Kenya, Egypt, Russia, Germany, Italy, France, England, Mexico, New York, Florida, the moon. So we're going beyond the world. We're going to go beyond the world on this one. And this is probably the best cruising game on this console. Okay, also, so we're pointing out for this one, and the arcade game was like this as well. You double tap the accelerator, you do a sort of a boost a little bit. And if you launch off a car or off a jump, you're able to do stunts. Yeah, so in that case, it's checkpoint. Also, if I don't win this, I'm also going to try and show the winning girl. Also, you have a... you have the horn that's on Z button. As far as your music, you have a bunch of different things. I'm going to go with Jungle Bump. I had Super Heli. If you do like a drift off of the jump, which is, by the way, you had A and B to do a turn. Instead, although actually, I'm doing way worse on this one. But you're seeing here, the graphics are way better than Cruis'n USA were. And I know Eurocom, they did put a lot of time into it. But yeah, I'm doing horrible. That being said, I'll say this, I probably will boot up the first stage, because I think it's just harder because I'm on the moon. But it's not like a case of, it being a problem, saying like, hey, gravity's gonna be a factor. It's the same gravity as on Earth, basically. Also, when you do a turn, you do that double tap, you go up on 2 wheels. Also, I went through that car somehow. There you go. But also, you go off a ramp that way, you do a mega roll. Right, there you do a jump, she says, go, baby. Yeah, it's cool stuff. And this is a lot closer to the arcade version. Damn, I got 10th place. That was awful. Also, the animations are better as far as how everything is. This one, I don't know if this has the same thing as USA. In fact, I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't, sorry. So yeah, the weird head thing, I can't get that going. Alright.
Choose your car.
Alright, let's pick... Oh, I'll mention as far as like what other things down there mean. No, we're not replaying race. We're gonna do something else.
Choose your car.
Let's do this. I do want to win one thing. Let's go to Hawaii. Also, pinball started going the way of the Dodo too because they're too expensive to maintain and couldn't draw up the dollar bill the way other games, big screens and sound could. Yeah, although you have companies I know like Jersey Jacks, I think is one of them. They do a lot of the modern pinball games that come in arcades. You mentioned Bally and Midway in particular, and Williams, and also Gottlieb was another one. And there are a couple of pinball collections that actually do emulate some of those tables, not just Pinball Arcade. That's a big one, and I love the fact that they do that. But there's a lot of collections that have some stuff that are emulating specific tables, and even cases where they were able to get some of the licenses for some of those things. And actually, I wish I had known more on Pinball Arcade sooner, because in my own case as well, because... Oh, as I went through that somehow... Yeah, you don't play it as far as... At S.T.U.N. Pinball, that's another one. Thank you, Mr. Side, you're right, that's another one. Ouch. Right, I wish I'd known because, what is it? Oh, Bonsai Run. I think Bamani Run. That's on St. Genesis. That's another thing. Banzai Run is from 1989. That's a game they got a license for Pinball Arcade as DLC, and they had to pull it because they lost the license, which is too bad because that's a cool one. Yeah, the best ones were Bally and Midway, or Bally and Williams. Yeah, Williams was a big name as far as it. And fitting, because then what happened was that, like we was talking about the idea of the connections with Warner Brothers and Midway, which is that Midway, they bought Williams Entertainment. I mean, they worked with them as far as stuff. You got checkpoints. Yeah, I do want to win this one. I do want to show the winning girl if I can do that. Crap. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to show you the winning girl. I got second. I have footage of the winning girl from my audio check. I'll insert it here. Although there is one game, the best pinball game ever. That was Guns N' Roses by Data East Pinball. Right, Data East. That's another one. Right. That was like one of the... Right. Hang on. We'll go on to the next one because that's Cruis'n World. It's a good game. Has blasted the units as far as how we got. Well, we're also going to take a look at the next Cruis'n game because it's on the one. Also, what the order of all these? Which are the ones I played already? Which are the ones I haven't? I have to remember that. Yeah, because it was Data East Pinball in particular as far as how it was. Because they also... There's that... What was that fighting game they made? The Angry Video Game Nerd mentioned it, I think. I heard it was very bizarre and not that great, but mostly they went the pinball way. I know Data East was another one as far as how they went. Let's see. Okay, so we cruised the world. We cruised the USA. Is it actually updating for that? Okay, I guess so. Yeah, we're going to cruise Exotica now. Yeah, it's Cruis'n Exotica. That's the last of the three on Nintendo 64. Released in the arcades in 1999. I got to change the volume on this one to... Oh, did I have it too high for that? Maybe I did. Yeah, it's ported by Gratuitous Games. I'll go on that in a second. We also get the theme for this one. If Rumble Pack is being inserted, to be used, insert now and press start. I'll do it in a second. Cruis'n Exotica came out in 1999 in the arcade. Oh, here you go. Here's the song. So it's... Cruis'n, yeah, Exotica! I do love the thieves as far as this, and they like, cruise. Okay, so Cruis'n Exotica, it came out in 1999 in the arcades. It was October 17th, 2000 on Nintendo 64, and it just came out on the Game Boy Color on Halloween 2000. The port was by Gratuitous Games. I looked up them. I couldn't find much, but from what I eventually gathered, they helped with a lot of porting of games. In particular, they ported this game to the arcade. They ported Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko to Nintendo 64 as well. They also ported Soldier Fortune 2 Double Helix to the Xbox and MLB Slugfest 2003 to the... I think the PlayStation 2? That's all I found as far as Gratuitous Games that ported this. So it's not Eurocom as far as how that was. Eugene Jarvis still did make this. This is built on the Joust 2 hardware, so it's a totally different board. Although, as far as the arcade version of this one looks way nicer. Although this game is the best looking of the three Cruis'n games Nintendo 64 got, for sure. But if you look at the arcade version, which is admittingly a lot different because that had licenses with famous car manufacturers, this version had to cut them out, in particular. So that's one thing to note as far as how it is. So it's a bit different, but it also looked better as far as how that was. Yeah, also, the Cruis'n games replaced a lot of pinball real estate. I mean, since you mentioned working in an arcade, I can understand that idea making sense as far as how that was. Let's go to this. Well, yeah, well, hang on. Let's see something here, because I think you can also... Right, you can select your driver, right. You also select the baby. You know, we are going to do that. We're going to have the baby. We're going to drive as a baby, in particular. That's the other thing you can do in this game. I'm going to turn this as far as easy. By default, the trophy girls are sort of kind of on. And controls are kind of traditional as far as how they are. Change around a little bit. You have nitrous that's on Z button in particular. That's the big change here. Yeah, my experience with this one is I played this in the arcade as well. Also, it's a case where in... we had an off-site office holiday party a couple years ago.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Korea's beautiful. But as far as that, we're going to run... Yeah, let's run the Mach 4. So not the Mach 5 from Speed Racer. But I played this in the arcade as we have a baby driving a car. That is absolutely real. And it plays a lot like Cruis'n World in the sense you still have the boost thing of double tapping the button as far as acceleration. It's on A. We also super flip off the cars, which is easier to do in this one. But yeah, as far as one of our Christmas parties, or holiday parties, I should say, we had an offsite. They actually did card in a machine in this one. And people didn't know this game, and I said, ooh, I gotta tell you about Cruis'n Exotica. And I told them this weird story saying, like, it's this weird racing game where you can drive as a baby and do these weird flips, and then you have, like, Yeah, that car just bouncing for no reason. So I'm gonna get a lot of glitch compilation footage out of this, no question. That of itself is gonna be set, and we only have about 4 games, by the way, after this, just to let you know. Oh, 5. No, shit, I forgot there was one on my couch. In particular. But anyway, a case where I told them this insanity, and they're like, what? Is this real? Yeah, it is real. But they also were like, yeah, this game is kind of fun. I don't know if they like this more than Cruis'n World, and on this console, I think I like Cruis'n World a little more. But in the arcade, it is interesting, but I know another problem is that Joust 2 emulation. I've seen how MAME handles this. They have not cracked that one yet to this day. There's a lot of artifacts and weird things to go when you're running the Joust port, particularly for this one game. Let's do that. Spin. Okay, I was trying to do the flip, so in that case, yeah, the baby will be fine. The baby's driving the car, but in that case, no issue here. So yeah, all it's missing is the baby on board sticker, but in that case, it's not baby on board, it's baby is board. Baby is driving the car, and everything is going fine. Yeah, baby driving a car in Korea. Who knew? Who never thought that? Yeah, that's the thing about the cruising games. These games are nuts, and they also are hilariously nuts. Boom, we finished. But there's no crowd here. But you get 2 of the bikini girls there. And you get miles, by the way, as you're driving, and you're able to use that for unlocks as well. And Cruis'n World on Nintendo 64 has some options for that as well. There you go. That's the idea of what that is. I don't know if I'm going to go too much more into this, although I will show.
I love Atlantis.
She loves Atlantis. Yeah, let's show Atlantis. You know, let's also show this. Let's show a baby driving a police car. Why not?
Ready?
Except in this case, you're not going to see the case of it. Also, I wonder, as we're sort of underwater, also, they do have the archival footage of Flipper from the TV show that they sampled for this, which is hilarious, my god. Okay, I'm trying to do the thing you can do in Cruis'n USA with the police car, which is you double tap the brake button twice, and then you hit the gas and you have the sirens going on. I don't know if you can't do it in this one or what, in particular. But that being said, I'll try driving around. Yeah, we also, yeah, because I guess we're under the water, but also I guess within a geodesic dome, I think again. And also seems fading going on. They said this game does still run really well as far as how the frame rate is. In fact, this is probably on frame rate the smoothest of the 3. Although Cruis'n World was no slouch. It's just more the graphic quality is not exactly the same. Which I guess if nothing else is done, maybe, I guess it's an indictment in the Nintendo 64, but also I guess a case of saying that the arcade boards were cases of, you know, what consoles could really set them up. And because of the Nintendo connection, Nintendo did help these games get going as it went, but still a case of saying that then that's why they got released only on them. But the case is also we have not seen any of these games forever. In fact, the last one we saw was actually Cruis'n USA on Wii Virtual Console. That was the last time we saw that. Ow. Yeah, because, yeah, we're in Atlantis and we're going through there. Fantastic, made it. Alright, yes, the baby in the police car was fine. In that case, we're going to go on to the next one. Alright, there you go. Fantastic. Actually, you know what? Let's finish off. I'll tell you how we're going to organize the rest of this. We're going to finish off with the rest of the racing games. Also see if I have 6. And then that's in the console. Okay, I will make sure I have everything set on this one. They also made the game. Oh, yeah, they also made the game in the arcades able to draw dollar bill. Yeah, you're right. It's a huge case. Right, exactly. And I love that perspective you're having because actually I never knew you worked in an arcade. So I'm glad to hear that as far as that experience. But also saying that you saw from the business side, what were they doing? How would they get people to be attracted by that? And also, what was Midway as a company doing for the purpose of that? And that was different than what, say, Sega or other companies around the time were also doing, which definitely made it fascinating. Okay, next on the line. Okay, next we're going to show a game we actually did show a couple hours ago, but not like this. This was in Midway Nintendo 3, but not exactly like this. All right, we're looking at San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, the N64 version. The Rush the Rock version that was in that collection is a lot like this one, but this is more directly indicated from that. I also want to get the number of what I had on it from Nintendo 64. It's a different level as far as what I have on the audio. And hopefully you're hearing all that stuff and everything is set. But I did do audio checks on this today to make sure everything was in line. So it's 20.6. That's what we got. Let's go with San Francisco Rush. Yeah, so if you were wondering, like, yeah, it's ported differently the way it was as far as the other case, that's fine. So in this case, this was like on N64. As I mentioned, it came out in November of 1997 on this. I remember renting this game, and I did have quite a good time playing it. Probably seeing what was going on with it and going really fast. We were seeing it at 30 FPS, actually maybe a little lower than that, but it still looks really good and runs really well. I'm not going to do too much on this one because we already looked at it. I'm going to pick a track we didn't show. We showed The Rock. The Rock is in this, but you have to unlock it. I'm going to show... let's show track 1. Sound perfect, voice and game audio. Okay, I just wasn't sure if it's a case where the way the audio was mixing was going on this. Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. So for San Francisco Rush, you do have your option as far as car selection and also a difficulty of beginner, advanced, expert, and of course extreme because
It's dangerous!
they do this. You know, I'll take the Volkswagen bus. Why not?
3, 2, 1, rush!
Let's get going. I'll also point out they do a randomness on the audio, but I do want to play. My favorite, honestly, of this is. I think it's not Rave Rush. I think it's. I'm trying to remember my favorite piece of music out of this. It's not this one. Actually, maybe it is Rave Rush. Let me see that. No, it's not Rave Rush. It's Desert Walk, Blue Fog, STL. Okay, that's it. All you're seeing is a lot of fog here, and there's an option, by the way, of turning on fog. Part of this is because of the Nintendo 64's fogging element going on here. But this was a pretty close conversion, even despite that. And something where you do still see a good amount of the track. And this game does use rumble packs, so you do have the case of rumble going on, but the main case of this is, I think GamePro Magazine said it best, the only shortcoming in this game is steering. Basically, you can't. Although there is a way to compensate because, when you're pulling the stick whole, as far as that, I'm not turning very far. You also launch like crazy, but what happens as far as that, if you hit C down, it's reverse. If you do that whilst you're turning, you do kind of slide your back out, so in that case, it's something where you can kind of slide a little. Actually, wait a second, this is the same course I think I showed in... Oh, wait a second, this is the same course I showed a couple hours ago. Alright, we're seeing how Nintendo 64 handled it, and this was pretty close as far as a port, and unlike Cruis'n USA, where Nintendo had stake in that one, this is all Midway's deal, or Atari Games in particular. They're also in this very weird music in particular, which this is the original arcade music, which is not in that version of San Francisco Rush the Rock we showed earlier. That was an emulation thing. That's the reason I pulled this one out to show. I think this is the only thing I got that actually is in that collection from this console. The other stuff that is on Nintendo 64 that's from Midway Nintendo 3 as well. Hydro Thunder is on N64. This is San Francisco Rush 2049 is... And that's it. Yeah, the other ones aren't on N64. And I don't have Hydro Thunder, which is actually semi-expensive, like $70 on the Nintendo 64, but it's the only one with 4-player as far as multiplayer. And I don't know if it's better than the multiplayer in the Dreamcast version because the frame rate's really low when you play that. And actually, Midway Nintendo 3, I didn't show this, but it also is really low as far as the frame rate in the 2-player, so it kind of ruins it, unfortunately. Also, Atari had pole position, right, they licensed that from Namco, we talked about that. Prepare to qualify. Yeah, we've looked at pole position a couple times before, although I mentioned actually each time we looked at it. Most of the home ports are actually of Namco's version where they changed some of the audio. So the Prepare to Qualify voice was actually different in the one Namco released, because they're in a couple collections, and we played a collection that has it. That's the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade on Xbox 360. It sounds a bit different as far as how it is, but I think the only port I got where it is based on the Atari version actually is in Microsoft Return of Arcade on the PC, which also had that, Pac-Man, Galaxian, and what's the other game that was in that? Pole Position, Pac-Man, Galaxian. What is it? I guess I'll have to add it down below what that other game was. I'm gonna kick myself when I remember what it is, because it was 4 game. Oh, Dig Dug. Now I remember. Thank God. I don't have to edit. Edit aborted. So I don't have to say that. Dig Dug was in there. How did I forget Dig Dug? Yeah, like what you mentioned earlier, it's like people are forgetting Dig Dug. Like, shit, I'm just as guilty by accident. So I'm like, oh, it's in that collection. All right, there we go. We're almost at the end. All right, so we got 3rd place at the bus. Not bad. And we're gonna hear the "What's your name" thing again, I think.
What's your name?
And you're hearing it is the same one that was in the Rush the Rock game. That's like one of the only ones they got that actually is the same case, where they actually have the same music.
Nothing nasty now.
Yeah, nothing nasty now. I do love that. Although, actually, that's more pronounced in this version than it is on that other one. All right, short for Super Bowl Game Saturday. There we go. So in that case, yeah, I'm gonna let him go as far as the singing. But in that case, we're gonna say it now of "That's your name." Oh yeah, there's Pepito. Actually, he's that's a case of someone, I think someone on the dev staff. But I was like, it's Pepito, the next door neighbor of Madeline from the books, the children's books. Oh wait, they don't play the "That's Your Name," do you? Oh, they don't have that. So all right, "That's Your Name" is not here. All right, so there you go. As far as the ending, I do love that. All right, I'm not gonna go to belabor San Francisco Rush too much longer, because we did show it earlier already. But I just want to at least give it an indication, because it's not exactly straight porting. This one, it was worth pointing out, is based on that Rush the Rock version we showed earlier. So I thought it was worth showing that because this is the one that's closer to it. Next up, we only got like 4 more just to go into that. But we're still going to go on as far as that. We're going to play a game that I was not sure if I want to include this, but I then decided, yeah, I found it at a retro game store of mine for $15. I said, all right, let's pop this one in. Where's my notes on this one? Where did I write it down? Oh, I was like, I definitely need to get the audio ready on this one, because this game gets loud. All right, this is California Speed. This came out in... When did this come out? March of 1998 in the arcades. It's also by Atari Games. A lot of the same people worked on San Francisco Rush worked on this. I'm turning the volume down a little lower. They didn't even have it. Oh, wait, no. 24. I had to have it lower than that. 24.3. That'll work. The only home port you're looking at is going to be the one on N64, which came out on March 18th of 1999. It was built on Midway Seattle board. That powered NFL Blitz. We have NFL Blitz coming up, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. As well as NFL Blitz 99, NFL Blitz 2000 Gold, and BioFreaks, which was going to be an arcade version. It was an arcade game of Midway's, or was going to be. They then canceled it, but they brought it to the home on Nintendo 64 and PlayStation. That technically is not an arcade version, or an arcade port. Also pointing out, Dolly Finn for you, this board powered Medieval, or Carnival, I should say, not Medieval. The Midway Seattle board. It also powered Hyperdrive, but Carnival, I don't know what porting of this board looks like, because actually when we get to NFL Blitz, we're getting to NFL Blitz, that's a case where they have emulated that modern, but in a weird case. But yeah, this one, I had not played this game until a couple weeks ago. And it's one I was thinking when I said, well, get the set list as far as when playing on an N64. Do we play this one? Do I get this one? I then said, okay, fine, we'll get it, as far as how it is. This is a come down on graphics, I'll definitely say that on the original game. Because I've seen, although I don't think I've played the arcade version of California Speed. Basically is San Francisco Rush if it covered the whole state. And the other thing in particular is that one thing it also lacks is it doesn't have the full motion video at the end of it where you have this beautiful girl coming up to you and saying like, wow, you're a great driver, and gives you this kind of, it's almost like a come on, really. because it is like a bikini girl kind of doing that as far as what's going on, but that's not in this version. It's a weird one. This came out semi-late. This is like 1999, as I mentioned, and it's pretty simple, honestly, how the game is going to operate. So in this case, we're going to go this way. Oh, wait, that's the controls. Let's go one player. There's also two player in this. I'm just going to do a straight race. What console is this? Still Nintendo 64. This is California Speed. This is its only home port. I don't know if you ever played this one in the arcade. As far as the tracks we got to start, we have Monterey, we got Silicon Valley, we got Highway 1, San Francisco. So it's like San Francisco Rush again. Santa Cruz, San Diego, Los Angeles, Mount Shasta, Yosemite, Mojave Desert, and back to Monterey. All right, I'm gonna ape off the what is it? The Retro Pals program. They looked this over in particular as well. I'll link to that show they did of Midway Arcade ports, or Midway ports, not Midway Arcade. I'm not copying them. They did everything they made. It's a straightforward racing game in particular. I'm also going to find a vehicle that's advantageous. Right, you can drive a golf cart. We're driving the golf cart.
On your mark.
On your mark, get set, go. I'm not familiar with this one. Yeah, this was not very widely released, but I did see it. Also, yeah, the golf cart is very weird turning. It's very squirrely, as I'm realizing. I think that stick a little bit. And also this spacey music. So we're pointing out the music of this version was co-done by Barry Letch, who did the music for the Top Gear games on the Super Nintendo. It's not the same as the arcade version. In this game, definitely graphically, compared to how this looked in the arcade, there's no comparison. This is definitely muddier and the draw distance is way further. Having said that, we're driving down this way because I figured it's another Midway arcade racing game, which they made tons of them on this console, but also tons of them, period. And it's fitting for Midway Cartridges 3. I'm going to assume the emulation of that Seattle board might have had something to do with why this didn't get released on that collection. Yeah, this is kind of an obscure one as well, and as I mentioned, I don't even have a whole lot of familiarity with it. But I mentioned I'm mapping off of the Retro Pals show because they showed this because there's something really, really nice at the end of this thing, which I want to give an indication. Also, for that show, I'll also give indication another person I know going back, St. Aspartame. He's a friend of mine going back to my college days. He's a regular of their chat, and on that show, he showed up and he mentioned about this game, saying, quote, "This looks shockingly competent. Why did I rush to Extreme Racing USA instead of this?" I don't know why. I wasn't huge on that one either. And that's another San Francisco Rush game that's on Nintendo 64, but it's not an arcade port, so... And I don't have it, so in that case, it's not in the scope of tonight's show. But that being said, he was impressed looking at this thing. I guess because it moves fast. I mean, the frame rate's pretty smooth. Graphically, I don't know if I like this as much as Cruis'n Exotica or even Cruis'n World. It is a little more, I don't know, a little more plain as far as how the looks go. But also a case that maybe it's simpler to get into in the sense of saying, you're basically holding the acceleration button and you're going. Even more than Cruis'n USA, or Cruis'n World, I should say, and Cruis'n USA, I guess, and Cruis'n Exotica, it's something where it's really easy to pick up. I guess a case of a first-time racing game as far as this arcade style. And if you want the home, Nintendo 64 is the only place to play it, even to this day. But also, one of the only racing games I can think of where I can race a golf cart, and I'm also actually able to be keeping up with expensive muscle cars. Who knew? I didn't, but I also remember seeing pictures of this in Nintendo Power back in the day, and they always say, like, hey, it's kind of fun to drive a golf cart around. Yeah, okay, sure. And also it being this fast. And the station speed is pretty good, too. One thing also shows, I'm going to try and show the views. What are the view buttons? Alright, it's on C up. Also, yes, spacey music. As I mentioned, we played Top Gear from Super Nintendo, the first two of those. I want to show the third one. It's a Chemico franchise. Those games are awesome. We can thank ElecVerse in our chat for requesting those so we can get those going. Those games are awesome. Yeah, we're coming over here because there's a roller coaster we get to ride on. And the courses are actually pretty long. So it's something where if you thought the minute and a half, 2 minute courses of Cruis'n USA were too short for you, or any of the cruising games really, this might be more up your alley so you have more time to catch up perhaps. But also the case like, hey, we're basically driving on the coaster tracks, although unlike the cruising games, not a case where the coasters are going to come. So in some ways, maybe this one's a little more generic as far as this one, although that arcade version, that I don't know, because I never played it on that. Or in that arcade, I should say. I think I've seen it once or twice, but never put money into it. So I guess we're getting to one thing, because we're kind of coming actually to the end of not just the show, but also thing about this, because Midway, they did actually exit the arcade business in 2002. And they focused on the home division, which is what they would focus on until they went out of business in 2008. But the case of, I don't know if it's a case of what's going on. Also, you go down to the waterway as far as that. I'm not going to win, but I got seconds. That was pretty close, though. A photo finish. Also, enter your name, but I believe this is also the case you need the controller pack to save, so you have to be aware of that. One thing I guess I haven't mentioned, a lot of these games on Nintendo 64, you need a controller pack to save on them, with a couple exceptions. Alright, Ponyboy Scotty, Hangtime, fitting to one game we're going to look at. Willie, and then Sogs on Santa Cruz. I guess the Santa Cruz Boardwalk, that's where we're going in particular. Yeah, I don't know what I feel about this one, but it is something where it's pretty fun for the kind of thing it is. Although I don't know if I'd pick to play this over even the cruising games. But it is unique in the sense that there's no other version of this. And I've never played a racing game where I can drive a golf cart like this, so that's got to be worth something. Take it. Alright, so that's California Speed. We're done with our racing games. But since it did say in there Hangtime, also one other thing is... Yeah, we'll show Hangtime, why not? NBA Hangtime, let's talk this. We're ending on sports games, by the way, tonight. Even if you're not a sports fan, it's a case where these games are fun enough that you might become one on the back of it. Or if you love sports, you still have a good time. Now I'll get a number on NBA Hangtime. Where is it? 17. Actually, I think it's 17 the whole way going down. And one of these games we've shown before will be the last game I look at. Okay, so NBA Hangtime. This is technically the third game in the NBA Jam franchise, technically. Let me boot this up. Fantastic. Okay, it says also if you want to have more than one player playing, you got to connect to another controller. Fine, no problem from that. Okay. NBA Hangtime came out in the arcades in April of 1996. It was built on the Midway Wolf unit. By the way, as a Versailles mentioned Mortal Kombat. That's the same machine that powered Mortal Kombat 3 and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Rampage World Tour. It came out on consoles not too long after that. It came out on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis in 1996 on November 5th. Then the PC got it on December 4th of 1996. Then Nintendo 64 got it, which is where I have it, on January 16th. And then on June 3rd of 1997, it came out on PlayStation 1. In the arcade, it got an update called NBA Maximum Hangtime. I never saw that version. But this is the third NBA Jam game, but it's not exactly. Because here's the deal. At the time before this game came out, Midway was not releasing their own games in the home. They coordinated with other companies to do that. In particular, they coordinated with Acclaim and a couple of their subsidiaries. Now, Acclaim went out of business, and they're back in business. They actually have announced some new stuff they got coming out later this year and also into next year. They teamed up with Acclaim for a lot of arcade ports, stuff like Arch Rivals, which was shown before. It's kind of the predecessor to NBA Jam. Let's see, what else? Narc, I think, was one case of a game like that. But cases of, they teamed up with Acclaim for publishing and their subsidiaries, like Arena Entertainment for Mortal Kombat in particular on Sega Genesis, and also Flying Edge Entertainment. And also LJN, but I don't think anything from Midway came under the LJN label. So, for NBA Jam, they teamed up with Acclaim for that one. They made a lot of money when it came to going on with NBA Jam. But the thing about the licensing agreement, because unlike Arch Rivals, where it was generic characters, they said, let's get the NBA running, in particular as far as the licensing of all the players and the teams. But what happened was, as part of that license agreement that Midway had with them for the arcade game, it was the case that the NBA themselves would have the ownership of the NBA Jam name. So what happened is that when Acclaim helped Midway port NBA Jam to Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Sega CD, Game Boy, and Game Gear, and also to the Tournament Edition the year after that, they then did something kind of sneaky. They went to the NBA and they said, hey, we want to have rights to this name. And they were able to get it. So basically, they pulled the NBA Jam name out of Midway's hands, pulled the rug out from under them. So, while Acclaim then would make some NBA Jam games of their own, like NBA Jam Extreme on the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn, NBA Jam 99 and 2000 on Nintendo 64, and then just NBA Jam, which is on PlayStation 2 and Xbox, Midway could not use it because Acclaim went around them and said, we have the exclusive name for ourselves. So then what Midway said is, okay, we're going to have to come up with other takes of NBA Jam that are made by us, but also saying we don't have the name. So they basically tried to position it saying it is NBA Jam, but we can't call it NBA Jam. So in this case, that's why it's called NBA Hangtime in particular. Also, this game does have a trivia case. We get to the end of the game. We're not going to be able to play far enough to show that. We'll come back to this game and we'll show it, no question. But you do have all the teams from the 1996 season in particular. In this case, also, I want to set my options. Also, yeah, the sound's good, and I want to turn the audio up on my end. Because we also have another vocalized song. And I want to change my control options because the default controls of this one are weird. Passing is on C right, shooting is on C down, and turbo's on the A button. Thank God you can change it to whatever you want. So I'm hitting pass on the B button, shoot on the A button, and turbo you have to sign. I'm hitting to the, I'm hitting the R button. You also change your settings as far as stuff and hit switches on. Let's put big head mode on because it's funny. And we're all set. So, hang time! Also, there is a connection with real music as far as the people who did who produced some of the parts of the soundtrack. I don't know their names on my person at the time. We'll get into that later. Also, the announcers were pointing out it is not Tim Kitzrow, who actually is going to be announcing the last two games we'll look at tonight. It is actually somebody else famous. Neil Funk. He was the radio announcer for the Chicago Bulls back in the 1990s. Although actually beforehand, he was actually doing commentary for the Philadelphia 76ers back in the late 1970s. In 1989, he won an Emmy Award for his commentating. Then he did radio announcing for the Chicago Bulls and became their official TV announcer from 2008 to 2020. He has since retired. This is the only game he's in, but even though he's not Tim Kitzrow saying boom shakalaka, he still is in a case of being a cool case as far as what he's doing as far as the announcing in this. Let's get going. So we're going to start, and at this case, I'm in the zone. I do love the music of this game so much. It's like this R&B sound of itself. It's really appealing. You also have a creative player. We'll show that another time. And selecting teams, certain things. I'm just going to, let's just select teams. Basically, you have stuff like, as I mentioned with San Francisco Rush 2049 earlier, you can get a save going on and have a pin number going on. But you have all your teams set here, but of course, we have to run the Chicago Bulls for the reason I mentioned, but you also have your players as far as that. Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. Also, you hit the pass button. You can change Rodman's hair, and I love it. I'm in the zone. I love that. It's so good. So I can change his hair color to whatever I want, basically. I'm going to nice it orange as far as Rodman's hair color. But we're on timer, so we have that set. All right, against the Indiana Pacers. Let's go. And we have big head mode, by the way, going on. So there is the big head of Dennis Rodman. Who knew? There you go. So it is like NBA Jam, except just not with the name. And this is a pretty close port of the arcade game. As far as why this was not in Midway Nintendo 3, I'm not gonna say it's okay. It is obvious, I guess, but I'll just reiterate it anyway. It's licensing. Of course, they would have had to go to the NBA to get the license on this thing for sure. And the question, like, how is it gonna look? Oh no, but he stole my stuff. Like, yeah. But remember, just like NBA Jam, which haven't really shown too much. Oh no. Also, the Tarzan yell, I love that as far as how it is. We've sort of shown NBA Jam. Ouch. Yeah, for that game, it's a case where, yeah, you don't have any penalties except for goaltending. There you go, so we got the dunk. Also, if you hit 3 consecutive shots in a row with one player, he's on fire! Alright, he made the shot nice, but I couldn't block it. Also, the only thing as far as penalty in this is goal. Oh, so there are no penalties, but the only violations here are either for the shot clock or for goaltending. And I'm not doing well because I haven't played this game in a long time. But basically, you pretty much turbo up the paint and then shoot it in. And basically, that case, just push him over. It's like, yeah, he's gonna steal my ball. Yeah, not anymore, he's not. No! There we go, finally. That was weird. Actually, I believe also going to this game, I mentioned it's on the same board as Mortal Kombat 3, But the other thing about that, like, I'll take the shot. Yeah. All right, we'll do one more quarter and then we'll go on. You can unlock Scorpion, I think, in this game, if I remember correctly. We'll show that at some point when we come back to this, because we should come back to this. And I should do NBA Jam as a show, or in NBA Jam for a show. I mean, we demoed On Fire Edition last year in our delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2. The other Midway, or the other NBA Jam game I have NBA Jam Tournament Edition on the 32X. I'm looking for a better way to show 32X, because my Genesis is not recognizing it as well as I'd like it to. Alright, so Rodman finger rolled it. I would like to show that as far as it, but this game is also really, really good, and I think underrated, because maybe people think, oh, it's got to be NBA Jam. There's also one other arcadey basketball game of Midway's on this console. That is NBA Showtime, the NBA on NBC, which does have Round Ball Rock, the song by John Tesh that plays with the broadcast of NBC for it. That being said, that game's also on the Dreamcast, and I kind of want to get on that because it's a dead-on port. Not that it's bad on Nintendo 64, but I said, like, I'll get it on that. Actually, I think it's cheaper on the Dreamcast anyway. So I said, for the purpose of this, may as well just look at it on NBA Hangtime. Also, this is my experience when it came to basketball on this console. Like, yeah. The only other game there's of basketball they play on this console was Kobe Bryant and NBA Courtside, which is by Left Field. People made Excite Bike 64. That game is kind of interesting and actually did carve a niche out, especially against NBA in the Zone by Konami, but also the NBA live games of EA's that were on this console. And then NBA Jam was on this console, but NBA Jam, the Acclaim one, NBA Jam 99, it was a 5-on-5 simulation game that doesn't have like dunks and things like that. It's not 2-on-2 the way this is. They had Marv Albert doing the announcing, which is fine as far as that, but they're like, wait, it's a sim. Why is NBA Jam a sim? What are you doing? Now, Pippen's gonna make the shot. There you go, made it. Alright, and that's halftime. Alright, so Reggie Miller. And you get this nice rap song, the ooh, what you gonna do? I do like this music a lot. Definitely underrated. And I think this game is underrated. So in this case, yeah, your 90s basketball case. Alright, we got two more things and then we'll be done for the show. As far as how it is. You see, this is also how I got a longer show out in particular. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of good gaming goodness for tonight, for sure. Yeah, I do want to let that go as far as what I was singing for that. Yeah, I also have a lot of Super Bowl Game Saturday Sing stuff going on. You know, do substitutions now. I'm actually going to do substitution of a game. But NBA Jam, we love you. Or, Freudian slip. NBA Hangtime, we love you. And definitely want to give you some attention. But maybe you're thinking, like, I'm maybe more of a football person, perhaps. Well, if you are, you're in luck. Because I have a football game that even people who don't like football games love. Wait, that's also, I gotta get the right one, because there's a couple games with the same name as this. Where is it? Or maybe that is the only one. Okay. Alright, next up. This is our last new one, because the last game on this list we have shown before. And this one, I want to turn up a little bit from 17. Not much. About 16. 15, 7. That'll be fine. Your Midway overview has been brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's more, as I said, the thing about this is I said, I had that collection. I said, I don't think that's going to be enough. But I said, let's turn it into a night of Midway on top of this collection, on top of it. So I said, hey, I got all these games to this. Let's take a look as far as what we got and other things going on just to get a sense. And paint a better picture as far as Midway, because I know there's a lot of stories to tell. You've had a lot of stories to tell. ElecVerse had a lot of stories to tell. Dolly Finn has a lot of stories to tell. In fact, she was on when we played the final game on this list, which I'm going to show again. But as far as, before we get to that one, we're playing NFL Blitz. NFL Blitz, by the way, does have a modern version. As far as NFL Blitz itself, came out in November of 1997 in the arcade on Midway's Seattle board, same way that ran California Speed. Came out on Nintendo 64 on September 12th, 1998, and on the PC the month after, and also on the Game Boy Color. It also got an Arcade 1-Up unit release in 2022. It ported this, NFL Blitz 99, and NFL Blitz 2000 Gold. Except for that one, what happened was that the NFL, as part of that license, they said some of the massive hits that go in, including late hits, where you can basically, when you knock them on the ground, you just jump on them and dogpile them. No, you got to edit the game to remove those. So in that case, if you're a purist saying, I wanted my NFL Blitz experience, get the Nintendo 64 version or the PlayStation version. And the Nintendo 64 version actually did have something pretty interesting to it, which is the case that it was, well, they looked at NFL Blitz or NBA Jam. They said, can we do this with, Can we do this with football the way we did with basketball? And that's how we got it. And what a closer NFL Blitz is. Yeah, that's one closer, but also my real closer also is going to be Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey, which is actually the game that Dolly Finn and I showed. And I'll have a link to our play below when I edit this in a couple of days. And it's on our YouTube site, by the way. Dolly Finn and I, we both played it, and she was the expert as far as how that was. Yeah, but NFL Blitz, as we're pointing out, on Nintendo 64, also it has a play editor, so you can edit your plays, save into a controller pack, and if you find a machine of NFL Blitz 99, you actually, there's a little slot on it, you put a controller pack into it. And they did make a deal with Nintendo to make that happen. But as far as this, we're going to play NFL Blitz. Feel free to go memories on NFL Blitz as we go, and you have all your teams going on. As far as my team, I got to pick the team I was assigned by my friends in college. The New York Jets. People's like, oh yeah, they're not a good team, which I say, you know what, I'm going to be fans of them because you're saying, like, you assigned them because you have to have a team. So the Jets are my team. I'm going to show NFL Blitz once briefly. We'll come back to this as we're going against the Redskins, which are now known the Commanders. Also, you have codes as far as how they are. I didn't put in the right one, but if you press button combinations of pass, not steal, and turbo, you go along. So in this case, yeah, we got the run and we're going. These just smacks me down. And this is mostly 60 FPS. It sometimes slows down a little, but not too bad. And unlike normal football, you have first and 30. So you have to work your way up the pitch. No, the pitch is soccer. Midway does have a soccer game, but that's on PS2, Gamecube, and Xbox. That's Red Card 2003. Now you need 30 yards for this, and pass interference is allowed, unlike the case no penalties, and you can field goal and punt all you want. Alright, so basically wait to receiver get open to get that set. Blue, 22. Hike! Except he intercepted me, and now I want to beat the everling hell out of him. Yeah, in that case, yeah, he's on the ground, but I keep jumping on him. So there you go. I'll let your case of, alright, since he's a goal line, we're gonna do, he's first and goal, we don't want that going on. Alright, incomplete. But alright, they're probably gonna get a, what is it? They're gonna be able to, do a field goal eventually. Or get a touchdown. Also, yeah, you have all the theatrics of the touchdowns going on as far as this one. Boom. And also, in this game, kick is always good if you select to do a field goal, so you don't actually have to watch it. No. Alright, I don't want to get intercepted again. This game runs really fast and is really, really fun, but in this case where sometimes I'm not very good at it. There, I got him. And of course you have Tim Kitzrow doing the announcing in particular, so the idea of how things are going, it's hilarious with his announcing. Same guy did the announcing for NBA Jam and Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. Well, there you go, boom. Alright, 3rd and 9. Let's do the Blizzard. Alright, hut. Hike! Ooh, here we go. First down. Fantastic. I'm not necessarily someone who follows football a lot, but I have a little bit of a story to tell in particular. And this game, admittedly, I haven't played that much. My experience to start was actually with NFL Blitz 2000, which I have on the Dreamcast, which is pretty close to the arcade version. Like, dead on, really. It's a case where initially I thought maybe it was too fast and I was not that good at it, but... Oh, he's punching me, so like, yeah, I'm gonna have to get mad as far as how this is going. Oh! Incomplete. Now I can run the field goal. You know, let's run the field goal. You have to hit A on the center. Whoop. It's good. Yeah, did anything think the Jets would win here? Did anyone think the Jets would win? No, I didn't. Especially, it shouldn't be that way. It should be a case where I should be good enough at this game I can make them win, you know? Oh, yeah, I mean, they are my assigned team. Yeah, but, yeah, the Skins are gonna take me down. I just bashed him in the end zone. Alright, fine, I got the touchdown, you're right. Yes. So it is like real life. And that's already the end of the first quarter. Okay, wow. That's amazing. And you do have the cheerleaders kind of on the side as far as how this, as you're the man in the motion in particular. But all right, fuck it, I'm gonna make it even worse. I'm gonna give the safety. Alright, so now they have it. Alright, enough of the, oh yeah, this massacre. Okay, that's, alright, that was worth it. But in this case, you know what, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna go crazy. And also, by the way, encroachment and false start are not a thing, thank God. Yeah, I just want to bash him. That's the other thing. If you are in a case of saying I'm not doing well, I can sack the quarterback. Why not? Yeah, it's been a management problem for years. I mean, you probably would have a better idea saying, what's the problem? What's going on with the Jets as far as why they're a problem? Why is, yeah, Westbrook running up again? Yeah. That's fine. Just jump on him. I don't care. Washington leads by 13. No. A fumble, and then he got it. Okay, that's amazing. All right, I think I gotta end this massacre, but still, just a case of saying, let's look at as far as how that was, and also seeing the theatrics, which is awesome. Okay, so timeout. We have to go to our next game. It's our final game, but there you go. That is NFL Blitz. We should come back to anything. Anything you want to see us come back to for a dedicated show, we've talked about already tonight. But, yeah, say the word. We'll do it. Okay, so that is our last original game, and talk about a great closing out. But the other closeout in particular, game Dolphin and I played for the show a couple years ago. One thing about when we did that, I did not get in the case of saying that I had the audio completely right. I think I set the audio of the game too high so that she wasn't being heard completely. Not terrible, but always a case where I thought to myself, I said, I kind of wanted to do this game again. And also I'll talk to Dolly Finn saying, you want to do this game again? Or I think what I might do is I might play the next game in this franchise. There's 3 of these. Also, Dreamcast has a special unrecognized place in history for their proprietary disc format. Yeah, right, the GD-ROM, that's true. Running a gig's worth in particular. That's something where that was interesting, but also made it easy to pirate. And as I mentioned, of the games also in this list, they're on the Dreamcast as well. I don't... Oh, okay, Mortal Kombat 4, but it's called something else. It's called Mortal Kombat Gold. And Alpha Blitz sort of is because there's an Alpha Blitz 2000, but not the same one we looked at. Okay, last on the list to end the night. And talk about a great way to end the night. With a game, as I mentioned, with Dolly Finn. Her and I did this. We had a blast doing this game. I'd love to do it again. But also, I think I might show the sequel to this. But this is an arcade port. So we're going to take a look at Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey, or to quote, again, the Retro Pal show when they did that, say, fuck yeah, let's go. This game is amazing. If you've never played Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey, I cannot recommend this one highly enough. There's also Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey 98. We can show that one in particular as far as another take, but here we go. Talk about the great one. I love this game so much. And this was an arcade game. And actually, in this case, I can look at my old notes as far as how they had that I wrote like 4 years ago. No, 3 years ago, I should say. This came out in October of 1996 in the arcade and November 15th, 1996 on Nintendo 64. It is from Atari Games in particular, and it is Midway and Williams who published this one. Awesome. Yeah, this game is great. Oh my God. And Dolly Finn and I, we had a blast playing this because she's the hockey fan of all of us in particular. She had the insights on this one that I definitely did not have in particular. But also, I think the other reason I wanted to do this is so I have some of the music to go over as far as this game. It's awesome. All right, I'm going to play a quick game as far as I'll run my controller pack, same case I had before. This is the same file I looked at as far as when I ran for my stats when it came to that before. All right, we have our teams as far as it. I don't have the code unlocked as far as the extra teams. But we're on the New York Rangers, we're running Wayne Gretzky.
Tonight's matchup,
how could we not?
New York versus Edmonton.
And we're going against the Oilers. As I mentioned when we played that game, we said, yeah, this is Wayne Gretzky's world and we just live in it. Okay, there we go. In this case, I love this game because of the fact that, oh, he stole it. Okay, I can just bash him. There we go. That's the other thing. And just check him. No penalties unless you turn him on. In that case, I can also stand right there and trap him in the net. Basically what you do is you hit the A button, you hold C down, which is your turbo, in order to do that. In that case, just knock him on the ice. No blood on the ice. Or I can set the goal on fire. I love doing that. This game I am really good at. Unlike NFL Blitz, unlike NBA Hangtime, this one I'm really good at. Although it also helps that I've streamed this one before. I lose the puck, and it is still Tim Kitzrow doing the voice, just like NFL Blitz. Boom. But also the puck's radioactive. He's like, oh yeah, that had to hurt. And also, if you do stand right between those two face-off rings and do that power shot, you're basically guaranteed to hit, and it'll go in the goal every time.
Here's the draw.
All right, so here's the draw. We'll go to the first period.
He stops him.
As I mentioned when we looked at this, there are 2 other games in this franchise on this console, those being Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey 98, which is also on PlayStation, and Olympic Hockey Nagano 98, which basically they are the same game. They were criticized heavily in their day of saying, hey, they're the exact same game basically, but with a few things. He says, yeah, the puck's on fire. But those are other cases, I don't have those, but this is the only one that was actually an arcade game first, but it's a lot different than this. Also, as I mentioned when we looked at this game the first time, fun fact, this is the first game on Nintendo 64 to support 4 players.
And here's the face-off.
With always Mario Kart 64 or NBA Hangtime. Actually, NBA Hangtime was the second one. And then Mario Kart 64 was the third in particular. But this is the one. So you plug in 4 controllers and have a blast playing with people. Yeah, beautiful save. And a textbook play.
He goes down. Oh, what a shot.
Also, I don't know if we showed this when Dolly and I played this, because if your goalie gets 6 blocks in a row, they then turn into a brick wall. It says, that goalie's the wall. And you know what? I'm going to try and see if I can't do that. Oh, I won. I hit him. Not won. I got the shot. One of the times I didn't actually want to make it.
Hey, there's the draw. 7, 6, 5. That was a takedown. 3, 2, 1. And that's all for the first period.
Yeah, there you go. 5-0. So, as far as one period, that's a blowout of Edmonton. There we go. As I mentioned, we did a full show on this game in particular, and it deserved it. Also, one thing I'm going to briefly do before we end. Well,
that's the end of the game.
And that is going to be the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight, as far as it was not Saturday anymore. All right, I'm going to go into this. I want to pick some music to listen to. Something that... Let's see. That'll work. Okay. All right, so that is the end of our Midway extravaganza. My God, it was extravaganza. It also turned out a bit longer than I expected, but I had a wonderful time doing this. Thank you so much to everybody in our best channel on Twitch. You are the best channel on Twitch, of course, family and friends as far as tonight's show. So good to see you, Ace Riverside. We'll talk more. I'll have to reach out to you more. I'm sorry I've not been as far as that, but I will. Wait, it doesn't repeat the music. All right, I gotta go on a screen where it does. All right, there you go. So let's have this picture. This will repeat. So it doesn't repeat when you go in the the sound test. I definitely got that going, but I had a brilliant time going through this, sharing my memories of Midway and a lot of stuff with it, but also hearing all of yours. I said that is what the bread and butter of this program is, and why I love doing it still. That's all this really is. It's a case of saying, let's talk about our experience of games, share them out. I said, you also are driving the show as much as I am. It's not just me playing something and you're saying, hey, look at me. It's a case of saying, what do you have to say? What's your experience? And we had a lot of great cases going on tonight as far as what is our case of anything of Midway, anything of gaming, experience of where we came from. And I get the sense that we all learned a lot tonight, and I definitely did. I had a great time as far as it. I said, friends and family, that is what the aspect of the show is. This is what I wanted to do with it. I'm glad that that's where we're going with it, and I had a wonderful time. For our annual compilation show. As far as next time we come back to a collection of Midways, I did say occasionally, it's like, hey, it probably will be with Midway Arcade Origins. It will be now, because I already showed off Midway's Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1. That'll be next time we come back. As far as if that's the one we do next year, I don't know. We do these every May, by the way, just to go on that. I don't know if that's the collection we'll do, but Chad, if you have any ideas, Race Riverside, if you have an idea, or I don't know if maybe we should do Pinball Arcade, we figure something out about that one. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. It's your pick as far as how that goes. I'm open for really anything you want to see. And we got tons of them, so the sky's the limit. But I knew we had to come back to Midway because it's been so long, but I had a wonderful time. And we'll definitely come back to Midway Treasures 1. I will definitely say that for sure. And we could do 2 as well, again, if you want to. Also, remember Mutant League Hockey for Sega Genesis. I'm sorry I haven't been able to tune in every Saturday. I make a point of being here every week I can. Life gets busy. Oh, no, I understand that. I also send you my pinball discs. Well, it's whatever you want to do. No, I understand that. Well, first off, I do remember Mutant League Hockey for Sega Genesis from EA. That's a great game in particular. But I understand that. It makes total sense as far as it. Everybody has a life. You have things you got to do. I understand that completely. It makes total sense. And I appreciate it as far as jumping by, but the idea is that also I'll say this. If you're not able to make the show as far as for whatever reason, I don't take it personally, number one. And number two, it's also a case of saying, we have the shows recorded. They'll be here on Twitch, but they also will go on to the YouTube site we have as well. So I'll have a case that you're not going to miss anything as far as it. So the show will still be there. Your input is definitely appreciated. We'll definitely get that going. I will definitely figure that as far as it. I definitely love Pinball Arcade. There's an interesting licensing with Bally in particular with that one. Then maybe we should do that. We should talk in particular with that. I think we should. And that's kind of an avenue we've not really shown on this program yet as far as video pinball. There's certain cases of things I would like to show in particular, and we haven't shown Mutant League Hockey yet either in particular. That'd be another good one. We'll figure that. That's weird. I didn't press a button to do that. I guess it takes you out after period of inactivity. Did not know that. Okay. So still learning stuff for that. But yeah, don't worry. I had a great time as far as how it was. And yeah, I'm curious as far as Pinball Arcade and anything else as far as that you got. But anything you or ElecVerse and Dolphin and anybody else comes in. And hey, it's fine as far as how it works as far as the idea of coming by. I do appreciate that. And it's good to see you and send my love to everybody as well. Okay. So that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. I'm going to briefly go a few things. Oh, you can't buy their games anymore because you bought them years ago. Some of them are not around. Right, I know the Pinball Arcade, some of those licensing agreements went away. I wish the Bonsai Run one didn't go away. But I know there's sort of a modern release of that. I think it's on the Switch, but I don't know if it's a case where it's something where it's able to get hold of or what's on that release. But something we can definitely look into, or I'll definitely look into as far as how it's going. Right, that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. Briefly, I'll go into schedule just as far as what I got. I'm not going to go completely advanced because actually next week we're going to have 2 shows. But also that's the other thing. Sometimes I do Friday shows. And next week I'm doing a Friday show, but also because I'm doing a Saturday show. On top of that, as it turns out. Next week, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be on June 5th. We're going to be starting our play of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. We're on the remake on the Switch, but then later on we're going to look at the Game Boy Color version, particularly the exclusive stuff within that I think is worth showing off in particular. That's going to be next week, but we're also going to have a show on Saturday. I don't know what time this is. Ultra94T, someone I work with, he's coming in next Saturday. I think it's going to be during the day. That's the other time. Sometimes we do change how the schedule is, but also the Twitch window as far as how we have it, the schedule of our show. It does indicate when the show is, when I know when it's going to be. I'll indicate that. But for next Saturday, we're going to have a show as well in the afternoon. As far as what we're going to have, I'm going to keep it a secret, or a surprise in particular. But that's going to be Ultra94T. He's coming in as far as his debut. He's going to be in last year. He couldn't, but now he can. And we'll have that going for what he's got. It's going to, I think, be a scoping session, technically. And the week after that, we're going to have another scoping session. That's going to be Friday, too. That's going to be on June 12th for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney for what was on the DS. We're running the Switch version in particular. Edwack and Nikki, they're joining the show as far as that one, because they've been on before, but they love this franchise and they're coming in on that. Then, speaking of Sega Genesis stuff, we're back to Saturday on June 20th for Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. Great summer game, and the tie-in for 7-Up in particular, as it is. A really fun platforming game that has great music and great style. And then the week after that, we're going to be off, so actually I have a show going up on our YouTube site. My prep for Final Fantasy XIV, we're going to do a live show of that next year, and that does go out as far as on time in particular. Also, I'm hitting the Z button to show promotional consideration. The show brought to you by Campbell's. Good. But yeah, I'm going to be off as far as that week, so I'm editing that Final Fantasy XIV Snap show I recorded with Crusader 64 and Castle 22 and AG42 a couple of months ago. We'll have that going in particular as far as our off-screen show. Then week after that, I might do this on a Thursday because of the long 4th of July weekend. We'll have a Wave Race Boost Storm for the Gamecube. So come back as far as Gamecube. Then week after that, Crusader 64 is coming in on July 11th, Saturday, for Koudelka for the PlayStation. We're starting that game, which is a favorite of his, or part of a favorite franchise, that being Shadow Hearts. But that's the first game of the franchise. It's also a game that's rare as anything, so that's the other one reason I want to show it. And then we also have Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, second part coming up, and Age of Empires 2. It's going to be a scoping session show. We're doing one of those a month. And then I'll just mention August and September. On the Ball on Super Nintendo, ElecVerse, I got that for you coming up. Another arcade port. Koudelka will still be going on. Link's Awakening is going to finish. And then we're scoping sessioning Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I want to look at that in particular. You're great. Enjoy spending time listening to shows and love how well thought they are. You bring out child memories. See you next week. And Audrey's your newest fan. Thank you so much. And send my love to everybody. I will definitely reach out to that. I'm not going to necessarily explicitly say why, but you might potentially get a case of seeing more of me in particular coming up soon. I'll let you know at some point on that. But anyway, September I'm going to be off a little bit because actually my brother's getting married. So in that case, on the 12th, I'm going to have off-screen stuff. I might have 2 off-screen things as far as that. And then we're going to have Koudelka, probably its finale, and scoping session on Mass Effect. And we got more stuff coming up, including October's stuff as far as things. And ElecVerse, let me know when you want to have Persona 3 FES that month. We'll talk later as far as that in particular. But in that case, I think that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. Thank you so much to everybody for watching, joining us for the great case of Midway and the look at Midway Treasures 3 and a bunch of Midway arcade goodness. And I'm looking forward to whatever we're going to do next year for the compilation show. Maybe Pinball Arcade. Maybe that should be the answer, honestly. But either way, we'll figure out how that is. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. Thank you for everything you provided to Ace Riverside and to Dollyfin and to ElecVerse and all of you in our best chat on Twitch. I'll see you next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for part 1 of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. And then also next Saturday at a time I will let you know, probably on Friday, for something else with Ultra 94T. Yeah, but it's awesome, and best wishes also to your brother, no question. Absolutely, yeah. He sends his best as well to you. He's also been on the show as well. There's some shows we've done together, particularly for World of Illusion and Tetris Plus he was on as well. And we have some other collaborations coming up. As I mentioned, I'll see you next Friday for Link's Awakening at 10 p.m. And then sometime during the day, I'm going to guess noon or 1 p.m. on Saturday for a special something with Ultra 94T's debut. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything. And take care, everybody.